Do you know what we're here for?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Don't be creepy.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for
How rude.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Consequences.
Don't be creepy.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
Oh, never could.
Interest.
Just crazy enough to work.
Yeah. Try it.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
century.
I see that you know your judo well.
It's science.
That's hot.
Follow the rich way.
Immediately, if not sooner.
China. I have to have my China.
Illegal. Facebook book, Facebook book, Facebook book, Facebook book, Facebook book, Facebook book. Zuckerbuck.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Put your drum up.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, bitch.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. It's off for him.
I don't want reality.
Break now.
Don't even play.
What now?
Winter is coming.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing. Are you not entertained?
Jesus, I say that.
Aren't I a good guy?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I got boxes full of Pepe!
Well, look at us again, huh? Here in space. Who could have guessed? Friday night. Filled with unknown travels. That deep dark abyss. Starting to feel too comfy around here. Lot to talk about, so I suppose we better get right to it. As always, buckle up those seatbelts, space fans, as this journey may be a little dangerous. Better get these shout-outs done. I see Aaron W, Schmegley, and Moen Nowip 123 in the YouTube chat. Sorry, Shorts chat, but see, it's the other chat who I shout out. It's too much, man.
That's too much, man.
Charlie Janmir. Normal by nature. Sasha G. Miskatonic Petrol and Soda Fountain. Both of them, can't forget. Teddy Cool. Bob Carmody. B-Cat. Soul Life. Decipher. Org Frumer. Okay, alright, I think that's everybody. If I missed you, sorry. Now, if Streamlabs worked properly, there would be a way. No, we'll talk about that later. Anyway, we gotta get to it. What was I saying? We have a lot to talk about. Jeez. Where are we going? That's right. America. What have you been doing over here? Oh, you say weird vibes? Okay, cool. Great. I'm into that. Alright, let's let's start off in Oklahoma. And, you know, honestly, this is not vibes based at all. This is just horrifying. Thankfully, at least pending justice has started. We will see what exactly happens with this one. Yeah, let's see how things are going in Oklahoma. Ahem. Full screen, please. There we go. Okay.
You're promising saying that you'll take care of it at a later date, whether that be in court or if you take care of it outside of court.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So I'm writing and issuing you a citation for improper U-turn. Yes, sir.
Citation, she's hitting me and I got a citation.
We don't argue on the side of the road. We argue in court. Yes, that's how it works. Because if not, if you don't sign this, you go to jail. Okay? I don't want to take you to jail.
I'm ready to go to jail.
You ready to go to jail? Where your vehicle?
Now, I don't know if anybody here is more familiar with Oklahoma law than me, but I've never heard of this before. Needing to sign a ticket given to you by a cop. I've literally never heard of that. Is that a thing in Oklahoma? I've just never heard of it before. And if it's a real law, interesting. But this guy said, like, you heard him, I'll go to jail then. I didn't do anything wrong.
Court. Yes, that's how it works. Because if not, if you don't sign this, you go to jail. Okay? I don't want to take you to jail.
I'm ready to go to jail.
You ready to go to jail? Where your vehicle was located, your vehicle is not like that.
Sit down.
No.
You sit up. Get on the ground.
No. See, sir.
So this guy said he was ready to go to jail, right? In that case, you should ask somebody to, I don't know, as a police officer, if you have charges to actually file, I don't know, ask them to present their wrists to, you know, you don't have to throw an 80-year-old man to the ground, or 71-year-old man to the ground just because he bothered you for some particular reason. I don't know why. I honestly don't understand why this happened. It doesn't make any sense. But it's United States, plenty of misconduct all over the place in our lovely police departments. Okay. Now let's talk about something that police departments are currently dealing with right now. Not this particular case. Different case, which we talked about yesterday a bit. I'm going to talk about a little bit more today. We will check in on this situation. Hopefully, at least I'll remember to check in on this and get you some sort of information on what happened to this officer, if he received any kind of discipline. I'm sure he's probably just getting paid right now to be on leave. I assume he's on leave since he's being charged with a crime, you would think. I wonder if he's getting paid to be an alleged criminal. All right, now let's talk about something that's definitely not an alleged crime. Definitely a crime. Definitely a crime. Something that we, like I said, talked about yesterday. And that is the shooting of the United Healthcare CEO. More details have been coming to light over the last 24 hours. Figured I would catch you up on this and also perhaps check in on, well, you'll see. Well, I won't spoiler you.
CNN Shimon Prokupecz starts us off from the hostel on Manhattan's Upper West Side. What's the latest you're hearing from authorities?
Yeah, so Anderson, investigators spent the day here behind me at this hostel, focusing on the 4th floor where some of the folks who are staying here told us the individual was. Investigators spent this day here questioning some of them. The suspect entered Central Park here after the brazen early morning killing. We now know that police have reviewed footage of what appears to be the gunman exiting the park nearby on West 77th Street. And this new video obtained by CNN shows a person police believe to be the gunman riding westbound on West 85th Street. 7 a.m. video captures what appears to be him on his bike coming around this corner, heading this way. And as you can see in the video, he's not wearing his backpack. 18 blocks north, police began to search this.
And that's, I mean, you remember, I said it yesterday. I was like, that backpack, I'll bet you the reason they were struggling to figure out where this guy was after finding out about all this with all the cameras around was the fact that he had that backpack on, probably had a change of clothes, went into the park where there's no cameras and there's plenty of places to, you know, hide out essentially and, you know, change clothes. Seems like that's exactly what he did.
Hostel Wednesday afternoon. The NYPD released these images of what they're calling a person of interest checking into the hostel. Police released the first clear images of a man they want to question in connection to the murder. They say the man stayed here at this hostel in a room with others on the 4th floor. Police were back here today speaking to people who have been staying here. We're told by the folks who are staying here that they saw the police on the 4th floor. We're also told by hotel management that when you check in to this hostel, they do ask you for ID. Police say employees at the hostel say the man almost never lowered his mask or hood. And a law enforcement official tells CNN the shooter used a fake New Jersey ID to check in, a full 5 days before the murder. Another new piece of evidence, this video, time-stamped at 6:15 a.m., shows the suspected gunman leaving the 57th Street subway station just 3 blocks from the scene of the crime. 30 minutes later, Thompson would be fatally shot. Then there's the words delay and depose found on a live round and a shell casing at the scene. Are they signs of a motive? Police now exploring whether they are a reference to a derogatory phrase leveled at the insurance industry.
Derogatory.
Claims.
Wow.
Investigators also.
Wow, CNN really carrying water for the insurance companies right now. Derogatory. How dare you be racist against the insurance companies and belittle their fine work. Derogatory. Now, these are just sort of exactly the things that get put into the insurance company's own, like, letters, documents sent to, people trying to make claims. It's not derogatory, it's just accurate.
Have a water bottle from the shooter left behind at the scene. CNN learned earlier today that it yielded a single smudged fingerprint.
Shimon, what are investigators focused on specifically tonight?
So it's interesting, Anderson, because our team, we've been going up and down Broadway and some of the surrounding areas trying to find surveillance video. And even late tonight, just about an hour ago,
day and night over here.
Downtown towards 85th
Can't you tell?
At 103rd Street.
Look how hard he's been working.
Going into different shops and restaurants, still looking for video to try and find out where the suspect is. It seems like they have a pretty good idea of when he got here, how he got here, some of his movement at that time. But at this point, it just seems they don't really have any idea, or at least they're not telling us of where he went, where he is. And it's a big mystery. A city of this size with so many cameras everywhere, it's still very interesting that they still have no idea where he is, where he went, and they're still, to this hour...
CNN is disturbed that we can't track down a person of unknown identity in a city of millions. Jeez. Maybe we just need Elon to chip everybody up, huh? I feel like that's what he's saying. He's like, we just need chips. We need RFID chips. That'll solve it.
Here looking for video of where he went. Anderson.
Shimon Prokupecz, appreciate it. With me here tonight, CNN Chief Law Enforcement and Intelligence Analyst John Miller. Also joining us, former FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe and Brianna Fox. She's a professor of criminology at the University of South Florida.
Okay, how are we doing on time? We got more to look at with this. I can't stay focused on just one video. We're doing okay. We'll listen to a little bit more of this.
A former FBI special agent.
RFID is very short range, right? But then we need readers at every intersection and mailbox or whatever. Whatever. We need countrywide coverage.
John, at this point, at this hour, I know you've got remarkable sources. What's the latest you're hearing? What stands out to you at this hour?
That he was here way longer than we believed.
Like Minority Report, right? Kind of like that. Can't leave the house without getting read by the scanners.
For the specific purpose of just going there that day and doing that shooting. But now he knows he comes in on the 24th. So he's here about 10 days. He's doing reconnaissance at the Hilton. He's moving around the city. He's seen it at McDonald's. He's in taxis. He has to obtain this bike.
Schmegley says that RFID range can be greatly increased if you boost the reader power. Ooh, fancy.
At some point, and the police don't know when or where that happened. So he's been busy preparing, but we have to consider, why is he at that hostel? He's staying in a room for 4 people with 2 roommates, so he's the third person. Here's a guy who never lets down his mask or takes down his hood or both at the same time, which is why we only have that limited moment of that photograph. So he's committed, he's professional acting in terms of discipline, but he's obviously operating on a shoestring in terms of finance.
Well, also why...
This guy's working on a budget. Interesting. A budget assassin. Considering the... Whoa, I just noticed something horrifying. For me in particular. You all have just like a half a dozen free support characters unearned, I would point out. Oh my god. Wow. Wow. What was I even saying? That just threw me off. I had a comment I was gonna make, and now all I can think about is how you just got 20 minutes of just... What is this anarchy? I mean, what is this? I mean, come on. Who is in charge of this?
Spend 10 days in New York City knowing there's cameras everywhere, knowing, you know, if he's going to commit this assassination, that this is all going to be looked at.
Well, because he is clearly aware of that. When you look at what the work the NYPD is doing, and these video canvas teams are among the best in the world because they do this not just on the big cases, they do this on all the cases because the video is what the district attorney expects, what juries want to see is, can you show me a movie of his whole...
Boy, oh boy. This guy's talking about juries already, huh? It's fascinating. Because I don't know what the jury pool is going to look like. But from the comment sections that I've seen out there, oh boy. I feel like it's going to be tough to get a unanimous, you know, a convicting vote in a jury room on this one. Even if it's an obvious, even if it's an open and shut case. Ah, boy. All right, we're actually going to stick with CNN just for purely masochistic reasons. See what this ex-bodyguard of the slain CEO has to say.
A portrait is emerging of Brian Thompson, a 20-year veteran of United Healthcare, a high school and college valedictorian. He was also married and had 2 children, but had separated from his wife, and they lived in different homes. CNN's Whitney Wild is live in Minnetonka, Minnesota, where United Healthcare is headquartered. Whitney, what are you learning about who Brian Thompson was and what he meant to that community?
Well, Laura, what is very clear in talking with people who knew him, they affectionately called him BT, is that he leaves behind a legacy of...
Everybody, including all the people who I hear wrote him very nasty letters. We were just hearing recently, and you remember yesterday, if I recall correctly, we were listening to a video about how this guy had received a ton of threats from people ostensibly who had... you know, either been denied, had loved ones' claims denied, or whatever else. So I assume it's a very close-knit group of people calling him by nicknames. I assume the rest of, well, I mean, I guess everybody was probably calling him nicknames, but some of them were less affectionate than others.
Passion and of leadership. He was a good colleague, a good friend, a good parent. What we learned in speaking with people who knew him in his past and in his present was that he took a lot of time to think about other people. For example, he spent quite a bit of time working with the Special...
It's a lot of money.
Olympics. Here are a couple of the people who knew him way back when his roots ran through Jewell, Iowa, and today working with him at the Special Olympics.
If you'd look at his class of '93 classmates, they would all tell you that they knew he was going to strive to be something big.
You have somebody who was incredibly smart. He was very good at the work he did. He was had this attention, and he would get into the details. He also
Seriously, Aaron W. Seriously, CNN loves this guy. They're doing biopics on him right now. They are heartbroken over this. I did not expect quite this tone deaf of a analysis from CNN. Even though even though I've grown to expect a certain level of tone deafness from them and all this, but I think we get it. The guy was a person. Also, his job was to cause people a great deal of misery. So, you know, there's that dichotomy going on. Unfortunately, CNN doesn't find that to be all that important. Let's go, where's this interview with this bodyguard? Oh, it's up here. There it is. I listened to this at like 2x originally, so here we go.
Provided Thompson with security in the 2000s as he actually was rising through the ranks at United Healthcare. Philip Klein is the CEO of Klein Investigations, and he joins me now. Philip, thank you for joining. When you heard about Brian Thompson walking early in the morning, alone, no security.
Oh, how could he?
Odd to you?
So strange.
It was baffling, to be honest with you. You know, you get somebody in the #1 health.
You know what? If it's baffling, if anybody in your circle finds it baffling that you're not walking with security at any particular time of the day, I would say you're not super in touch with normal people. You know, am I wrong? Am I the one who's wrong for this? Because I mean, me personally, I don't walk around with security. There's no security on the space station. I am my own security. All right, and so it's just weird. It's weird when people talk about, oh, it's so strange you didn't have security with him at this time, 6 in the morning, totally normal time to have your security detail with you, of course.
Organization in the United States of America who is a corporate executive.
I can pay to have somebody with me protecting me at all times of the day, 24/7.
Follow the rich white man.
Ranking one, as a matter of fact, just sitting on the board of directors, and he has no protection around him. That is just baffling. I don't understand it. We still don't understand.
Wow, is someone accusing me of being a peasant for not having security detail? Wow, it's true. I'm a fake lord. No security detail.
It
Come
could
on.
have been one of two things. Come on! According to the teams that we've listened to today, and of course the news media giving us information. One, it could have been a personal choice. He may have not liked living in the bubble, and that's what we call somebody that is in the middle that we are protecting. It's called the bubble. We're around him, even when he goes to
The bubble. Jesus Christ, do you hear this shit? Usually we have an entire bubble. This guy usually has the protection of the president, okay? Jesus Christ. Has Eric Adams spoken on this yet? I don't think he has. I haven't seen any responses. I'm subscribed to all the New York stations, ABC, CBS, all of the New York stations, I'm on them. I haven't seen any. Silence from Eric Adams. And also, thank you for the super chat. Okay, I think we've heard enough from this guy. It's interesting, though, to hear that this guy was expected to have security with him at all times. To me, it's a strange vibe. It's a strange life to be living, that if you're not like in government, but you're just so goddamn rich, you're so wealthy that you just, you can just pay people to be around you at all times, just to keep your very important body safe. Medicare for all. Medicare for all indeed, chat. Oh. Alright, so these are in pretty much chronological order, aside from the very last one. 13 hours ago, Forbes breaking news. They got hold of some new security camera footage showing the suspect. Ooh, that does appear to be the suspect. I was thinking to myself earlier, like they were talking about there was like a $10,000 reward for this guy. I feel like I could draw his backpack better than I could draw his face. Right? Like, Like, his backpack is more memorable than the face. Did I say rememberable? That's definitely not a word. Memorable. Why is this paused? I couldn't tell. Did he put something in the trash there? It does look like he put something in the trash there, doesn't it? It almost looks like he laid something down in between two bags. Yeah. Are they claiming he's 6'2"? No. No. He's like normal height. This dude is like normal height. He's like 5'11". He's like 5'11", 5'10", maybe, actually. He does not look that tall. Maybe, I mean, it's hard from this angle, but it just doesn't look like it. Hard to tell. Okay. What else we got on this? He's got to be at least 3'4". That I can get behind. That I can get behind. Probably at least 3'4". At least that much, I can say. It's almost a guarantee. Unless somehow New York City just got a lot smaller. Oh, let's talk about the online debate. Channel 4 News with the story here.
So why has there been so much online vitriol about the brutal slaying of the boss of United Healthcare?
Of course, I would have been happy to send my condolences after the United Healthcare CEO was killed this afternoon. However, unfortunately, sympathy requires a prior authorization. I have to deny that request.
A massive manhunt for the suspect connected.
The truth is, as much as the Manhattan murder has shocked America, it's also shone a harsh spotlight on the much reviled health insurance industry, especially since police discovered the words deny, depose, defend on the bullet shell casings found at the scene that echo the title of a book criticizing similar words used by insurance firms when they deny medical claims.
Every single year, insurance.
What did CNN call it? Derogatory, derogatory language.
Companies kill thousands of people because they denied them the coverage that they have been paying for.
United Healthcare is America's biggest health insurance company, but also ranks as one of its worst when it comes to reimbursing people for their health care and even denying them the ability to have procedures in the first place.
I'm actually a little bit surprised this hasn't happened more often to CEOs of healthcare companies in the US.
The online vitriol has reportedly led to other insurers stepping up security.
Yeah, and I think this is the important part of all this, is really, at least for me personally, as I've been sort of taking all of this in over the last few days, is really the public sentiment around it, and how I think it reflects the rampant inequality in our system, people's sort of disenfranchisement from that system, and feeling as though, you know, single individuals have say over them, unelected, private, moneyed people get to make huge decisions for everyone, and I think that's the thing that we really, if anything, need to focus in on, because I find myself trying my very best not to be, flat out gleeful about it, because that's wrong. I try to be a pretty consistent person, ethically speaking, and we've been, I don't know, for the last year talking about war crimes and things like that. And this is still a crime, not a war crime, but you know what I mean? But I think, in fact, like the underlying tone of all of this, I think is hugely important. One, the way that the media is covering it, and two, the way that it's being received in the social fabric, if you will. All right, let's watch the rest of this. It's not that long.
The top bosses, and one firm, Blue Cross, even reversed a policy that would have limited reimbursements for anesthesia during surgery.
So I'd say out of nowhere at all, we've decided to roll back our new policy on anesthesia.
One healthcare entrepreneur said he was stunned by the online backlash.
It's really shocking to see this vitriol and hate. The lack of empathy shocks me, but I understand the frustration towards the industry. But to take Brian Thompson and make him the scapegoat for everything that you dislike about the industry or dislike about healthcare in the United States is sickening to me.
So was the alleged gunman a hired hitman, or did he have an axe to grind with United Healthcare? Was he or...
Yeah, as you can see, healthcare entrepreneurs are very, very just upset about all of this and the fact that people could be ambiguous about this in any way. But not sure he's really looking at the whole picture. Was that true? Did United Healthcare start using AI to determine whether or not to deny healthcare claims? I think I actually heard a rumor about that. We didn't cover it, but huh. Okay, let's go here. This is the most recent sort of piece of, I guess you would call, evidence that has come out on all of this. This is very recent. 3 hours ago this came out. Eyewitness News, ABC 7. New York backpack believed to belong to suspected CEO shooter recovered from Central Park.
We're following some breaking news right now in the assassination of that CEO of United Healthcare. A source tells ABC News that police have just discovered what is suspected to be the backpack carried by the suspected shooter of Brian Thompson. The bag was found in Central Park, where the police had deployed officers and drones.
Eyewitness News reporter Josh Einiger is there, where police are still looking for the evidence, in particular that backpack now, Josh.
Yeah, Bill, Liz, this is an enormous break in the case. This is exactly why police were searching here in the park really over the last several days, and really specifically in the last couple of hours, with a huge show of force. And as you said, a source close to the law enforcement source familiar with the investigation telling ABC News that the backpack the shooter was wearing when he committed this crime Wednesday morning and was believed to have ditched in the park, that bag has now been recovered. What's in it, we don't know. What type of evidence is in it that could help identify him, still we don't know, and the police are just starting to get through it. But of course it's...
Okay, well, there we go. They found the backpack. Now, do we go to this one first? Yeah. Let's go to this. This story came around the same time, just 4 hours ago. WPRI. United Healthcare CEO's fatal shooting prompts security concerns for executives.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Tony, thank you. Developing news. The search for the gunman who killed United Health's CEO has expanded to New Jersey and Connecticut. Police now believe the suspect left New York City on a bus shortly after the shooting on Wednesday morning. Tonight, we're learning more about some of the steps companies take to protect their leaders. Hannah Cotter joins us now live. And Hannah, you spoke with the owner of a local security company today.
Mike, former federal agent Steve Quartino owns Discreet Investigative Solutions and often works with high-profile and high-net-worth clients. 50-year-old Brian Thompson was shot and killed Wednesday morning as he was leaving his New York City hotel alone, heading to an investor meeting. The United Healthcare CEO's death is shining a light on security and how companies protect their leadership.
Somebody of that high net worth and somebody in the public light should have had some type of security detail with him, you know, doing in advance.
Former federal agent Steve Cortino owns Discreet Investigative Solutions in Hope, Rhode Island. He says his team investigates online and through local law enforcement before determining what type of security to provide a client.
Is it just primary security or is it secondary for the family and the children and stuff like that? And it's based on...
This guy strikes me as former police officer. Big time. Big time. I'm sure he's got some real sweet techniques on protecting people too. Oh boy. Poor executives having to spend all this money on security to keep themselves safe. My God. Let's go to this channel. What's this? Hassan Nabi? Hassan Nabi. Oh no, this is so sad. Title of the video.
That's interesting. It's usually let's talk about the story. United Healthcare CEO gets murked by a hitman. Now, of course, I must urge you not to Fed post in this chat, even though I think this is one of the first instances where I've ever seen so much universal support for something that is so criminal. You know what I mean? Honestly, I don't know.
Why are they highlighting this? Well, that's a great question. But they did it multiple videos now talking about all this security that they're clearly paying for, right? I find it fascinating because it's incredibly out of touch. Nobody, aside from a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of people, can afford security like this. Let alone 24-hour-a-day security. Like they were saying, it says it happened at 6 in the morning. Right? And the fact is, somebody in the chat was talking about the AI and how this guy helped implement it. I mean, think about it. I mean, using AI to get rid of jobs that once got rid of people, right? Now we don't even have to pay people to get rid of people's health insurance. Two birds, one stone. Now we can just pay executives. There'll be just executives, robots, and AI. And that'll be the healthcare company. It'll be the whole industry. It'll be great for everybody, I'm sure. Society. Healthcare outcomes, especially, I'm sure. There'll be no negative effects there. We have 20 likes. That's a lot of likes. Is there something that I'm supposed to do about that? Ooh. Okay. Got some Gary. And we got a little Jessica.
Oh, we're living in interesting times. We're living in scary times. We're living in interesting times. Let's take a look at the story.
Style killing. The killer is at large, but he left behind a trail of clues here at the scene that may lead police to him and to a possible motive, suggesting anger with the insurance industry. This morning, a frantic manhunt for the man authorities.
So this dude, big homie over here, okay, Mr. CEO, walking up to his hotel, okay, having a wonderful day. You know, he's like, man, I can't wait to get a child with cancer, no coverage, so their family is saddled with medical debt. You know, just a regular old.
Oh my God, it's horrifying. But that is basically what it is, right? It's an industry bent on, enriching already enriched people on the backs of people and families with people who are dying. It's horrifying. Hold on, I'm trying to give you your third support character because I do see that you deserve a third one. There you go.
for Mr. CEO. He's just like walking over to my medical conference where I'm going to go, hang out with a bunch of other CEOs and we're going to talk about how many claims we denied. I assume that's what's happening in the mind of a healthcare CEO.
It's probably what's
any
happening.
Given Sunday,
I would guess.
Right? Like you got to be constantly thinking like, man, $35 billion in pure profit this year. What a banger. Artificial
Great job,
intelligence
me.
to deny claims, 90% of which are actually wrong. What a fantastic invention I engaged in. The medical innovation.
90% error rate. That's not, historically good.
Oh my Lord. The amount of coverage that we can just deny because we made up some random AI thing. So sick. Like that's probably what's going on in his mind. Okay. I mean, he's up early. That Sigma grind set. It's 6 a.m. He up early as hell thinking about all the ways in which he's going to ruin the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Because if you're that rich and that's your job,
Yeah, if you didn't hear it, what he's talking about is what we were just talking about a second ago, is that this guy, this CEO, decided to introduce a system, an AI, so an artificial intelligence-based system, rather than having workers do it. Why not pay a one-time fee to get a little software set up to automatically reject and or approve, but it sounds like they were doing much more rejecting than approving. A system, just get and who cares if it's actually artificially stupid because it had a 90% fail rate, meaning only 10% of the time it was correct. No one would ever be able to, go through a job doing something like that, I don't think. But thankfully we have algorithms now and AGI, things like that. We can try and test the waters on replacing entire workforces with this kind of really dysfunctional stuff. But the great stuff about that is that you don't have to pay health insurance for robot employees, And if you're a health insurer, why would you want to also insure your employees? It's a unnecessary cost burden.
Why the are you up at 6 a.m.? You know what I mean? Like, why are you up 6 a.m.? Turns out this guy, he out grindsetted the grindset CEO. Turns out he's up at 6 a.m. This motherfucker's up at 4 a.m. Okay? God. There's always a guy out there working harder, working smarter. He was like, oh yeah, you're up at 6 a.m.? Guess what, dude? You're down at 6:30. Dude. Okay? That's what he said. Walks up to him, bloom, blap, bloom. Now, those weren't the sounds that came out of that gun because as you can see, this is a very long barrel. Guess what? That's not a barrel. That is a silencer. That's right. Now, the interesting part about that is, no, this was not a fart. It was silent but deadly, but it was not a fart.
Wow.
Okay? It was a suppressor on his pistol and most likely using was subsonic rounds as well. That's the speculation on why he had to constantly
I thought I was struggling to show empathy for this guy, but Hassan is, wow, he is taking it to another level right now.
Chamber after, what is that what's called? Like when your gun is jamming, basically, which was really crazy because
it's not a silencer, it's the model. No, that's a good point. We did talk about that, didn't we? Yesterday. How it's like a gun with a built-in sort of suppressor, sort of a weird, I think it's like what's it called? What did we call it? It was it's like a bolt action.
It looked like an open and shut, like, professional case. And the reason why I say that is because he was so cool throughout this entire process. I don't mean cool like, oh my God, he's like swagged out. That's a totally separate conversation. I mean, like, he was cool as a cucumber. Like, he was very calm throughout this process. He was very thorough. Now, people were saying that maybe it was because he wanted to get the casings after every shot, like collected, professional hitman style, Sicario style. Turns out he wanted to leave the casings there, as a matter of fact, because he wrote stuff on the casings. He wrote stuff on the shells, which is wild. I mean, when I first saw the story,
that's full on, that's Full Metal Jacket reference right there. Is what that is.
the media coverage over it. I thought it was very funny that people were like, this healthcare CEO got executed in broad daylight in the middle of New York City and the motive is unknown. And I was like, yeah, no, I think the motive is known. Like, it's one of those guys where I don't think this was a gay lovers quarrel, you know? I don't think this was like, oh, his ex-wife called out a hit on him. Like, it's like, that would be a unique setting. You know what I mean? It's like, it's one of those situations where it's like, if you heard Vladimir Putin got assassinated, you wouldn't be like, I wonder what the motive is here. You know what I mean? Like, there's many motives.
Was that in Leon the
that
Professional
situation,
too? I'm trying to think back now.
Like, I doubt someone is doing that over the anger that they feel towards some kind of new tax that Vladimir Putin implemented.
This video shooting and killing Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Healthcare. Police said it was no
What's crazy is motherfucker was wearing a quarter zip in this profile picture. Like, at this point, it's such a meme. Like, these guys, they love their quarter zips, dude. I'm sorry. Like, what are we doing, dude? Why? You took a headshot, no pun intended, and you were repping the quarters.
Wow, dude. Oh my
God.
God.
What are we doing here? What's going on?
Wow.
Nothing else?
Jesus Christ, my guy. Oh boy.
Who's got quarter zips?
Every indication is that this was a premeditated, pre-planned,
Too soon. It's too soon for that pun.
The gun appears to have a silencer and jammed. When the shooter cleared it, police say he fired again.
From watching the video, it does seem that he's proficient in the use of firearms, as he was able to clear the malfunctions pretty quickly.
So that's a really interesting predicament because on the one hand, I don't know enough about guns, at least like suppressors and subsonic rounds, but like I feel like if he was like a massive pro, I suspect that like some things that he did made me think that he is professional, but some things that he did made me not feel like he's professional. I feel like when he has a suppressor.
I mean, one thing they were saying just now is they think that he was on some sort of a budget. So maybe he was pro, but he just, didn't have the funds.
On, shouldn't you be testing that at some point to make sure that it doesn't jam? Am I wrong about this? Gun perverts, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel as though, like, is it that inconsistent that even if...
Now, this is pure speculation, but maybe he spent all his money on medical bills? I don't know.
Even if you have a pistol, even if you have a suppressor, even if you test it out ahead of time, it still has the capacity to jam. So like that kind of made me feel like maybe this is not a pro, but also the fact that he cleared it and walked slowly and continued, eyes on the prize, that made me think he is a pro. The gun isn't jamming. Subsonic rounds don't have enough power to move the slide all the way. Yeah, that's what I assume. But the fact he was proficient in clearing the jam means he was expecting it to jam. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, putting myself in his shoes in a situation, not when I'm like, executing the fucking CEO of a healthcare company that is responsible for denied coverage to tens.
You think Hassan's shoulders look small? He's using some sort of a shoulder filter to make his shoulders look smaller? Wow. Yeah, I don't know. I hadn't even considered his shoulders until I saw your chats about it. Are you saying they're small for Hassan or small for like a human being?
Of thousands of Americans. I'm just saying, like, in a situation where like I'm shooting a gun.
Oh, you think he's doing it to counter the small head claims? It could be, and it could be. I have heard this. I have heard of these small head conspiracy theories.
At a
I think he's got a normal sized head.
Jams. I don't have the technical proficiency to deal with it. I'm gonna freak the f out. The fact that he was able to clear it while continuing to walk made me feel like he knew what he was doing. Interesting stuff. So yeah, United Healthcare CEO is shot. A real doop doop doop situation. Okay, the guy just walks away. That is obviously an interesting story in and of itself, but I think one of the more interesting aspects of the story isn't even necessarily like the casings that he left on scene that said the words deny, defend, and depose, according to ABC News, which, by the way, is very similar to title of the book, Delay, Deny, Defend, Why Insurance Companies Don't Pay Claims and What You Can Do About It by J.M. Feynman. Shooter
derogatory language. I'll never forget that CNN called that derogatory language against insurance companies. Like, the way they said it made it sound like it was tantamount to racism. I felt like the next thing they were gonna do is like call this guy an anti-Semite or something. It was like that was like the vibe. That was the vibe. how are we doing on time? We're an hour in. Oh, we got some shit to talk still, don't we? I should probably move this faster.
Healthcare Chief Executive Brian Thompson wrote, "Deny, defend, depose on the shell casings. The words echo the name of a book about how insurers won't pay claims. It's an earthquake for corporate America."
Police say it was around 6:45 a.m. Wednesday when the suspect, pictured at a Starbucks before the shooting, gunned
Why am
down
I on
Thompson
Top
as he
Chat
was
all of a
walking
sudden?
alone into the Hilton for
I
an
never
investors
asked for
conference.
this.
And in new video overnight, the shooter seen here about 20 minutes before the shooting.
They're looking for a male about 5 feet 10 inches in height.
Yo, by the way, don't get mad at me. I don't want to be like inappropriate here, but he looks kind of hot, dude. I cannot be the only person who immediately went, wow, clearly this guy has interesting style and also is kind of attractive, which is part of the reason why I thought if they catch him and he gets his message.
The first thing I thought was he was just like a super nondescript sort of white guy. That's what I thought. I mean, me and Hassan, we're not the same people though. We don't think the exact same way on all things. Honestly, I barely watch Hassan, but sometimes I just feel like he's a great resource. And he's also, he's fucking huge, right? Not in size, but like in terms of his reach. So I feel like it's good to get a sense of what's going on over here at the Hassanabi Industrial Complex.
And he's hot, it's going to be a far more consequential problem. They should let him go. Honestly, I'm not even joking when I say this. They should let him go, because if they catch him and they arrest him and then he gets to talk and says, this is why I did it, it's gonna be a Shinzo Abe situation. It already has become a Shinzo Abe situation. And that's actually the truly interesting part about this story. Now, America, we have gun violence all day, every day. And
very true.
Usually, the gun violence that occurs is some random guy.
Yeah, but you may or may not be aware of this. We've kind of stopped doing it because of just how depressing it was making the stream, honestly. But, we used to start the stream every single day with covering the gun violence in America because I strongly object to what gun culture is doing to the United States in general. But, the fact is I look at these videos every day. There's some subscribed to so many different just local news stations across the United States, just so I can be aware of what's happening in all the states. I'm pretty sure at this point I'm subscribed to a station in every single state, including Hawaii. But that means I also see every story every day. I click on these videos, I see what's going on in the comment sections, and the response between what you usually see in the comment sections on these videos, which is usually pretty varied, right? People, thoughts and prayers, some very racist comments usually. There's a section of just argument, just people getting into arguments, right? But in these comment sections, there's been none of that. There's been none of any of that. Almost no arguments. It's just basically comment after comment of people saying, claim denied, wah wah, and it's wild.
Who loses their minds for one reason or another, ends up killing some of the most marginalized people in society. It's either a white supremacist teenager who wants to kill black and brown people, go to El Paso, to Walmart in El Paso, shoots as many brown people as possible, goes to a black neighborhood deliberately in Buffalo, shoots as many black people as possible. God, yeah. It's either stuff like that, or again, someone who's very clearly mentally ill that goes and kills classmates, right? That's the norm. Yeah. It's not the norm. And I said this when Donald Trump was shot. It's not the norm when you got a shooter who's I'm actually going to do something consequential. I'm actually going to effectively identify where the vectors of my demise are, and I'm going to target them. That's not normal. And that's precisely the reason why when it's business as usual mass shootings, everybody goes, ugh, thoughts, prayers, whatever, right? But when this happens, they're like, whoa, whoa, whoa, you can't do that. That's a rich guy. That's an important guy.
That's exactly what CNN's been doing. They're doing an entire biopic on this guy. You just got done looking at it. CNN just talking about this entire guy's life, telling us about his nicknames, BT, or whatever it was. Hassan Piker 28. Yeah, you think you'll run for president?
Guy who has power. You can't do that. That's not allowed. Go school children. The f do you mean? The f do you mean you killed a goddamn United Healthcare CEO? Excuse me. Those
Unacceptable.
are your lords and your masters.
Illegal.
What do you mean? No, you're supposed to take your anger out on random Americans, dumbass.
Does anybody remember who here used to watch this stream when, I think there's at least a few, I can see at least a few people here when we used to do that, because we did it for months. Like, how many times did we end those videos with them saying, 0 leads, police say they're looking into it, and then that was the end of it. But this happens, and they're talking about, like, a worldwide manhunt. Get Interpol on it, get the CIA. I mean, we gotta figure out what the fuck happened here, people. Like, it's a completely different tone.
It's really interesting when a peasant rises up against the Lord, you know? What I realized is when I see situations like that, maybe it's because I cover so much death and so much destruction that, like, it doesn't really faze me that much. I mean, I'm always like, that's interesting. It's usually the
I'm sorry. I'm not even laughing at what's happening here. It's the best. It's the best. You know, I think we're probably going to see that. That documentary will be coming out over the next week, okay? You write that down. We'll be 60 minutes, probably do a little docu piece on him entitled BT, The Incredible Journey.
I have. I didn't realize I wasn't alone. I thought I was alone. I thought there was something wrong with my brain, you know? People took it way further than me. You go on TikTok. I went on TikTok. I saw the news coverage, and I would look at the comments, and literally everyone in the comments is like, oh my God, can you more CEOs, please? I was like, what the what do you mean? Hello? On Facebook, on your
Okay. That's enough Hassan. I'm sorry, people. We can't just get sucked into watching Hassan all night. That's crazy.
That's too much, man.
Got more things to talk about, including the fact that Donald Trump has appointed a crypto czar. Apparently, that's going to be a thing. There's crypto and AI. It's a combination position. Apparently, you can be covering 2 different things. Probably good, since both are about as useful to society as the other. And you could probably, do away with the position almost immediately by once becoming czar, just declaring both, illegal.
Illegal.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the election. I know it's been a long time, and it was very painful for everyone. It's been an entire month, and at this point, you're thinking to yourself, "Can we not? Can we not talk about the election? Because I want to forget about it forever." I was hoping to, burn a hole in my brain where that memory was residing. Well, just hold off on that. I would personally say, look into other options first. And before doing that as well, let's talk about it just a little bit. And I don't think we've ever
constant state
yeah.
Defense.
Now,
and
you're screwing me. You're screwing me. Trying to make this a surprise. I don't think you've ever watched this channel on this channel, but this is about to happen. I think you probably heard the voice. I'm guessing you know what's coming. Little Cody Shody time.
Oh!
I just ate a whole
Jesus
bird,
Christ.
beak and all. Or bill, depending on what type of bird it is. I didn't check.
Mm.
Hey, how's it going?
Less
Did you have
beak,
a
I
nice
would assume.
Thanksgiving? Me neither.
Mm.
Okay. Well, what else is new? That Kraven the Hunter movie is coming out soon, supposedly. I mean, yeesh. They keep delaying that.
That's pretty
What's
exciting.
the deal with that? What other movie news? Ben Stiller
Mhm.
is joining the new Happy Gilmore movie, so that's...
It is all pretty exciting. All right, we're going to skip past the intro. There we go. I'm sorry. We got a schedule here, okay?
Let's talk about Trump. Whoops. Yeah. Whoops. Oopsie. The world is sliding into authoritarian rule. Our bad. Oh! Gadzooks off fiddlesticks. Fascism. So here's some news. Donald Trump, a rapist and racist and fascist and a very dumb
Illegal.
and incompetent criminal with bad ideas who wants to do Nazi stuff and tank our entire economy in the process,
Immediately,
and
if
sucked
not
off a
sooner.
microphone and will exclusively cater to the ultra-wealthy with absolutely no guardrails or resistance, and will likely try to deport millions of innocent people while dooming our country to becoming a charred and crumbling wasteland where we have to wonder if the climate change will kill us faster than the nukes, is the next president of the United States of America.
Nah.
Shoot. Additionally, it looks like the Republicans will officially have majority control over all of Congress, the whole thing. And so as of filming this, the legislative, executive, and judicial branches will all be under very hard right Republican rule.
But why would this have happened, Cody? Please explain to us.
Are people stupid?
Oh, no.
Great question. Surprisingly, the answer is mostly no. The American people aren't stupid. I mean, some people are stupid. And while a lot of them are apparently pretty racist and sexist, or at the very least, don't care that they voted for a very racist and sexist guy,
So bold
it's not
strategy,
exclusively
Cotton.
that
Let's see if
either.
it pays off
People
for 'em.
are, however, generally very ignorant when it comes to politics. Like, a lot of us, including we here at the Shody, often forget that most people aren't weird political nerds. And I think after Trump's first victory, a lot of people just assumed that Americans, when faced with what was presented as an aberration, would become more involved. But it turns out that Trump did the opposite of that, at least according to the data we have.
That's
partly because he wasn't
not
so much
good.
an aberration, but rather an extension of and permission slip for the Republican Party.
No.
But by the end of his first term,
So
the
very
majority
sad
of political
making.
posts on Twitter, an already niche sample, came from just 10% of users. So that's a fraction of people. Meanwhile, most people at this time were either casual followers of politics or completely checked out. By the end of 2023 and at the start of the election, everyone was exhausted by politics and had a generally negative view of both candidates. And hey,
That's not great. That's not great.
they weren't wrong. We can argue until we're blue in our sexy faces that the reason politics got more exhausting is because of Trump, but Americans weren't paying enough attention to listen because people are busy. They have kids to raise, dogs to walk, cats to be dismissive of them.
That's a very
they work
cute cat.
all day at the office or dildo factory or Lockheed Martin or
So
all
true.
three. They watch Grey's
Sometimes you
Anatomy.
gotta-
There are over 20 seasons of that show.
Sometimes you gotta work at Lockheed Martin and the dildo factory to make ends meet, and that's just life. It's a sad, sad life in the sad system that we have built for ourselves. Well, not we, but, people before us and things like that.
I have no idea what it's about. I assume the genitals of some guy named Gray. To be clear, I'm not being dismissive of these hardworking dildo factory workers obsessed with a fictional man's penis, but rather I'm being dismissive of me, of us, of political junkies who can oftentimes forget that most people aren't as plugged in, and in fact want nothing more than to tune it out. It's Joey Pants in The Matrix eating the steak. Ignorance, bliss, etc. You've seen the film.
Oh, okay. I like that
So
analogy.
that's all to say that kissing babies apparently still works in this country. Not literally, babies are disgusting. But it turns out that if a mediocre or perhaps terrible white dude in a suit simply speaks with authority and acts like he has a plan or...
Yeah, he had a concept of a plan. It was really... I had a very good concept of a plan. And that took me to the hill because Democrats didn't have a concept of a plan. They were like, Donald Trump has a good concept. Maybe we could kind of do that concept. I was like, hey, I came up with that concept. What do you think you're doing? Unfair.
Illegal.
What can we do about these checked out, the non-paying attention voters,
Concept of a plan.
Cody?
He can bullshit his way to win an election. Obviously, there's more to it, and we will get to all of that. Nothing is ever one thing. But, for example, it seems like most Americans don't know anything about how the economy works. Why would they? It's money and math. That's two of the worst things ever. You can explain all you want that the rate of inflation is going down, or that the president doesn't control gas prices, or that certain decisions might look good but create a sense of false prosperity. But all people see is what's in front of them right now.
That's not good. That's not good. That's not a solution. Please hold. I'm sure there's a solution in here somewhere, some sort of revelation on what it is that Democrats did wrong, or somebody. I don't know.
Are Democrats stupid? Yes. This time, the answer is a hard yes. I'm not talking about voters, obviously. I'm talking about the extremely dim people running the Democratic Party, a party that seemingly has nothing to offer the American people. We talked in our Reagan episode about how Carter and the establishment Dems aggressively rejected New Deal politics, aimed more for the center, and were promptly demolished by Ronnie. And yet it's painfully clear they learned nothing from that loss.
Come on.
Boy.
That's unfair.
Don't want to say I told you so.
That's unfair, Cody. People are supposed to learn things from the past.
Instead, I'm just going to smirk silently for a second. I forgot how to smile. What I'm getting at is that the last huge victory for Democrats didn't involve a guy pandering to Republicans in the center. It was a black man literally running on the word change while saying he wants to tax the rich and create universal health care. Never mind if Obama kept his progressive promises, he still ran on them while the Republicans tried to label him a terrorist. And then he won. Twice. America's desire for a non-establishment leader with clear calls to action amazingly exceeded its racism. The dude's middle name is Hussein. They try to remind you of that all the time. And so you think that just by glancing at that one campaign alone, the Democrats would have a clear path to victory going forward. That people, all people, don't like how America is shaping up. We're not happy with the status quo here. And so, no matter their politics, people will gravitate towards someone with a bold-sounding plan that addresses our desires to change.
Bold and change, you say? What? That doesn't make any sense. I don't understand these words. Who is this? You don't know Cody of Cody Shody, a.k.a. Some More News? He is old school. I'm shocked that anybody in my chat would not know who Cody is. But if you're not familiar, go find Some More News. Great channel. They've been on the YouTubes for a very long time. Doing the news. There's some more of it. Oh, it's probably true. It's probably a good point. Warmbo has probably wiped that viewer's memory. Oh, naughty Warmbo. Alright. You know what's weird? The leader, the new leader of the Progressive Party, Greg, I think it's pronounced Kassar. Could be wrong on that pronunciation. Came out to say some words about people, specifically Democrats, just earlier today.
So now please join me in welcoming our chair-elect of the Progressive Caucus, Greg Casar.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Jayapal. Our entire caucus and the entire country really owe you an enormous debt for what you've accomplished for working people, for what you fought for. There are so many Americans that their city didn't go bankrupt, their family didn't lose their house, their grandmother or grandfather didn't get deported. They were able to keep a roof over their heads because of work that you did that people may never know that you did. And you did it because you love people, and we see that every single day. We're so grateful to you. To the colleagues who gave me their vote and their confidence, thank you. I'm honored to follow in the footsteps of giants like Senator Bernie Sanders, like Chairwoman Jayapal, Mark Pocan, Raul Grijalva, Keith Ellison, Barbara Lee, Lynn Woolsey, and so many others. And, you know, even though I'm the first person that represents a Republican-dominated state, Barbara Lee is a Texan herself, and so, you know, maybe I'm the second. I'm stepping into this leadership role alongside so many champions for working people who were also just unanimously elected at our caucus meeting.
Wait, hold on. We can't watch this whole thing. I just wanted to start it off, kind of get you... I honestly... Part of the reason why I'm watching this is because I want to familiarize myself with this guy, because he's apparently the new chair of the Progressive Caucus, so he makes him an important person to people like us, I would say, at least in my estimation. But let me move slightly into this when he starts talking about some of the issues and specifically the most recent election.
Old chair of this caucus during the last Trump administration. And she wasted no time in strengthening this caucus.
Oops, sorry, this is a little too early. I think around here is where you start saying it.
Political Action Committee, the Progressive Caucus, PAC. That's a lot. That's a lot for a person to do. Thank you so much for that. And those efforts had an impact. It was the Progressive Caucus working with those groups that held the line over and over, that brought Build Back Better through the House and brought us the Inflation Reduction Act, which had the biggest climate investments in American history, as well as price negotiation for critical medicines and drugs, and a huge victory for the people over Big Pharma. It was the Progressive Caucus that helped influence and pass the landmark American Rescue Plan, and it was the Progressive Caucus that laid the foundation for the Biden-Harris administration's executive action agenda. It was because of the Progressive Caucus members and their leadership that we had the cancellation of over $167 billion in student debt. We had guaranteed overtime for millions more American workers being put into effect by the Biden administration. The Biden administration established an Office of Gun Violence Prevention because of the advocacy of our caucus and our members. None of this would have happened not only without the Progressive Caucus, but also without Chairwoman Jayapal's leadership.
Sorry, people.
In fact, I
This
believe
is not where I
that
wanted
if the
it.
Democratic Party,
Oh.
this is a little off my script, if the Democratic Party was a little bit more like Chairwoman Jayapal and a little less like Joe Manchin, I think we would have won this election. I think we would have won this election. Because I hear pundit after pundit talking about how the Democratic Party should focus more on wages, housing, and child
Preach.
care. Well, guess what? It was the Progressive Caucus that brought to the floor,
Mhm.
over our own party's opposition at times, wages, housing, and child care. And if we had passed wages, housing, and child care because they were progressive priorities, I think that working people would have showed up to the polls in much greater numbers. And
Blam. He said it exactly as I wish I would be saying. Wish I could say it that way every single time we talk about this, because it's exactly right. If they had stopped doing a Joe Manchin fucking impression and instead embraced working people, progressive values, like anything leftist at all for those 3 months, gotten that message out there effectively, rather than backpedaling into the arms of Liz, aka Lynn Cheney, if you get it, you get it. But you get what I'm saying here. Like, oh man. So yeah, this I think that was just a great, soundbite from this guy. I haven't looked enough into him, honestly, like in terms of what his record is and how much like time he spent. I honestly don't know in government, but just seemed like a good thing for us to hit up there. I think he's from Texas. Although I don't know if that's where he's the representative of currently. Hold on, I'll look him up. Give me a second. Okay, he is a member of Texas's government, 35th Congressional District of Texas. He's only been in office for a short time. But he was in Austin City Council for about 7 years, it looks like. So he started in local government, it would seem. 35 years old. Okay. Moving on. And this isn't even on the thumbnail, it's not even the title. But this is, this is huge. This is huge right now. Apparently, according to reports, Joe Biden has been considering preemptive pardons on potential Trump admin targets. See what Corinne Jean-Pierre, I think she had answers or was answering questions on this. Yeah.
Thanks, Corinne. Is the president considering blanket pardons for either individuals or groups of people who are fearful of potentially being targeted by the incoming Trump administration?
So look, I'm not going to get ahead of the president, but what I can say is that the president is reviewing other pardons and commutations, and I do want to lay out a little bit of the history, the history the president has taken over the last almost 4 years, actions that he's taken, because it's important to note that the president has so far issued 20 individual pardons and 122 commutations. He's issued more sentence commutations at this point in his presidency than any of his recent predecessors at the same point in their first terms. This is in addition to groundbreaking categorical pardons that the president issued to address marijuana possession, convictions, military convictions in the LGBTQ plus community. And as recently as April, if you go back a couple of months, the president issued 11 pardons, 5 commutations for individuals convicted of nonviolent drug offenses who demonstrated a commitment to rehabilitation. So there certainly will be more to say, just more broadly speaking. And as you know, commutations and pardons are usually done when it's the president's final term historically around the holidays, and so certainly there'll be more to come. Anything outside of that, I would say that I'm not going to get into deliberations, private deliberations, and I'm just not going to get ahead of the president.
Okay. Why not pardon everyone who voted for Kamala? That's a good idea. I like that. Let's get into that. I guess we could. Everybody just call. Is the White House? Can you call the White House? I don't think you can. You can call your senator, I think, technically. But does the White House have like a civilian phone? Maybe they do. They probably have a civilian phone line. You could probably drop them a line and say how you think that they should pardon all Kamala voters. Oh, I forgot. People were very upset about this, and let's go back here, Corinne Jean-Pierre. Talk about these pardons.
And then a different pardon question. In your first briefing here, as press secretary, you committed to speaking to the American people in, and I quote, in a transparent way, in a truthful way, and an honest way.
Okay.
Yes.
And then in July, here at this podium, you were asked about the president pardoning his son, and he said, it's a no, it will be a no, it's a no.
She did say that, it's true.
That is exactly right.
I can't wait for the next administration when he's definitely going to hold the Trump administration to account on every lie that they say. It's going to be great. I'm super excited.
It will be a no. It's a no.
Yes, and that is exactly right.
Of the president's son and that pardon, it became a yes. I'm wondering if you would like to explain to us, the American people, really why the information that you provided turned out not to be true.
And I answered this question on Monday. We spent about 30 minutes on this, almost 30 minutes, roughly 30 minutes on this particular issue. And I'm just going to reiterate what I said on Air Force One to your colleagues when I did the gaggle. And look, if you look at his statement, it's pretty comprehensive. The statement that he put out on Sunday when he made this decision to pardon his son, Hunter Biden. It's in his own voice. I think it takes you through his thinking. And he did. He wrestled with this. And again, he said in his statement, in his own voice, that he made that decision this past weekend. And the fact is, when you think about how the president got to this decision, circumstances have changed. They have. And a couple of things, and I said this. I
think the circumstances he's referring to is the fact that Kamala lost the election.
I'm staying in the race. On Monday as well, Republicans said they weren't going to let up, weren't going to stop. Recently announced Trump appointees for law enforcement.
Yeah, there's also that part of it too, I suppose. That's a good point. You got Kash Patel in there now, who thinks Donald Trump is the king. And who else is going to be CIA? Who do they? I can't remember. It's all bad though. All of it's bad. So I think we all know why. Makes sense. Okay. Thank you, Corinne. Any more? Oh, more angry questions, you say? Okay.
All of those things you laid out were known long before Thanksgiving.
Yep.
And many Americans, in reflecting the 64%, certainly understand a father's point of view. But the president was declarative. You were declarative. You didn't give room for, depending on the outcome of the election or depending on the rhetoric coming.
You know what's interesting is the same people who are right now yelling about supposed declarations that were then either rescinded on, or in this case just sort of, reversed. They were never there to complain all that much about I don't know, all of the sort of backwards language used around, say, Israel, Gaza, ceasefire stuff, red lines, aid, because they're all, if I recall correctly, reporters for, I think she's One News or is she Fox? I know this is Ducey. I can't remember what network she's at.
The potential next administration, the certainty with which the president and you portrayed the no pardon is part of where the question comes from. Because all the facts that you have outlined were well known in advance.
And I would add, there has been some circumstances that have changed this, right? Republicans not letting up, saying they won't stop, they're going to continue to do this. I mentioned the recent Trump appointees of legal enforcement positions, right? That said during the campaign they would have, they were out for retribution, and so no reason to not take them for the word. I pointed at, there was a sentencing coming up, as you all know.
That was well known.
I said there are multiple factors here. Not one thing led to this, multiple factors. And if you look at all of these, it's a combination of reasons why the president wrestled with this over the weekend and made this decision.
Now that you've had time and the president has had time to absorb how the public has responded to this, to think on it further, does he have any concerns about the fact that he had been so declarative?
What concerns?
It's clearly done.
What concerns should he have? Anybody? Can anybody name what concerns he should have about all of this? Because we talked about it earlier in this week, the number of pardons that Donald Trump gave to his allies, right? And he's only made it clear that he wants to empower those very people as he's coming into government right now. If I were Joe Biden, I'd probably be concerned too. Especially because, Republicans have an entire industry around hating him and his son. And while there may have, in fact, been some corruption done by Hunter, I don't think it ever rose to the level of interest that Republicans seem to have in all of it.
And many Americans understand as a father how he would do that. But does he have concern about his credibility or the impact it might have on future pardons?
So, and I will also say, just to bring up Clyburn again, because I think it's important, right? Because you were asking me what we said over the summer. Clyburn spoke to the president 2 weeks ago, and the president, he said, this is Clyburn's words, the president was reticent when he tried to encourage him to pardon Hunter Biden. And I think...
Is it just me? I feel like listening to Corinne recently, after Thanksgiving, listening to her, listening to Vedant, I don't know if it's like residual tryptophan or something. But I feel like I can see them looking at the goal line, like some sort of imaginary goal line, right? Like at these press conferences, I feel like I can see them just sort of like thinking, okay, how can I make this work for the next 2 months? We're so close. Because they really do. They have less than 2 months until inauguration. Right? Or until the certification. Inauguration's the 20th, right? Whatever. It's like literally 2 months from now. Okay. I wonder what these spokespeople who we've grown so accustomed to will go on to do in the future. Oh god, and now we're gonna have people like what's her name? Caroline Levitt instead. Oh boy. Oh, it's gonna be worse somehow. So exciting. Do we have more yelly questions? Oh, we do. Everyone's really upset about this. I don't understand why they're all so upset. It's like all of the pardons Trump did never happened.
Though, when the president is saying that he believed it was a political prosecution, does it make it easier for incoming Trump to also say that he's pardoning January 6 rioters because he believes that those are political?
Look, I'm not going to get into what the incoming administration is going to do or not do. That's not something that I'm going to speak to. I've been pretty consistent about that since the election. We've been very clear about where we stand on January 6th. And so I'm not going to get into that. But I think, and you all, some of you have reported this, Republicans have been his political opponents in Congress have been very clear about this. The president talks about this again in his own statement about how they took credit for bringing political pressure on the process when it came to Hunter Biden's plea deal.
Man, getting real repetitive over here at the old White House press briefing room there. Okay, how are we doing on time? How are we doing on time? Hour 38. Not good. We're not doing good. We have to do TikTok on the second half. Alright, we're gonna skip ahead to this.
Justice Jackson?
So I guess I'm suddenly quite worried about the role of the court questions and the constitutional allocation of authority concerns, because I understood that it was bedrock in the equal protection framework that there was a constitutional issue in any situation in which the legislature is drawing lines on the basis of a suspect classification, that it's a constitutional question that is being raised when that is happening as a threshold matter. And then you may get into why is it happening? What is the justification? And then you've said here at the podium today that the different levels of scrutiny account for how strong the government's evidence has to be for doing that. And the court really holds them to it in a heightened scrutiny scenario. But the kind of initial issue is that a law is drawing lines on the basis of some suspect classification. Does that accord with your understanding of what we normally do? And that's a question for the court, because it's a constitutional question. Is the statute doing this, right?
Yes, I completely agree with that, Justice Jackson. That's precisely why we think heightened scrutiny applies here, because this is a statute that on its face draws.
All right, and to answer the question, is this statute doing this, I understood that we had a sort of two-step framework for looking at it, that we don't just kind of launch into an assessment of the evidence or why the state is saying that they're doing this, or the scientific basis for it, that we're looking at something else when we're trying to determine is a classification being made, right?
Yes.
And I guess my real concern, and maybe I'll just ask you to react to my Loving parallel, because I'm getting kind of nervous, is that in Loving, those same kinds of scientific arguments were made. So I'm reading here where the court says the argument is that if the Equal Protection Clause does not outlaw miscegenation statutes because of their reliance on racial classifications, the question of constitutionality would thus become whether there was any rational basis for a state to treat interracial marriages differently from other marriages. On this question, the state argues...
Sorry, I hate to do this, but I just want to hear this reasoning from Loving once more.
Says the argument is that if the Equal Protection Clause does not outlaw miscegenation statutes because of their reliance on racial classifications, the question of constitutionality would thus become whether there was any rational basis for a state to treat interracial marriages differently from other marriages. On this question, the state argues the scientific evidence is substantially in doubt, and consequently the court should defer to the wisdom of the state legislature in adopting its policy of discouraging interracial marriages. And so for me, this kind of idea that the way we look at it is not first, are you drawing these classifications, and then state, give us your evidence so we can make sure that there's a proper fit. If instead we're just sort of doing what the state is encouraging here in Loving, where you just sort of say, well, there are lots of good reasons for this policy, and who are we as the court to say otherwise, I'm worried that we're undermining the foundations of some of our bedrock equal protection cases.
I share your concerns, Justice Jackson. I think one of the things that's happening in this case is we're seeing a lot of concerns that come in at step 2 of the analysis being imported into that threshold question of whether a classification has been drawn in the first instance. Concerns about real differences between males and...
Right. So, I mean, there's a ton of legalese going on in here, but from my limited understanding of all of this, from what I understand of what Ketanji Brown Jackson was saying there, and this was from the hearing earlier this week on the 4th, what she's saying is using Loving, the constitutional, or not the constitutional, the Supreme Court case, the case that rose to the Supreme Court, which was heard by the Supreme Court, which decided federally on the legality of interracial marriages, is essentially called into question by the rule. If they were to rule on this as the plaintiffs want, it would essentially, or at least I think it's the plaintiffs. Are they? I think they're the ones. I think they're the plaintiffs in this case. If they were to rule as the plaintiffs want, it would undermine the very foundations of the ruling, because it is basing it on a characteristic, not race like in Loving, but in this case, gender or sex, right? And it would and because of the way judicial legal precedent works, if you're talking about one class within a broader group of classes, then that means that it essentially will have repercussions for any other cases relating to other classes in the same group, right? Religion, sex, race, things that you can't discriminate on, supposedly, well, if they allow this, it will open up a veritable Pandora's box, really, of essentially allowing communities to decide whether or not to, I don't know, allow Muslims, to allow mosques, to allow temples, to allow, like, where does that actually stop? That's the question. Because that's what they're saying, is communities can decide for themselves whether or not they want certain groups of people, or to allow for that's, I mean, this, it's sort of lost in the language, but that's what they're saying. Okay, one or two more stories before we take a break here. Let's go talk again about Kash Patel. I mean, this guy is going to be at the head of the FBI, almost definitely. Well, almost definitely is definitely, almost is an operative word, is the operative word, really, because it will require Senate confirmation. Let's go to democracy now.
Mehdi, let's talk about Kash Patel, Trump's pick to head the FBI. This is Kash Patel speaking to Steve Bannon in his War Room podcast.
We will go out and find the conspirators, not just in government, but in the media. Yes, we're going to come after the people in the media who lied about American citizens, who helped Joe Biden rig presidential elections. We're going to come after you. Whether it's criminally or civilly, we'll figure that out. But yeah, we're putting you all on notice. And Steve, this is why they hate us. This is why we're tyrannical. This is why we're dictators. Because we're actually going to use
because you're describing fascism
to prosecute them for crimes they said we have always been guilty of, but never have.
And this is Kash Patel speaking on the Sean Ryan show in September.
So I love that statement. He's like, they never actually have done the thing we've been accusing them of doing that they have accused us of doing, but we're definitely going to do now. It's like it's a real onion.
The FBI's footprint has gotten so freaking
We
big.
watched this.
And the biggest problem the FBI...
Who was watching this when the Sean Ryan show actively copyright struck us during midstream? It was hilarious. I wonder if he'll try it now. So they're just gonna be on the streets. Okay.
So again, that's Kash Patel. When President Trump wanted to make him deputy director of the FBI in his first administration, the Attorney General Bob Barr said, Bill Barr said, over my dead body. Mehdi Hassan.
Yes, he did. Bill Barr, of all people, said the guy was completely unqualified. It was detached from reality to try and put him in the FBI. And he said, over my dead body, reality. Gina Haspel, who was director of the CIA in December 2020 during Trump's lame duck, when Trump tried to appoint Kash Patel to deputy director of the CIA. She threatened to resign, and Mike Pence had to get involved and block that. So this is not some kind of liberal whining about Kash Patel. Prominent conservatives at the time said, no way, this guy is completely unqualified. And you played that clip from the War Room, from the Steve Bannon show. I think that's from December 2023. He put us on notice, he says in that clip. We're putting you on notice. Well, we're on notice. In fact, I've been warning about Kash Patel since 2022, when I was at MSNBC, and I predicted that Trump would make him FBI director and he would go after the media. He's making it very clear. He wants to prosecute journalists. In another time and era, Amy, those words would be chilling. Those words would disqualify him from the running. But of course, Republican senators mostly will fall in line. We'll see if the Murkowskis and the Susan Collinses and Mitch McConnell.
Yeah, what Mehdi is describing is something that I talked about earlier that I have real concerns about, right? In terms of, because hear me out on this, but because of the absolute tidal wave of horrifying picks that Donald Trump has put forward, Republicans, senators especially, since they're the ones who are going to be doing most of the confirming here, are put into an awkward position, specifically Republican senators here, that are going to be forced to either approve of people who they find to be utterly insane and unqualified for the jobs, or B, time and time again deny their appointments and have the inevitable, right? Because we all know what the inevitable is going to be. Because if you're one of the senators that helps to block Donald Trump's picks, have we heard the talk coming out of these people? It's loyalty, get in line, loyalty has been not just the vibe. It's been said almost, I feel like it's almost a direct quote. I don't know who I'm quoting right now, but I feel like even Kash Patel himself has said stuff like this. Donald Trump, of course, himself has been saying it. All of his picks have been saying stuff like that. And honestly, his supporters seem to be all about that too. And so if Donald Trump doesn't get what he wants, he goes on Truth Central and starts telling people, stuff like, Mitch McConnell needs to be taken out of office because he's blocked once again my fantastic appointment for FBI Kash Patel. Utterly unacceptable. He must be removed.
Immediately, if not sooner.
What do you think's going to happen? I mean, come on. They're not going to be able to. They're not going to be able to hold off for very long. Some of them have elections coming up in a couple of years. Just think about it. There's going to be some real problems with Republicans managing to block all of these insane. If they were even interested, it's unclear to me whether any of them are all that interested in blocking them.
Whether they'll push back in the way they did on Matt Gaetz. He's a deeply dangerous nominee. I would argue that clip you played from the Bannon War Room show makes him perhaps the most dangerous nominee so far. Because he's open about the fact that he wants to use the power of the state to crush Donald Trump's opponents. He's a sycophant. He's a bag carrier. He literally wrote a children's book about King Donald Trump. That's how sycophantic he is. And I would say to some of the progressives maybe watching your show this morning, Amy Goodman, who say, well, you know what? The FBI does need reform. We on the left don't like the FBI. We think Kash Patel should go break it up. Well, look, you could not like the FBI for good reason, but the only reason Kash Patel and the Republicans don't like the FBI is because the FBI investigated Donald Trump over ties to Russia, and because the FBI went to Mar-a-Lago and searched his home for stolen classified documents, which he was keeping against the law in his home.
By the way, if you don't notice, Democracy Now! Is doing, it's a little bit unclear because he's all the way over here on the right, but there's Kash. Here he was outside of the courtroom, waiting for King Donald to make his statement.
They don't actually care about reform or bureaucracy or deep state. They care about neutering all institutions that can stand up
Best
to Donald Trump and
friends.
I want to go more deeply into what he said in Bannon's War Room. We're going to come after the people in the media who lied about American citizens. If you could explain more who you think he's talking about Joe Biden rigging presidential elections, we're going to come after you, Mehdi.
So Patel is at the core of pretty much every major MAGA conspiracy theory about the deep state, about the election. If you go through the list, I mean, he came to prominence. He was a very junior, as I say, unqualified person. He was working on the House Intelligence Committee with Devin Nunes, the right-wing California congressman. And he came to prominence in going after Robert Mueller, going after the Russia investigation, coming up with this memo that some of the stuff in this famous Nunes memo turned out to be true. Some of it, the Inspector General said, no, not true.
He's the Nunes memo guy.
That's how he ends up in the White House. That's how he ends up on the National Security Council. By the way, one of the many people saying he shouldn't be given this job is John Bolton, his former boss. Not exactly a kind of lily-livered liberal. John Bolton saying he should be rejected by the Senate 100-0. But he's at the core of every conspiracy theory.
At 2 Bolton.
Whether it's about, Donald Trump didn't lose the election, whether it's January 6th, he testified in a Colorado courtroom over January 6th in the election. The judge said he wasn't a credible witness. He's even had endorsement, I think you mentioned it in the intro, of QAnon in one of the books he wrote. He hand wrote a QAnon mantra into the book, and they just.
That wasn't me laughing. That was someone at Democracy Now! I'm not sure who's laughing at that, but classic.
He's even had endorsement. I think you mentioned it in the intro of QAnon in one of the books he wrote. He actually hand wrote a QAnon mantra into the book, and they just posted it on social media. By the way, the FBI regards QAnon as a domestic terror threat. Think about the irony, Amy, of putting a person in charge of the FBI who's actually fine with this group that the FBI thinks is a domestic terror threat.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
It's a great point, Maddie. It's a great point. Somebody who's putting in Easter eggs for a domestic terror group could be in charge of the organization intended to deal with those very people. Weird. Sure, there's no way that goes wrong. Let's go here. You know, we talked recently, I think very recently, as recently as yesterday, about a guy by the name of Pete Hegseth. Peter Hegseth. He, Fox News contributor, and also the future potential Secretary of Defense if Donald Trump gets his way. And believe me, even with the hot water Pete has been in recently, Donald Trump is not backing down. In fact, he is doubling down on Pete. Let's see what he's been saying about young Peter here. He's not young. He's probably like, what is he, 48 or something? He's got to be getting up there. Okay, let's go. Trump says he's confident Hegseth is a winner. President-elect Donald Trump confirmed his continued support of Pete Hegseth as defense secretary in a Truth Social post Friday, saying Hegseth will be a wait goddamn you. God, this is very rude. I might have to put this on slightly slower, just so I can... read this at a reasonable pace. All right. Oh, he'll be a, quote, fantastic leader. Fantastic. Very true. Oh, this music... it's creepy. His post came a day after Senator Joni Ernst said she wasn't ready to support him, while allegations of concerning drinking habits and sexual misconduct came out. Vice President-elect J.D. Vance voiced his support alongside Trump, saying in a post on X, formerly known as Twitter, Hegseth's fighting for his nominee. That totally threw me off. Formerly known as Twitter. Wow, why is Forbes throwing barbs at Elon Musk right now? Don't they want to be in the administration? What's happening here at Forbes? Hegseth is quote-unquote fighting for his nomination because he will fight for our troops. Oh, fancy. Trump's press secretary Carolyn Leavitt spoke on Fox News, saying there, quote-unquote, there has never been a wavering in the optimism and the confidence for President Trump and Pete Hegseth. Of course not. Trump doubled down on the nomination in the Friday post, saying Hegseth, quote-unquote, is doing very well and has strong and... what was that? Strong and deep support. Ooh. And deep.
Phrasing.
The president-elect touted Hegseth's academic background at Princeton and Harvard, calling him a fantastic high-energy leader, and said he's a winner, and there is nothing that can be done to stop him. Hegseth, or any cabinet nominee that requires Senate approval, can afford to lose only 3 Republican votes to be confirmed for the job, as the GOP only holds a 53-47 majority. Oh, God. Pete. Pete's future hangs in the balance. Pete, very strong, formidable man who's just here to fight for our troops. Sure. Well, apparently Donald Trump is not backing down on this, even though there was whisperings about a little meatball Ron, little dollar store heels DeSantis. But no, not good enough. We need to get Peter in there.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right. It's going to be that time. perfect timing, actually. Wow, I did a really good job. I just want to point out how good of a job I'm doing today. Literally just hit 2 hours on the clock, taking our first break. All right. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, for some strange reason, hit that like button and consider subscribing. While you're considering things, do consider also contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. And we have all sorts of great ways these days. Of course, we still have Patreon, perhaps the best way of getting yourself some galactic benefits. Hang out here poolside with me with an avatar, get a shout out every stream, and much, much more. But we also have YouTube now. While we don't have memberships, we do have the super chats and the super stickers, which are pretty great, not gonna lie. I do like those. Twitch, of course. Patreon. I said Patreon. Cash App. PayPal. All the things. Anyways, links are in my chat on YouTube. Also in my bios on both YouTube and Twitch. So you can find all the ways of giving galactically this galactic giving season and help keep the Galactic News Network alive another month. Alright, chat, enjoy this space intermission. Perhaps grab yourselves a drink, perhaps a snack. Maybe dance around in your living room till I get back. Aw, that's a beautiful, beautiful line dancing in the galactic living room. It's gorgeous. I love it. Thank you, Mono. Alright, now, I'm really gonna be right back. Yeah. super stickers. Thank you, Sasha G and Charlie Jadmir, finding, I think, 2 citrus stickers I have not yet seen. That lemon lime team is apparently growing. I love you all. Back to the break. Look at that. Just in time. I'm back. Oh, I left the TV screen off for you. I'm sorry, chat. Broken TV in the galactic streets. Hey, more super stickers from you beautiful people. Thank you. So Life with the sticker. The Citrus High Five. His High Five tastes like 7-Up. And PB with the super sweet skirt skirt from the Mood Dang in a chair. I love you all. Thank you so much for making this all possible. So many super stickies. You like that? I also like that one. We agree. We agree on that. It is good. Hold on. I need to change. I've been trying to change titles on the short stream throughout the night. Doesn't seem to affect the the regular stream. But I have been trying to change it for this. For whatever reason, seems to be, I don't know, good thing to do. We'll see. All right, now let's do it. Do you know what's coming, chat? Do you have any idea? It's the second half, of course. Where's my sound? Why does that sound so fucked up? Okay, second half. Environmental half, but first, we're going to talk about a little company called TikTok. Yes, indeed, the old TikTok. How long has TikTok actually been around for? Anybody know? I think it's been, what, like, is it not 2019, 2020 when it came out? I can't remember. It hasn't been a long time. But let's go back in the past to talk a little bit about this before we get into the what's been going on, I guess you might say. Let's talk about the potential ban of TikTok, something that people had been talking about ever since it was floated in Congress about a year ago. Not even a full year, I don't think. Let's go here. Inside Edition, 8 months ago. Will TikTok actually be banned in the United States? Let's find out.
It's a revolt led by youngsters.
Whoa.
Stop the ban.
This sounds wrong. Everything about this sounds wrong. Ah. That's why. Take two.
Teens and young adults across the nation are rising up to save TikTok.
Stop trying to ban TikTok.
An army of young TikTok rebels are taking a break from viral dance crazes and challenges and coming together to stop the government from taking away their favorite social media platform.
You do you, I do me, and you leave my First Amendment right out your business.
They're using their phones to actually make phone calls to members of Congress.
They've gotten these floods of telephone calls to their offices, mostly from high school kids and middle school kids.
Do not ban TikTok. That's not acceptable.
That is not acceptable.
But politicians from both sides of the aisle say TikTok is dangerous, that its parent company is controlled by the Chinese government, giving them access to the personal data of TikTok's 170 million users in America.
Today we take a stand against the Chinese Communist Party and their efforts to turn content creators in America into foot soldiers.
Kids are not buying it.
I'm an 18-year-old girl in Michigan. What am I going to do for China? Take my information. I don't care.
The bill is passed.
Today, TikTok lost round 1 in Congress. Next comes the Senate. For the TikTok Children's Crusade, the battle goes on.
Now, of course, there's more than children on TikTok, so it's a little fucked up the way that they were framing this from the beginning. It's only children on TikTok. So it's a crusade of children. I mean, of course, there are children on TikTok, but you get what I'm saying. I'm sure people watching this right now, some of you use TikTok sometimes.
Is the US at war with Gen Z's favorite app? I am, of course, referring to the latest plan to ban TikTok. Many know TikTok as the viral video app that gained massive popularity during the pandemic. But the US says it poses a security risk. Does it? I'm Miriam Hoswa, and this is The Stream.
All right, Miriam. Tell us
Hey,
things
United
about
States
stuff.
government, can I ask what our priorities are right now?
TikTok is being banned! TikTok, if you will, it is the 24/7 news channel of so many of our young people, and it's like Al Jazeera on steroids.
No.
So the TikTok ban this time feels pretty inevitable.
So the only thing that this TikTok ban bill has proven to me is that the government can, in fact, get their together to get things done, right?
When it comes to banning the f***ing Renegade app is the one time that they decide to like unite forces and come together. You know, when the homelessness
It's beautiful. It's, what do you call it? The reaching across the aisle bipartisanship. It's the greatest.
rates are going up.
If TikTok gets banned, I will personally make sure that Instagram Reels is under the full grip of the People's Republic of China and the Chinese Communist Party.
Is China stealing my information? Like, I'm an 18-year-old girl in Michigan. What am I gonna do for China? Take my information. I don't care.
The app cannot be banned. Like, I'm trying to change my life on here. Like, I'm just one viral video away.
Within a few months, Americans might lose access to the platform if a bill that recently passed through the House of Representatives is signed into law. The US wants the Beijing-based company which owns TikTok to sell the app to a US company over what it says are privacy and national security concerns. But critics say this is actually about censoring young voices. Joining me to discuss this today are three US-based TikTok content creators and organizers. Khalil Green, a digital creator and speaker, also known as the Gen Z historian. Nikita Redkar, comedian and writer and content creator, known as Professor at Bimbo
These so far appear to be adults.
University on TikTok.
I thought they were kids.
And Wally Rashid, an entrepreneur with a background in
This dude has a
research, whose
5 o'clock
content
shadow.
focuses on Palestine and US-Israel relations. Welcome to you, my wonderful panel. Thank you for being here. Nikita, let me kick off with you. Tell us a little bit about the content that you create on TikTok and why the platform is so important to you.
Hi.
You know, Al Jazeera said Gen Z, but the last report we listened to said it was children. Oh yeah, I just tried to go to the wrong page. Inside Edition said it was a child. What was it? A child revolt? What was they called it?
So I talk about news, pop culture, and economics for the girls. So think of news meets Barbiecore. I distill this mostly complicated information in just like fun ways that women would enjoy and like see things through our lens. And I think TikTok is really important because it allows me to reach an audience that maybe doesn't like to watch traditional news or like learn things in like rigorous academics and boring ways. And I just, I think it would be quite a loss to lose that audience. And I think that a lot of people have learned things from my videos and just like had more fun learning things that way.
Awesome. Well, Wally, what is it about TikTok which makes it Gen Z's app of choice?
Yeah, there are several factors that contribute to TikTok's popularity among Gen Z. Two that immediately come to mind are authenticity and community. Gen Z, more than any other generation, values authenticity both in the content they consume and the content they create. Other social media platforms really do promote a more polished self-image.
I'm sorry. You're talking about polished self-image, dude? It looks like he just got Botox done, like right before this interview. Come on, dude. Come on, social media is social media everywhere. But, I mean, the fact is TikTok shouldn't be getting banned. All right? Not based on merits, but just based upon, what do you call it? The First Amendment and the heavy-handed and one-sided nature of this. They're not concerned about data security with I don't know, the ISPs who just got hacked, or Facebook, or, you know, any of these other companies. No, just this one. Just one particular example happens to be Chinese. No, that's
China.
You know. All right, let's go here. BBC News. 13 hours ago. Decision in TikTok appeal against U.S. law, which could ban app, is due. That's right. That decision had to be made.
Now, the fate of TikTok in North America could be decided this week. In a decision due today, a federal appeals court is set to say whether or not they uphold an appeal by TikTok over a US law.
Oh God, no. No, are we going to have to watch those hearings? Is it that bad? Is it that bad? Is it like Cambridge Analytica 2.0? Because those hearings were hilarious. Those people, I don't think those people, back then, I don't think those people understood anything about the internet whatsoever. But you're telling me they don't understand what Wi-Fi is, so it hasn't improved. Is that what you're telling me? That is disturbing. We're going to have to look into that. This is why having, you know, a gerontocracy is probably bad. And I'm not saying all old people don't know anything about computers, but the percentage of people not knowing stuff about computers goes up real fast the older you get. And you know, this is the other problem. It's not even just that. It's also the problem with, I don't know, things like the reversal of the Chevron doctrine, right? And stuff like that. Like, oh, we know best, not experts.
Demands the social media app is sold by its Chinese parent company, ByteDance. So, what can we expect today? That's what I put to social media expert Jasmine Engberg earlier.
It's not looking good for TikTok right now, given the difficult day that it had in court in September. And as you mentioned, we are expecting a decision today. And there's a lot of different ways that this could shake out. So we could see the judges uphold the law, in which case TikTok will appeal to the Supreme Court pretty quickly. We could also see the judges uphold the law, but say that it is unfair to TikTok because it singles out one specific company, which could then lead to a delay. Or we could see the judges strike down the law. Now, that last scenario is probably the least likely scenario, again, given how the court day played out in September. But what we do know is that there is still a lot up in the air, and this saga is going to continue, especially given that one day after the deadline for the divest or be banned law on January 20th, Donald Trump is due to take office here.
Well, that's a really interesting point because he prompted this ban. He was in favor.
You taught yourself. Okay, well, all right. Like, that's what I was saying. Is that there's definitely people. I'm not saying all people who are old don't know about computers. Somebody built computers, right, a long time ago. So, like, I'm well aware. But I mean, the fact is that computers didn't become ubiquitous until, you know, in terms of them being in people's homes, I want to say until what? Early 2000s, honestly. Like 2001 was, or like maybe slightly before it, maybe late 90s as people were starting to really get onto the personal computer stuff. But mostly it was kind of nerds up till that point, if I recall correctly. And also computers are incredibly expensive. So there was also that barrier to having access to computers and learning about them. So, you know, that's all I'm saying, right? Because I obviously, like, people not only built these things but use them, and like yourself, taught themselves things. I'm not saying that all old people don't know stuff, but that's why we need experts, people who actually know stuff about them, because, you know, it's not about the age, it's about whether or not you actually know what you're talking about when it comes to these things. Or if you're somebody with an immense amount of power, but also an immensely small understanding or lack of, or has a serious lack of understanding of these sorts of things. Not understanding what Wi-Fi is. I mean, in 2024, if you don't know what Wi-Fi is, I feel like there should be like a test before you get into Congress. Like pre-election or something. I don't know.
He was a big backer of it, and now he seems
Maybe,
to have changed.
Like every time you have to.
Well, so he was the.
Yeah, that's what it is. Every time you have to get reelected, you also have to pass a like some sort of a test as a senator or congressperson.
To try to ban TikTok back in 2020, and he did that through an executive order, which ultimately failed. Now, since then, we have seen him join TikTok. He, to your point, has also said that he opposes banning TikTok, and there are reports that suggest that he would try to halt the enforcement of the ban once he takes office. Now, that is a law.
I guess we'll see what happens with that. I mean, it's a law. It's going to be a law. So really, the president's not supposed to be able to do that. Generally, just sort of get rid of laws. Oh God, your fortune cookie said the egg roll was going to cost 20% more. Oh no.
China.
Yeah, it's no good. It's probably going to cost more, actually. If all of these new, what do you call them? You're going to have to make your own egg rolls, I guess is what I'm saying. And even those egg rolls will cost 20% more. Oh, so yeah, this was like right after that. 4 hours later. Guess what? Congress decided. Actually, not Congress, sorry. The court. The appeals court. Why did I say Congress? Congress already decided. The appeals court upheld this TikTok ban, apparently. Here's the Associated Press from 9 hours ago.
So, a federal appeals court in D.C. today denied a petition by TikTok and its parent company ByteDance to overturn a law that would have required ByteDance to sell TikTok or face a ban in the United States. For a number of years, federal officials and lawmakers from both parties have come out and they've said that they're concerned that the Chinese government could potentially pressure ByteDance, which is based in China, to hand over U.S. user data or compel it in some way to put information on the app that is beneficial to the Beijing's interest, or maybe even suppress information that Beijing would want suppressed. But the Justice Department hasn't really come out and said that this has actually happened in the U.S. So TikTok and ByteDance are expected to appeal this case to the Supreme Court, but we don't know if the Supreme Court is going to take up the case. President-elect Donald Trump, who in the past tried to ban TikTok, has also come out and said that now he's against a TikTok ban and he's going to try to save the app, but we really don't know what.
He's going to save it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay, Donald. That would require getting, I think, senators to repeal the law, right? Is there another way to do that? Okay. 4 emotional support characters. You got them. You're right. You're right, and you got them. Now, I just figured we would go back again in time, just really quickly while we're talking about all this, and look at some influencers, some more influencers, talking about their concerns of a potential TikTok ban, which now seems more imminent than ever. Local Milwaukee influencers react on Fox 6 News Milwaukee.
And now to our big story tonight at 5. TikTok may soon be a thing of the past.
The Senate is mulling its next steps following the strong bipartisan passage in the House of Representatives of a bill that could ban the social media giant. If it passes in the Senate, it'll go to President Biden's desk. This bill wants to kick TikTok off of U.S. app stores unless it cuts ties with its Chinese parent company, ByteDance. Some people have made careers through the app and are speaking out to help keep it around. Former Trump Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin became the latest American to express interest in buying TikTok with a group of investors.
I am, because this should be owned by U.S. businesses. There's no way that the Chinese would ever let a U.S. company own something like this in China.
In addition to getting through the Senate, the legislation would also have to withstand likely challenges in court. Christina Vanzels is live tonight with how local content creators say the potential ban.
Well, as we know, those challenges were brought up, and we just talked about how they have been getting shut down.
Could be detrimental to what they do. Christina?
Yeah, Ted, as you mentioned, a lot of influencers rely on TikTok as a full-time job and a source of income. Milwaukee businesses also use it to highlight all of the things they have to offer, but all of that could change.
I'm J-Matt, a lifestyle content creator based in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
He's got more than 180,000 followers, sharing food, events, and all things Milwaukee on his TikTok.
I've worked with local brands, local restaurants, trying to get more awareness for what they do.
J-Matt knows the ins and outs of the app, calling it the origin for short-form video content and a powerhouse when it comes to social media.
It's not the origin. Vine is the origin for short-form video content. That was the original, okay?
That some people express themselves through video.
J-Matt says a TikTok ban would take away that creative outlet and a lot of eyes on Milwaukee businesses.
They're missing out on potential money, sales. They're missing out on being able to just have that conversation with their consumer.
Milwaukee model Rashawn Martinet says TikTok is where trends start, then go to Facebook or Instagram, and within a second allows influencers to connect with people across the world.
This has given us ways to show the world what Milwaukee is about, show the world that Milwaukee has talent.
Martinet says without it, trends might not stick, and people like her and J-Matt will lose out on income.
I feel like...
Yeesh. Sounds like Milwaukee influencers are being repressed.
Help, I'm being repressed.
Now let's go down to Baltimore, where local Baltimore influencers spoke up on this ban 7 months ago.
Ryan Daly and Kenneth Worsley love to dance. They both have a large following on TikTok where they do dance videos and more. But now the clock is ticking for TikTok after the president signed a bill that could lead to a ban in the U.S.
I think it's kind of wild. We're rolling with the punches.
That bill gives TikTok's parent company around 9 months to sell or spin off the social media platform, or it will be banned from U.S. app stores. Some lawmakers say that it gives the Chinese government potential access to the personal data of millions of Americans.
We understand the risk factors that could be there, but I do believe they took kind of full precautions and made it as safe as a space on social media as you could use any other app, to be honest.
Daly and Worsley say some creators are taking it harder than others.
Some of the ones that have their main following fan base on TikTok are feeling like a really hard way, but I feel like a lot of content creators that utilize every platform are in the same way as us. It's like, if it happens, it happens.
But they say that they've learned from seeing other social media apps come and go and know not to put all their eggs in one basket. They've also seen some of their followers trickle over to other platforms, so they're ready to pivot if needed.
It's not over, bro.
Well, they're keeping a positive attitude about all this. I mean, it's fair as as a fellow content creator, trying to make sure that you get income from all different places is, I think, real important. I've certainly been trying my best. Speaking of which, we've got all sorts of plays for you to do to donations. Get the galactic benefits. Okay. Enough horrifying capitalist messaging. Alright, we are going to move on from the TikToking and talk about a different problem. That being the hidden horrors of Whole Foods. You might shop there, but have you ever thought about how workers were doing at Whole Foods? Let's talk about that for a second.
Over the past couple years that I've been working at Whole Foods, I've noticed it's only gotten worse.
It's like you're walking around in the corpse of something that used to be.
Squeezing the most out of one person until you can't squeeze no more, and then you do it to the next person.
Whole Foods wants to have a progressive image. They want their customers to think that workers are happy and are treated well.
Our team members are the lifeblood. They're the secret sauce of Whole Foods Market.
Management does not treat us like that. People are surveilled. The rate at which people are at work is pushed to go faster. I think Whole Foods treats us more like robots than something that they truly care about.
Our goal is not just to help Whole Foods Market as a business. We want to be a positive change in the world.
When you take that mask off, it's just another corporation like all the others. They're no different than an oil company or, a Walmart even.
Being part of Whole Foods Market. Investing in team member growth and happiness is one of our key priorities.
I haven't met a team member that hasn't struggled with how much we get paid.
People have to work 2 jobs just to survive.
They expect us to do so much in so little time. I feel like they don't care about our health and well-being, and this is why this union is happening.
Workers. Okay, hold on. I can watch this whole thing. Oh shit. Thank you for the super sticker, Charlie. 2 beautiful citrus fruits giving us some lovely music. I can almost hear that sweet, sweet jazz. Okay, let's see. Actually, you know what? I don't know. I'm pausing it now. I'm actually going to listen to this from here a little bit more. Then we'll skip.
This Amazon-owned Whole Foods in Philadelphia are organizing for a union.
Jeffrey Bezos.
We would be the only unionized Whole Foods when we win this election, but we cannot be.
Wow. You hear sour notes? Boom.
Last, and
Funny.
we definitely
That is a good
won't
one.
be the last.
Whole Foods used to be really interesting and eclectic and fun. Things have changed. I mean, honestly, it's because of that corporatization that occurs.
Amazon bought Whole Foods Market in 2017.
For a price that should qualify for free shipping, $13.7 billion.
Now we have this warehouse mentality, just general energy of like, you gotta work, you gotta do what you gotta do, and you gotta do it fast. I see it with my coworkers that do e-shopping. That surveillance is so intense that they can't breathe.
I sometimes work in the e-commerce department. That is the workers who go around the store shopping orders that are put in online. They take items off.
Aw, Omega Star. Thank you. Adding to the chorus of beautiful horn music played by Fruit. I truly appreciate that. People have been going crazy with the super stickers today. Support has been overwhelming.
Go around the store shopping orders that are put.
By the way, it's a quartet. It's a quartet. It's a lemony quartet. Not to be confused with Lemony Snicket. By the way, I did this at one point. I didn't work for I didn't do in-store stuff, but I used to do Instacart for a long, long time. And, like, not a long, long time, but long enough that the company changed drastically during the time I was there.
In online, they take items off of the shelf and put it into bags in the cart and then seal up those bags and send it off to whoever ordered it.
However big or small the order is, you do have a certain time frame to finish that order before it's considered late.
Workers say they are surveilled by the second and down to the item.
Yeah.
The order that...
Yeah, and this is the same thing that's happening with all the gig workers, mostly. You know, your DoorDash, your Uber, your although Uber is different because it's just ride by ride, but it's the same sort of concept. But yeah, like your Uber Eats stuff, you know, Instacart. Like I said, like I used to do Instacart for like a while. It was like at least over a year. It was tough, but I mean, I was really good at it because I was good at memorizing the aisles and where stuff was, so I could get the items really fast. But the systems for measuring performance of shoppers is what they call them, became more and more stringent. The pay became less and less as they started to realize that they were just giving people money when they could be using algorithms to also lower their costs by cutting worker pay. Whoa, what is that lemon doing? What is happening? What is it, a book? What is happening with that lemon? It's running and then it falls. What is that? I need to know what that lemon is doing. It's peacocking. Oh, I see it now. I see it. Thank you, Sasha. I appreciate that.
We get items from the shelf is predetermined by the app that we use to look at the items that are in the order. They call that the pick path. But if a manager sees somebody going out of the pick path, that is at least grounds for a scolding. And I know coworkers who have been disciplined for picking an item that is in that order, just not in the order that is listed on the phone.
Wow.
Workers say Amazon-style focus on speed has made its way to Whole Foods. Jackie fulfills online orders at Whole Foods. She also works at an Amazon fulfillment center.
Oh, God.
Like the same structure.
Oh, God. She's working at basically. Oh, no. Her whole life is, like, run by Jeffrey Bezos. She goes from one Jeffrey Bezos factory to the other. From the food factory to the package factory.
That we have.
And sometimes the package factory delivers the food factory's orders. That's a fun system.
To make sure every order is out, whether it be packages or groceries.
That job is heavily surveilled and the metrics are watched closely.
You just got to keep constantly doing. Like if you think you can even use the bathroom, forget it. It's really awful.
Since I've started working in that department less than a year ago, the rate, it's called the UPH, which is units per hour, of how many units we take off the shelf per hour has been.
You just, Instacart just showed up in your neighborhood. You're all the way out in Alaska. Yeah, that makes sense. And the thing is they've been doing this very, very, very sneaky thing. It's basically the same thing that they do with their business models. Like, you know how Amazon didn't make money for a really long time? Well, that's essentially what Instacart did, but they try to speed it up. But they essentially sold this work to a lot of people by incentivizing them in multiple ways. You know, firstly, the pay structure was actually pretty good at the beginning, right? It was actually quite good. And you knew exactly what you were going to make every single time you did an order from the beginning. And it all made sense, right? There was a per item cost that was paid to the people who were doing this stuff. And then eventually they realized they were giving away too much money to the workers, I guess, and they were going to IPO the company. And so they decided to use an algorithm to determine what workers were willing to work for, right? This is pretty early on in the company, but instead of giving people a reasonable expectation of what they could be paid, instead they made a black box that was essentially a bidding system that would send out the order to all sorts of different people. There was no way to know who was getting offered what for anything, right? Like someone next to you could have been getting offered. And the people that were actually doing work on this, right? And there's actually some litigation that was, I think, being done in California over this. But people were realizing, oh my God, you're being offered more for this job than I am. This black box thinks that you're worth more than I am for this job right now, right? And stuff like that, like these sort of insidious, horrifying things that are being used to make workers' lives more difficult and to make companies more money. And it's got to stop at some point. When will it stop? At this point, I'm starting to think when we rise up.
Twice.
It was about 65. Which
I
is
genuinely,
very
I don't know. I'm at a
disappointing.
loss.
I went up to 80,
Most workers cannot attain that goal every single day.
and then it went up to 100.
I think it demotivates people when there's a rate that we're supposed to work at that is impossible.
I've injured myself. I've gotten hurt personally. Just trying to speed at enough pace to just keep my numbers up.
Jackie suffered a concussion after hitting her head on an elevator gate while fulfilling an online order.
And pretty much knocked the wind out of me because the order I had was due within 45 minutes. I was rushed to get it done. Therefore, I hit my head, and my management was like, well.
I'm sure her management was very, very concerned about her well-being.
Top one order.
Aw.
And see how you're feeling.
Aw.
And if it gets worse, then you can go home.
Aw. That's the exact opposite of what I was hoping they would say. So yeah, that's apparently how seriously Whole Foods is taking worker safety. That really gives me a very rosy picture of the environment over there. How great. All right, let's talk about something that could be a good thing. Okay, we've enough bad stuff. We've done a lot of bad stuff today. Let's do one, what do you call it? Optimistic, constructive story? Let's try. I believe in us. Let's do this. CNBC from yesterday. Let's talk about it. How shopping malls are being transformed into apartments in the U.S.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
So welcome to the teeny tiny shoebox apartment inside the arcade. There are lots of others in the building just like this. So mine is about 250 square feet. There's a walkway right in front of the facade because this used to be a shop front, and so people had to access all of the shops in the building.
While malls across the U.S. are facing store closures and empty parking lots, some are finding a new life from an unlikely source.
We are here at the Arcade Mall in Providence, Rhode Island, the oldest indoor shopping mall in the country. The Arcade had long been a center point in Providence's bustling downtown, but like other malls, it fell on hard times and was completely vacant. But rather than letting this historic building fall into ruin, developers came in and decided to build 48 micro-lofts here on the second floor and up here on the third floor.
While top-tier malls continue to be in high demand, nearly 34 million square feet of U.S. mall space is vacant.
God damn, that's a
and off
lot.
the market. Almost.
You add that into like city office spaces. Oh my God, there has to be nearly. What was the number that we looked at for open office spaces? I think it's over 100 million. So it's got to be closer to like 150 million of just empty space. And we're dealing with a homeless problem and a housing crisis. It's crazy. You gotta start.
70% of Americans
You
live
gotta start fixing some of these. Let me think. This is ridiculous.
Small space is vacant and off the market. Almost 70% of Americans live within an hour of a mall that has a high vacancy rate, low consumer traffic, or is abandoned altogether. At the same time, the country is facing a massive housing deficit of 4.5 million homes.
There's a housing problem in a lot of markets across the U.S., right? This is an opportunity to find land and have a built-in customer base to get people into the mall.
Monday through Friday, this is really busy down here. It's definitely, people in the offices working, getting lunch or whatever, and my barber's downstairs.
As of January 2022, at least 192 U.S. malls plan to add a housing component. The U.S. has about 1,100 regional and super-regional malls, about 8.5% lower than 2015. So, can new housing developments help?
Yeah, and I mean, the U.S. is littered with empty malls. Like they just pointed out, 35 million square feet of empty mall space. And, it's pretty insane that they haven't been trying to do stuff like this sooner. They've held on to this dream of retail returning, but of course Amazon has destroyed retail, essentially. I mean, aside from big brands and sort of stuff like that, you really want local stores, you know, stuff like that. And this solves a bunch of problems that I see, and including a whole different kind of housing that is, like, it just doesn't exist. I think is, you know, a solution to some of America's unwalkable cities, right? Like, a lot of us live either in places where, like, I mean, suburbs are obviously unwalkable, but many cities have, you know, struggle with getting around to places, and this is, I think, an incredible solution to some of that. I mean, you come home, you want a coffee? Oh, you can go downstairs and get a coffee, right? You need some soap or something. You don't even have to leave the place that you're at. It's sort of, I think at one point we talked about how, you know, planning in America is somewhat, you know, what do you call it? Problematic in this country. What is this? Why are you talking about the mall being Jewish?
The classic American mall? And what's it like to live inside one? CNBC went to Providence, Rhode Island to find out. Amy Hinion has been living on the top floor of a 3-story mall in Providence, Rhode Island for the past 2.5 years.
What's it like to live at the mall?
It's really great. It's cool to be part of such a historic building and knowing that every single one of these units used to be a shop of some kind.
But living in a converted store...
Are you prepared? We don't delve into, you know, dime store anti-Semitism, Chris versus Hansen. So I'm afraid you're about to be blocked.
Does present some challenges.
Here is my very tiny kitchen. It is very small, but it is workable. And one of the interesting things about the units in the building is that because of codes, you can't have any cooking devices with an open flame. So none of the units have stoves or ranges.
Do you ever have any concerns about privacy?
Not really. It's something you get used to living in the building, having people come.
I do think you would have to be a person who would want a community in this place, right? But I think that's a benefit for some, right? It just depends on who you are as a person. But I do see this as being a good thing for a lot of people who, you know, may find where they live to be isolating, right? This would be great if you wanted to have, you know, busy stuff, like stuff happening around you, you know, ways to interact with your neighbors, stuff like that. It's like Moanope is leaning into this more than I was. It's basically a mall commune, you know? All you need is a co-op garden and some other stuff, and you're halfway there. Get some solar panels on the roof.
Everybody has blinds in their apartment that they can raise or lower as they like.
Despite those challenges,
yeah, the lack of stove is problematic. For me as a person, I do like to cook, but, you know, in the space station, you can't cook either, so I don't know. Sometimes you got to make sacrifices.
Residents say having access to shops and restaurants.
And it's not like it's like not like you would have any lack of access to food, but of course, buying your food from the food court would probably get expensive on a regular basis. Probably a little unhealthy too, depending on what's there, but depending on what sort of projects, because the fact is there's like probably some empty malls right now. Like, I'm just thinking out loud here. Like, there's probably some empty mall right now that could get bought up by a commune and get transformed into something else. And instead of having, you know, H&M like that guy was talking about, or you know Subway and Sbarro and what else do they have in malls? Panda Express or whatever else, you could have a baker, and you could have, like I was saying, you could have like a garden or something in there. You know, so you could have fresh produce at, you know, like a internal grocery store, right? So many possibilities here. And then you could have, you know, housing on the top floor. It's brilliant.
This makes living at the arcade a unique experience.
I get my hair cut in the salon downstairs, and there's little lunch spots, so you don't even have to leave the building. There's a bookstore downstairs, and they'll do author talks in the private lounge area.
Avoiding New England's sometimes stormy weather is, of course, another perk.
If it's like pouring rain outside, or if it's snowy, you just really can't be bothered to go out in the weather, you can still go downstairs and take advantage of those amenities.
And it's not just long-term renters that are attracted to the mall. Scott Sheehan is a real estate investor and rents out his apartment on Airbnb.
Yeah, and this guy, these people shouldn't exist. The guys like this shouldn't exist. All these Airbnb entrepreneurs, these grind set, you know, people need to go. And if we were to make a mall commune, no Airbnb investors allowed. Right. And honestly, these people shouldn't be allowed to do what they're doing here. Buying up or, you know, using their money to you know, to create market like problems, like literally removing real estate from the market for people to actually rent who would live inside the community. No, he's ruining the community actively. Fuck this guy.
Down on the first.
Macy's plans to close 150 of its namesake stores by 2027. JCPenney, which has already closed hundreds of stores since declaring bankruptcy, is closing 4 more between this year and next, despite a $1 billion turnaround investment plan.
When you have dead retail space, it can be easier to clear that. Most of what a retail site is parking lot. So you don't have to demo much to demo a parking lot, and the buildings themselves are generally easier to demo and then adapt into a retail space.
The arcade is a little bit different than some of the other mall-based residential projects out there. Most of them, like the one at Flatiron Crossing in Broomfield, Colorado, are adjacent to the mall and connected by green spaces or walkways.
This was a vacant parking lot, underutilized parking here at the mall, and we, decided to go to a mixed-use project here.
All of the benefits that the shopping center itself bring to the equation, you have a highly amenitized residential project that's much more desirable than something that might just be, in an isolated location.
I really do hope that we can get some, non-real estate investor, profit-focused people working on some of these projects. Because these are, technically these are like an opportunity waiting for people to some degree. I've seen some interesting uses of these places, but I think this is my new favorite solution for the empty mall. The future commune. All right, now let's talk about shit. I forgot I have this to talk about too. Do we have time for this? Ugh, I don't even want to talk about this. Maybe we talk about this tomorrow. No, we're gonna talk about it now. Fuck it. All right, Donald Trump has named someone to be, like I said, crypto and AI czar. And that person is former PayPal executive David Sacks. Big friend of, basically one of Peter Thiel's best friends from the early days. He's a PayPal executive. Peter Thiel helped to create that company. Oh boy. And this guy is going to be in charge of AI and crypto. There's no way this goes wrong. Let's talk about it.
Good evening, America.
Donald Trump has named former PayPal executive David Sacks as AI and crypto czar. In a social media post, the president-elect said Sacks would focus on making the U.S. a world leader in both fields. He says his administration...
Okay, you're not doing the voice right. I am pleased to announce that David O. Sacks will be the, quote, White House AI and crypto czar. In this most important role, David will guide policy for the administration in, quote, artificial intelligence and capital cryptocurrency, two areas critical to the future of American competitiveness. David will focus on making Capital America the clear global leader in both areas. He will safeguard capital free speech online and steer us away from capital big tech, bias and censorship. He will work on a legal framework so the capital crypto industry has the clarity it has been asking for and can thrive in the U.S. David will also lead the Capital Presidential Council of Advisors for the Science and Technology. Wow.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Said Sacks would focus on making the U.S. a world leader in both fields. He says his administration will ensure, quote, the crypto industry has the clarity it has been asking for. Trump once labeled such currencies a scam, but embraced the sector during his election campaign. His victory has seen Bitcoin surge on bets that the new administration will be friendlier to digital assets. This week, the top cryptocurrency broke through the $100,000 level for the first time, though it later dropped back. It's up around 50% since Trump's election win. Sacks was formerly chief operating officer at PayPal. Among other things, he also founded the business social network Yammer. He was an early advocate of cryptocurrencies, saying in a 2017 interview that Bitcoin would revolutionize the internet. One analyst told Reuters that Sacks was seen as a strong backer of crypto with a history of investing in tokens besides just Bitcoin.
So this guy has a huge amount of cryptocurrency, from what I can gather. He is invested in as many coins as he possibly can. He's probably making a huge amount of money with this latest bull run that cryptocurrency's been having. Now, I figured we would do a little bit of investigation into this guy like we've been doing with all of the Donald Trump admin picks. So let's go here. This was from a year ago where David Sacks went on to some podcast I've never heard of and talked about how the quote-unquote PayPal mafia came together. Ooh, let's find out. Fascinating.
I have to ask you, the PayPal mafia, how did that
Why
happen?
is this turd so psyched about this conversation?
So many great people working at the same...
This guy is such a douche. I have no idea who this guy is, but I hate him. I hate him. He's the worst. He is way too thrilled to have this guy on. He's like beaming with excitement that he has somebody from PayPal on his little podcast.
I have to ask you, the PayPal mafia, how did that happen? How did you get so many great people working at the same company that went on to do so many...
How did you do that? That's so great. Tell me about it, man.
I mean, you know, was it the snacks? Was it the pool table? How did you attract those people and keep them there? Like so many CEO types that all worked under the same roof.
Right. Well, no, I think it's a great question. I do get asked it a lot. It's some variation of the...
So yeah, that's not David Sacks. This is David Sacks.
What was in the water at PayPal, right? And I think there was three things, really. It was the people, the timing of it, and then what they learned. So the people, the important thing to understand about the early PayPal team is, as great as they later proved themselves to be, nobody thought much of us at the time. And no one really wanted to work at PayPal. This is back in 1999, 2000, during the dot-com crash. It was considered a very speculative thing. People were not quitting jobs at, large companies or McKinsey and so forth to go do startups back then. It wasn't like it is now, where everyone wants to be at a startup. And really, the only people we could convince to join the company were our friends. And so Peter recruited his friends from Stanford. I was one of them. We'd gone to college together. Max Levchin, who's CTO, recruited his friends from U of I. And then I recruited people I knew, and so on down the line.
So what it sounds like is everybody got in because they were all good friends. How great. It's like the boys. It's the boys, they're hanging out. Hanging out with the boys. Sounds like a really fun time at PayPal.
Result of that, because the team really wasn't hired by headhunters, but really through a friendship network, we were all sort of cut from the same cloth, and you had a much more
same cloth
entrepreneurial type of person at the company. And that's why, you had all these founder personalities really from the get-go. Is they were all kind of, we were these
founder personalities. How great. So what I think he's saying here is that a bunch of sociopaths who recognize themselves in others, who were good buddies, got other buddies together to do a thing, a finance thing and a tech thing at the same time, and they all profited immensely from it and are now all essentially controlling the government. I mean, Peter Thiel, come on, Peter Thiel, JD Vance was a Peter Thiel pick. You got Elon Musk in there. I mean, come on, this is insane. This is insane.
More contrarian type personalities. So that was sort of reason number one. And then what happened is that when eBay took over, when eBay bought PayPal, they kind of didn't do anything to retain the team. eBay was like a very corporatist culture, and PayPal was sort of more like a cowboy, sort of really traditional startup culture.
Like a cowboy.
And
he
they
sees
didn't
himself
really
as a
have any
cowboy.
effort to retain any of the key people.
Wow.
And so you had all these people from PayPal.
I wonder if this guy can even ride a horse.
Off to create their own
Or
companies, and we had done well.
What else do
but we had done so
cowboys
well
do?
That everyone wanted to retire.
Lasso
they all had ideas and
something.
wanted to do new things. So you had this mass exodus of talent at this timing. And remember, this was in late 2002, 2003. PayPal was one of the few successful outcomes to survive the dot-com crash.
If I were a horse, I would kick this guy. Just saying. Hypothetically, if I were an equine being. But yeah, so, I mean, they basically just chortle together this guy for having managed to get somebody important onto his podcast, and David Sachs for having just being a rich guy with nothing better to do than come on to some guy's podcast and chortle for at least a few more minutes. But we don't need to listen to all that. Let's go now to his appearance on Bloomberg Tech from 6 months ago now, where he discussed AI. So now we've talked his start in PayPal. Let's talk about what his views on AI are. I'm sure they're great.
David, if it's okay, I actually just want to start with the technology itself. Glue's built to support both GPT-4 and Claude 3, and I just wondered if you talk us through the approach you took in building it.
Right. Well, we want to be LLM agnostic. We want to work with really all the major LLM models, and we're starting with ChatGPT and we're starting with Claude. And by the way, we're using the latest version of ChatGPT.
Real piss poor mafia, if you ask. Well, I mean, if you ask me, I mean, they don't have the muscle of the mafia. These guys couldn't strong arm you, but they have created an online mafia. Hey, you wanna watch this without ads? You're gonna have to pay up, buddy. You want me to transact this payment for you? Oh, hold on there, pal. Gonna need you to sign up for this subscription service, or maybe I'll just take a little cut. Take a little cut off the top, huh? How's that sound?
GPT-4 Omni that they just launched yesterday, and it is pretty awesome. The performance is terrific. But stepping back.
Oh, God.
Second, what we're trying to do with Glue AI is create the first AI native chat app. And what it does is it creates one place where you can have your chats with AI and your chats with humans, with your team.
How great. That's exactly what we all needed. I was thinking to myself just before this, watching this video, man, I need a place where I can have a chat with a robot and a human at the same time. Because that would make my life better.
Because we think employees want to do that in one place instead of going to two separate apps.
Right, yeah.
The problem with
Why would you want
ChatGPT,
that?
as awesome as it is that it's not a multiplayer
So
experience.
awesome.
There's no way to bring your coworkers into the chat with you.
Ugh.
And the problem with Slack is really that the channels get in the way, and we hear from lots of teams that they have channel fatigue and really want this new threaded conversation model without all.
Tired of your channels? Well, guess what? We can make them even worse by adding AI to them. People aren't fatigued from the channels, from my understanding, because of the lack of AI, but because of the number of notifications. And adding AI notifications can't possibly help anybody. This is, once again, just like crypto, a solution without a problem. Nobody wants this.
So that's what we've done with Glue.
David, we know you as a venture capitalist, right? A long-time investor in technology companies. What was the need that you identified, or the gap in the marketplace that you wanted to start and build a company yourself and the tool, rather than back, I guess, or invest in another player?
Well, before becoming an investor and before becoming a podcaster, I actually was an internet product guy. I was the head of product at PayPal. And then I created a company called Yammer back in 2008, which
is a company none of us have ever heard of.
One of the first enterprise messaging platforms. And back then, it was based on the idea of feeds, which, thanks to social networking, were kind of the conversation paradigm. Then,
Wow. So you came up with RSS for businesses? Incredible. How'd you do that? That is a technological breakthrough, David. You're a genius.
Next decade, we had Slack, which was based on IRC and channels. And now we have a new conversation paradigm that's based on AI. It's based on ChatGPT. I think every decade you get a new paradigm like this, and you need a new communication tool. And that's what we've built with Glue. I just didn't see that tool on the marketplace that was reacting fast enough to this disruption. And so I partnered with Evan Owen, who's my co-founder and CEO, in order to create Glue.
Once again, Glue, a company that, like we just described, is definitely something that nobody wants. So glad that this guy's going to be the czar of AI and crypto, person who has personal fucking holdings in both of those things. He couldn't possibly be biased on any of that, could he? There's no way that his judgment will be clouded by his personal investments in all of this. There's no way that happens, right? That's not how that works, right? Okay, cool, great. And I read this guy's synopsis on crypto yesterday, but I figured we would listen to this, considering the recent rise of Bitcoin and the discussion of this new crypto czar. We listened to Stephen Deal, same guy I read from yesterday on his blog on Bloomberg from a year ago.
Well, financial technologist Stephen Deal says crypto technology does not solve a real problem. In his piece, The Case Against Crypto, he writes, crypto coins are simply speculative gambling products that only create a massive set of negative externalities on the world. This is technical regression and flirtation with ecological disaster in a time when we cannot afford to gamble our planet's fate on pyramid schemes and dog memes. Stephen is joining us now. And Stephen, I know you also heard Glenn Goodman of eToro name check you in our previous segment. So first, I will give you the floor to your reaction to what he said.
No, I totally agree with what he says. I mean, there's definitely a need for more skepticism about crypto. I'm a software engineer and crypto non-believer, but I'm very much in the kind of Warren Buffett and Jamie Dimon school of thought on crypto. And a lot of us have been trying to wave our hands around for years about the problems with crypto. little avail with the latest collapses.
When you talk about the lack of,
I just noticed about this guy is that he he looks like some, I don't know how it's possible. I never thought I would ever say this sentence. This is a nonsense sentence. This was a nonsense sentence until right now. This guy looks like a nerdier version of Mark Zuckerberg. Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
With the latest collapses.
When you talk about the lack of a point or a use case for crypto, I immediately think of what we saw happen when Russia first invaded Ukraine. There's a censorship. I don't know how else to call it. That's kind of a jargony crypto way of saying governments try and control the money flow, right? And with fiat currency, it's relatively easy. We found last year that they can do it to some extent with exchanges on crypto as well. But the point, or part of the point, as I understood it 10 or 15 years ago, was that you could work around that kind of government censorship. Isn't that, at least to some people, important, Stephen?
Yeah. People who are trying to get around the law, otherwise known as criminals.
Illegal. The problem is when you dig into the details of how that would actually work, because if you want to send money to a person in an authoritarian regime, ultimately you can't use the crypto as a currency to do things like, buy goods or services. You have to exchange it into the local currency. And if the local currency is controlled by a regime that's authoritarian, they're not going to let you cash out. And we saw this with Canada, with the protests last year. We see this in China. So ultimately, it's not a very good hedge against authoritarianism because it doesn't work for that purpose.
I was thinking of it, you send money out of an authoritarian regime, right? The authoritarians are the one trying to control the use, and maybe the local government is more friendly to it. In any case, the other use case is as a store of value, which we've seen happen in many emerging markets with runaway inflation in Africa and South America. It's been extremely helpful to those who couldn't count on their own local currencies. How do you refute that?
Crypto is not a store of value. You can look at the variance of the price. It does not store value over long periods of time. It is a pure speculative asset predicated upon finding more, later buyers to buy out old investors. It has exactly the same economics as a Ponzi scheme. And look at what happened with Terra Luna this year. We thought that was a store of value, and then it all went to zero. And fundamentally, all of these crypto investments have exactly the same.
And the thing he's talking about is the supposed Terra coin, which is supposed to be like the US dollar, I believe. Supposed to keep you grounded. I think that's what it's called, Terra, if I recall correctly. And it did not do what it was touted to do when someone attempted to get out of a large position of a different crypto, I believe, is what triggered all this. They transferred into that coin, and eventually they sold it all, and that caused the price to, like he said, nearly go to zero.
Fundamentals. They all have the same fair market value, which is zero.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at places like El Salvador, where they try to use it as a currency, it works very poorly. It just doesn't.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I was talking about yesterday with all this, right? With the market being at a all-time high, like the crypto market just broadly, as well as Bitcoin, they're not all at all-time highs, but with it being just bigger than it's ever been, it presents a huge problem. Right? Because unlike any of the other bubbles that we have currently, whether it be in the stock market or in housing right now, the crypto bubble has no underlying asset value. There's no, the only thing that exists is, like, we were talking about, like, we were talking about it was from his thing, but they're basically just wildcat banks from, the Gilded Age, and are, super problematic and not going to help anybody. And when time comes for some or number of people to sell, or if people get concerned about this kind of stuff, there is no underlying value. There's nothing to stop a run on the bank. Cryptos are basically just little banks. And yet, they purport to be both an investment and a currency at the same time. They contradict themselves constantly. But this multi-trillion-dollar asset bubble that crypto has created is a huge problem for society, because much of the volatility that you might, has been sort of exported from the stock market into crypto, right? It's just a massive bubble built on hype. And if that comes down, we got a huge problem, because now big money has gotten into it. BlackRock, all these other people. And when they start losing money, they start selling. They don't want to lose money, right? If they think that they're going to start losing money on something, they're going to get out of it. But there's ETFs now representing crypto futures and all these other sorts of insane instruments, like financial instruments for rich people to make money on and speculate on with this stuff without even having to. So the exact number is hard to actually quantify. And I've been looking into the derivatives market of crypto recently to try and figure out exactly how much there is in paper outside of the crypto market, because you might understand what's going on here. But like in 2008, where there were, derivatives of mortgages, right? Mortgage-backed securities. With the crypto market, there's an entire multi-trillion-dollar market. It would seem, according to my research, at least somewhere in the range of like $2 to $4 trillion. It's a very dark market. It's hard to know exactly how much is out there. And there's very varied sort of like like sources don't even seem to agree with one another on it. But trillions of dollars of derivatives on cryptos, right? So not the cryptocurrencies themselves, not the Ponzi schemes. There's a whole other bubble, multi-trillion-dollar bubble of crypto derivatives, futures and options. And in my estimation, it's the size of the crypto bubble is almost the size of the housing bubble in 2008. And by the way, let's not forget that they didn't stop any of the bad housing bets that they were making back then. They just doubled down on that. They just got bailed out and doubled down on that. Stock market's at all-time highs, almost at all-time high valuations as well. And it's, we're in a fucked up place right now. We are in a fucked up place. And now we're about to get people who are seemingly the biggest sort of carnival barkers of the entire the entire show to be put in charge, right? Because David Sachs is only one of many people in this administration, Donald Trump himself included, right? Because if he wasn't a billionaire before, he is now because of DJT Media, which I'll bet he's cashed out a bunch of money on. He's got so many debt obligations. Although maybe he's holding off. Maybe he might be holding off, because if he's president, maybe he won't have to pay any of these fines he's been given. These multi-$100 million fines. Or his lawyers or whatever. He made one of his lawyers I take it back. I think he made two of his lawyers different parts of the administration already. Maybe that'll pay off some of the money he owes. All right, let's talk environmental issues before we end the second half. We've got a few, including that earthquake we talked about yesterday. Like I said, we are probably going to see a bunch of aftershocks from that 7.0 off the West Coast. Well, definitely happened, and people on land certainly felt and saw them.
But first, let's get to Chief Meteorologist Jeff Ranieri, because he's been tracking all those aftershocks of the quake. And Jeff, you said we've had quite a few.
Yeah, and they continue since the last time that we talked. So as we get you in closer here, put a little map perspective on all of this. You'll see the epicenter right there off the coastline near Eureka, 10:44 this morning. And the thing that I've really been talking about a lot here is it was only 1 mile below the Earth's surface. I've only seen that a handful of times over 15 years where we've had an earthquake that shallow. And that's why we had the fear that we could get a large tsunami or tsunami wave action occurring after the 7.0 magnitude and doing some destructive damage along the coast. Again, that warning has been canceled, and we did not see any destructive or damaging waves. Now, it's all of this activity, every single bit of it happening right here at the Cascadia.
Right.
subduction zone and the Mendocino fault zone.
Okay, that's good enough on this one. Let's go and see some of the actual footage of this. I've got a couple videos on that.
Right now at 11, you can hear that rattle. Tonight, the cleanup underway along the northern California coast after a powerful 7.0 magnitude.
There's a giant warehouse of weed. But I gotta watch that again. Watching that F-150 just get lifted off the ground.
Rattle. Tonight, the cleanup underway along the northern California coast after a powerful 7.0 magnitude earthquake. Intense shaking felt for hundreds of miles. Now, the quake struck at 10:45 a.m. epicenter 10 miles west of Eureka. Several major aftershocks followed. Tonight, people are still assessing the damage in Humboldt County. Some businesses left with a big mess to deal with, a lot of broken glass.
This earthquake hit stoners on all levels. At the bud level, at the head shop level. I mean, my God.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Luckily, no reports of any injuries. Now, as you probably know and heard, the earthquake prompted a tsunami warning along our coast. Here in the Bay Area, most people got an alert on their phones. They had people heading away from the water and to higher ground. Traffic heavy in Half Moon Bay, a long line of cars heading east. It has been a long day for a lot of people. We begin with NBC Bay Area's Gia Vang, who is in the town of Redway in Humboldt County. And Gia, there, people certainly felt that 7.0.
Jessica, they certainly did. We've been up and down the 101 in this part of the state, and I can tell you that this business has been hit the hardest that we've encountered. Now, earlier today when the earthquake struck, it caused water to leak from the ceiling inside the store, and all that water had to be pushed out somewhere. They pushed it out into this parking lot, and even at this late hour, you're going to see fog around me, but it is not the fog. This is still water from the store. Now, elsewhere in the county, there were many more signs that the earth shook. From a home in Fortuna to the Humboldt Flour Company, several earthquakes, including a magnitude 7.0 off the northern coast of California, rattled towns.
And I was working on a pipe, and suddenly the first thing hit, and it almost felt like a truck hit the building. And then there was a wave for a couple seconds.
The aftermath was immediate. In Redway, water gushed from the ceiling, lights, and sprinklers of ShopSmart after losing power, forcing the grocery store to close.
I got here at 12 and it was just a mess. The floors were just really, really wet. We had about almost an inch of water in here.
Photos show the extent of the damage from the robust shaking. But open again, evidence of the aftermath. Trash bins catching the remaining drips of water. Staff at home.
It woke me up out of a dead sleep.
It would do that. It would certainly do that. All right. I'm gonna move. Wait. Oh, wait. I take it back. We're not done with the earthquake. Tricked ya. Let's watch what this earthquake did. Some local backyard pools. This is in Sacramento. Is that supposed to be a wave pool? It's a neat trick.
Earthquake. I feel it. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Do you feel it? This is so weird. We're literally moving right now. Natty, come over here. You need to be out in the open.
God damn it, Maddie. Would you get your act together, please? We're filming a video. Okay. So yeah, Californians got a free wave pool if you had a regular pool a couple days ago, or I guess it was actually yesterday. Not even yesterday. Wait. When did this happen? Oh, this is the aftermath. These were the Wait, was this during the earthquake? It was during the earthquake. So yeah, it was from 2 days ago. All right, now let's go across the United States to Baltimore, where firefighters had to fight a sudden wind-driven fire that popped up in the area, essentially in the city.
So shortly after 5 o'clock tonight, our units were dispatched for a brush fire, a 1900 brand. When they got here, they discovered a rapidly evolving fire that was in a large
Jesus,
pile
there's
of
like,
trees and
you
logs.
can see,
in a large area that stages just that. Lots.
you can see the power lines right here. I think that's, I guess they might be phone lines, but I think most of those are buried these days. But look at these. Yeah, and as you can see, I think it's a transformer right there. It's hard to see because of the blurriness of the photo.
Pile of trees and logs in a large area that stages just that. Lots of trees, logs, stumps, and things like that. This has been a challenge because it's been a wind-driven fire. It's been very difficult for us to get out ahead of it. So at this time, this fire is not under control. However, as I said, we've gained an upper hand on this. We have lots of heavy equipment that's staging right now, that once we gain a little bit more fire control, we're going to begin to move heavy equipment in, and we're going to attempt to cut a ring around this fire and contain it within its footprint.
The fire is not under control, but the strategy is working, and we are gaining ground and having an impact on this fire. We do not, I want to make sure we're clear about this, currently still do not anticipate need for any evacuations in the surrounding area. 83 is closed in the city, period.
Okay, well, thankfully they were right about that, and they did put the fire out. Yay! But it rose, I mean, it was, I think it managed to take down over like 100+ acres in what is essentially a city area. So that's troubling. It was, I'm sure, very troubling for everybody nearby. But it's nice to see a wildfire get put out. We've seen too many of them just sort of burn ad infinitum. So yeah, I guess it's almost a positive story, even though there was, there's clearly some sort of repercussion to this. Now let's go to this. A new potential idea for green energy. You might say scientists slipped onto this one. Yeah, it's bad. Bananas.
Pakistan is one of the largest producers of bananas in the world. Farmers sell their fruit, then have to pay to take the leftover stems to a landfill, or crops get burned, making the air dirty and dangerous to breathe.
In Pakistan, generally, we produce a lot of banana waste in a year. We are talking around 1 million tons of banana stem waste.
So teams of scientists in Pakistan and England have spent more than 5 years developing a solution.
We're trying to generate clean and green electricity from that waste.
The secret lies within this machine, which is fed banana stems and other crop waste to power up to 50 homes in rural Pakistan.
What's happening here in Pakistan, you can ultimately bring this to other countries.
Yes, 100%. Recently, we had a project with Uganda.
Dr. Gibran Khalik and his team believe their innovative project can tackle many different aspects of pollution.
But what are they doing with the bananas?
Cleaning the air and cutting water consumption in the fashion world.
If you manufacture one t-shirt, you would be using around 2,000 to 2,500 liters of water.
In the past, this thread-like material taken from banana stems was used to make low-cost products like rugs and sacks. He sees much greater potential.
So we can create t-shirts, we can create denim out of it that has a bigger value that can be added towards the country's economy.
Banana pants, everybody. Get ready. They're coming. Banana Republic will now be selling banana pants. It's coming. Prepare yourself. Although I would not wear them to zoos, as they will probably cause monkeys to attack you. It's science, of course.
It's science.
All right. Now, before we go on to some more difficult stuff to talk about, let's talk about a beautiful thing. And really, more than talk about it, let's just look at it and just take it all in. If you're a fan of whales, then this one's for you. Let's go to Canada.
Just meters from shore, sea lions swarm a bait ball. When out of nowhere, a humpback joins in. It's a rare thing to see play out above the ocean's surface. But just imagine what's happening below.
Oh
my! Thanks to Peter.
The dog is trying to get in there, or seems to be thinking that he's... I can't tell if the dog's protecting from the whale or is interested in getting involved. You can tell the dog is somewhat concerned about the fact that this whale is like bus-sized. I too would be concerned as a dog.
But just imagine what's happening below.
Oh my!
Thanks
I think
to
it's
Peter Mirez,
huge.
we don't have to.
You can't plan this. This is just dumb luck.
The Vancouver Island underwater cinematographer that has filmed around the world captured what may be his best work just off his dock in Barkley Sound. All of it by complete accident.
It's pretty hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. This guy has gone all over the world to find whales to photograph, and then takes his best photographs ever, literally outside of his house. Never had to leave, actually, it turns out.
Just off his dock in Barkley Sound. All of it by complete accident.
So I was doing some tests and I was recording and the camera was underwater. So I was reeling the camera up to the surface, and as it reached the surface, the full weight of the setup broke the line of the fishing rod. So down my camera went.
Mirez was ready to gear up for a dive to retrieve it when the action started.
And it was at that point that I started to think, oh, if my camera is still running, that would be amazing.
The next day, with the gear back on dry land, he was finally able to check the footage.
That's an amazing photo.
Oh, well, the water is nice and clear. It's bright. That's good. And then I saw a couple of seals and the occasional sea lion flying by.
The way that this light, which is, I believe, just the sun's reflection and sort of the lens's interaction with the water, but it almost looks like this underwater moon or something, just like this glowing orb. It just looks incredible.
The next day, with the gear back on dry land, he was finally able to check the footage.
I noticed, oh, well, the water is nice and clear. It's bright. That's good. And then I saw a couple of seals and the occasional sea lion flying by. And then there was this moment of eureka when I saw the humpback whale come through the footage and
oh my God,
feeding on the actual bait ball.
Look
that
at
was
that.
like, oh my Lord, this is just brilliant footage.
The response has been...
Yeah, and this is a fish. From that, you can tell it's a fisheye lens. That's almost definitely the sun. This is incredible.
Overwhelming, with several outlets expressing interest in using the video for educational or documentary purposes.
Oh my
yeah,
God.
I don't think it's going to get me any Oscars, but
I don't know, dude.
just the
That's pretty good.
experience is good enough.
After all, who needs a big screen when you can just look out
My
the window?
God, look at
It's
that.
one of the absolute highlights of our more than 2 decades living here. I don't think we'll ever forget.
Kylie Stanton?
Well, there you go, people. Any of you whale lovers in chat, there's your whale content for the week. That was lovely. I almost want to rewatch it in like full screen. Maybe we'll do that Sunday Fun Day. Yeah, what next? Yeah. His reputation preceded him. Hilarious. Well played. Well played. So maybe they were worth it because they brought the whales to him. Like the whale whisperer. Alright, let's talk about something that whales need and also humans need. Arctic sea ice. Let's go here. Watch this time lapse on the change of Arctic sea ice. We're going to speed it up a little bit. Please hold. Actually, let me double speed it because it's like 10 minutes long. I don't think there's music, so I guess we'll play something else in the background. I'll give us something to listen to. What do I got? What do I got? Oh, shit. I just realized something. You can't see anything. Oh, terrible. Oh.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Oh, my God. I'm the worst. All right, so this starts in 1978 and ends in 2024. I think in August of 2024 is when the data ends on this video, but this will show you kind of a pretty clear picture of the change in the amount of sea ice seasonally in the last 50 years. I mean, one thing that I noticed early on is that during this time between the late 70s, early 80s here, the sea ice, even in the summer months, because if you notice, there's a ticker up here telling you the time of year, and the ice doesn't recede really all the way, so getting through it requires certain kind of boats, right, when it's like that. But it does change pretty drastically over this time. Let's watch. Sorry, I'm talking too much. I didn't play music, and that's really not fair to anybody. As I said, I'd play music. My filter is so clean. Which filter are you even talking about? But yeah, as you can see, it barely recedes from the coastlines, even in the summer months, and then repeats, even here in the late 80s, right? But as this progresses, as you will see here, things, they don't get better. They get worse. Here, I'll play you some music. Now we're in the mid-90s. You can see here, in this year, it really does start to pull back from the coastline in a way that's concerning. 96, it kind of improves. 97, right back to really pulling far away from that coastline again. But as you'll see here, it gets worse and worse. It's almost like watching the Earth breathe. Did I not make it clear what's going on? Sorry. What we're looking at is Arctic sea ice. This is satellite imagery from the last 50 years, since 1978. So we're looking at the change in Arctic sea ice over that time. Look at that. Look at that. In 2009 there. And 2008. It's just like completely receded from this entire area. Such a way. It's just scary. Oh my god. Oh, it just keeps getting worse and worse. Oh my god. By the way, what happens? It's one thing I've been wondering to myself. What happens on the year? In the way we're going, it feels like it's almost inevitable. What happens the year in the summer when there is no ice in the north? Wow. And then, of course, 2023 was the hottest year on the planet. 2024 was right behind it. So let's see what those looked like. I'm sure it was great. Oh, that's bad. Oh my god. Wait, no. Sorry, go back. I just want to go back real quick to the beginning of that one. Because I felt it was important for me when I went back and I looked at what it was like in the 70s and 80s. It really showed how stark the picture is. Look at that. Look at the difference. You can see that even in the summer months, it's still up here, top of Alaska, top of Yakutsk here, Russia. Then you go over here. It's night and day. It's scary. Okay, I'm gonna turn this music off. Now, we usually don't talk really geopolitical problems too much during the environmental half, but lo and behold, this particular issue is presenting itself in multiple ways, including increased tensions, and CBC decided to talk about that here. This was from yesterday. Oh, god damn it. Oh, god damn. Slow it down, pal.
Citing growing northern aggression from Russia and China, the federal government has unveiled a new Arctic foreign policy, combining diplomacy and defense goals in a vision for guarding Canada's sovereignty.
Our government is going to, by necessity, invest billions of dollars into our Arctic. And we need this work to be guided by our foreign policy, because defense policy is an extension of foreign policy. And it provides us with the diplomatic tools that we will need to assert our sovereignty and to maintain peace, stability, and prosperity.
Yeah, and now, so this is one thing people may not think about very much, but the fact is the military, while Republicans and other sorts of people may have denied climate change, the military has been one organization in the government that has completely embraced the concept that climate change is in fact real. They understand the science. They've talked to all the scientists, and they know what it'll mean for the military, right? The military has is basically the, is the biggest budget in the entire government. They have been thinking about this one for a while, I'll tell you that. And so have other governments. And the fact is that this is all, creating something that didn't exist before, right? For, inter-Arctic fighting, essentially. And it's fascinating and frustrating and terrifying to talk about, consider what the fuck it all means. I mean, it's honestly more horrifying than anything else. Oh, God. Because, before, when there was ice, they were getting things between that area were essentially just something you didn't do so much, right? But if the ice melts, it not only creates potential for, navies to start intermingling up there, but also we've talked about it in the past, I think, but like these insane people are planning ahead for the melting of the Arctic by setting up trade routes. Essentially, they're planning to set up trade routes to go through the Arctic to cut down on shipping costs. Oh, God. This is my least favorite.
The new measures announced today include appointing an Arctic ambassador and opening 2 new consulates, one in Alaska and one in Greenland. There's almost $35 million for startup costs and $7 million in continuing years, but that excludes the tens of billions already announced in defense investments and the cost of future investments to reach the policy's security goals. Melanie Joly is the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and she joins me now. Minister, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here today.
By the way, while we may be talking about Canada right now, and we're in, the studio of a Canadian broadcasting, but there will be bilateral security up in the Arctic. Believe me, and when I say bilateral security, I mean the United States will be getting super involved in all of this, and Canada will be, I'm sure, welcoming it, honestly. Big time.
You've extensively cited Russian and Chinese aggression today in launching this policy, but can you be a bit less abstract? How immediate of a threat do you believe those countries are to Canada's safety and sovereignty?
So I don't think the Arctic will be the primary theater of conflict. But I think, though, that it will be impacted by all the conflicts that you're seeing in the world. And more you're seeing what is happening in Europe, in Ukraine, is linked to what is happening in the Middle East, because Iran is selling drones and ballistic missiles to Russia. And it is also linked to what's going on in Asia, with the DPRK troops now going and fighting in Europe. And also China enabling Russia through its economic and diplomatic support for its war in Ukraine. And so that's why we have to change our focus, our perspective when it comes to the Arctic.
And so for the next, 10 minutes of this interview, she talks about how Canada needs to start spending billions of dollars to protect their Arctic interests in the, essentially without even saying it, I feel like they're barely talking about it, but they're basically, this is all in reference to what we just went over, the melting of the Arctic, right? And the opening of trade routes and all this other shit. And it's just, oh God, this is the most grossest planning ever. Now let's have a group conversation.
Policy mean for those northern communities? Raj Pillay is the premier of the Yukon. R.J. Simpson is the premier of the Northwest Territories. And P.J. Akiagok is the premier of Nunavut. And they're all here with me live in the studio. Gentlemen, it's great to see you. It's rare to have a premier on. Having three at the same time is a treat. So thank you for being here. Premier Akiagok, I wonder if I can start with you. You referred to this policy announcement today as a historic moment. What makes you say that about this policy?
Well, it's a very important time with what's happening geopolitically around the world. There's really been a focus to the north, and it really allows us to be able to work as northern premiers here. Just the ability for us to seize the opportunities that are there. As we were talking, there's nation-building opportunities as the policies being brought out for us to really bring infrastructure to the north. Whether it's deep sea ports that really have critical minerals, or whether it's opening up fisheries markets,
Jesus Christ. Oh my God, this is the worst conversation ever. So yeah, all three of these people here are basically all in agreement. We need to exploit and protect the Arctic. Okay? This guy talks about blue economy, talks about how he wants to deep sea mine minerals, how he wants to, basically drag nets on the ocean floor to destroy the environment just to be able to make car batteries, I guess. And how the Canadian government must spend billions of dollars to secure the Arctic militarily. By the way, there must have been some sort of talking list. There's like some sort of like what do you call it? Like a talking points list, because at no point do they actually say the melting of the Arctic ice sheet, and at no point do they talk about global warming during this discussion. But it's constantly referenced by what they're referring to, like, and it's the most frustrating thing I've ever heard. Like it's a conversation about climate change removed from climate change and just talking about economy. It's like, hey, you know how the Arctic's definitely melting? Well, let's completely just actually not even talk about the melting part of it and just talk about it as like a global thing, as a thing that's happening, just, politically, geopolitically. And oh God, be thankful you didn't listen to all 30 minutes of this. That's all I got to say to you. All right, let's go now talk about cool thing that happened here. Oh wait, did I say cool? I meant terrible. Oil giants, well, they've been having a tough time with all these green energy people lately, and so they decided to join up. They gotta merge forces, and Shell and some company called Equinor have decided they're a perfect fit. Wait, no, I went too far. Wait, go back. Why did I double click? Don't do that. Go back. Thank you.
Shell and Norway's Equinor will merge their British offshore oil and gas assets into an equal joint venture. They announced the deal on Thursday. Based in Aberdeen, Scotland, the venture is expected to produce over 140,000 barrels of oil equivalent per day. The new entity will become the British North Sea's biggest independent producer, but Shell told reporters that there's no intention to conduct an initial public offering. The ageing British North Sea basin, where production started in the 1970s, has seen a steady exit of oil companies in recent decades as production declined. The British government's decision to impose a windfall tax on North Sea producers, following a surge in energy costs in 2022, has further put pressure on producers to reduce investment and exit the basin.
Well, there you go. Oil giants merging. So they can get some fun gas projects done together. F is for friends who do stuff together. U is for you and me. It's a SpongeBob reference. If you don't know, just Google it. Yes. Let's talk about coffee, something that many people enjoy, myself included. But unfortunately, due to not just environmental reasons, but also market conditions, prices have been increasing and may increase even further, even though they are already at near 50-year highs.
Global coffee prices have soared to their highest in nearly 50 years. Poor weather in Brazil and Vietnam have forced roasters such as Nestlé to raise prices. Spiking costs will benefit farmers with the crop this year, but that means a challenge for traders. They face crippling hedging costs on exchanges and a scramble to receive the beans they...
Basically, what... Oh, the audio's quiet. Thank you for telling me that. How far did I go without the audio being good? Oh, thank God. Okay, alright. Not that far, but thank you for reminding me. I turned it down because I was talking during the music, during the ice cap melting stuff. Sorry, ice sheet melting stuff. But yeah, basically, with this being the case, and with producers holding on to coffee right now, expecting to be able to be paid more, essentially coffee is just going to be completely unaffordable. Once the Trump administration comes in with the extra tariffs, basically, I feel like a regular bag of coffee will be $50. That's what we're looking at, people. I don't even know at this point. Shit is getting crazy.
Bought.
It's almost like capitalism
a major role in price fluctuations.
Is making things
Production
worse.
Problems linked to weather conditions in Brazil and Vietnam have seen global supplies lagging demand for 3 years. That's left stocks depleted and driven benchmark ICE exchange prices to a peak of $3.36 per pound. Last time coffee traded that high was in 1977, when snow destroyed swathes of Brazil's plantations. Experts are meanwhile predicting yet another year of
Yeah, and wait, is Brazil one of those bad countries? Oh wait, that's right. They are the B in BRICS. So, you know, 100% tariff on any of this coffee.
coffee output. Brazil produces nearly half the world's Arabica. That's high-end beans used primarily in roast and ground blends. The country has experienced one of its worst droughts on record this year. Experts say the trees are producing too many leaves and too few flowers that turn into cherries. In Vietnam, which produces some 40% of the Robusta beans typically used to make instant coffee, a severe drought was followed by excess...
Wait, didn't Vietnam sign on to BRICS too, or was that Thailand? I can't remember. Oh my God, dude, we were so screwed. Just give up on coffee, people. You're never getting it ever again.
Since October. Brazil-based traders Atlantica and Café Brás are seeking court-supervised debt restructuring. That's due to coffee price surges, crippling hedging costs and delivery delays. Court-supervised debt restructuring precedes bankruptcy if the negotiation is not successful. Traders who buy beans from local suppliers like Atlantica and Café Brás typically take short positions in the futures market to hedge their physical market exposure. Fearing they might no longer get their physical coffee, many traders are closing out what have become loss-making short futures positions.
Wow. Even all the money people think that the price is going to go up. Okay, then.
Follow the rich white man.
Oh boy. All right. One last story in this environmental half. Let's go to Germany. It's been a tough week. We deserve this. Panda time. May all of their panda dreams come true. It's beautiful. And they're incredibly fuzzy when they're young. They're like little cotton balls. Or big cotton balls. Just giant, giant cotton balls. Okay. A panda ring? Ah. Hurtful. Here I try and bring you heartwarming panda-based stories, and you accuse me of panda-ring slander, libel. I will sue. All right, break time. Break. You know what? I'll give you more music. Where was I? I was just listening. What had happened? What happened? God damn it. This is what I get for removing the music from... I need to put the music... I gotta write that down. I gotta put the music back on my soundboard and see if that causes a problem. You're spent about all the money being spent on pandas? That's fair. I mean, I feel like a lot of the money being spent on pandas is being spent by the Chinese government, specifically, for diplomatic purposes. I mean, they've been doing it for a long time. I think that's pretty well established. But I do understand your frustration with that. Probably would be better to spend that money on some other things. I do love pandas. I can't lie. I just love them. They're cute. I gotta hydrate. All right. Well, while I'm hydrating, let me tell you about a sweet, sweet galactic opportunity. Galactic patronage. That's right. Open to all willing to pay a small monthly sum of $3 a month. But once becoming a galactic patron, you gain access to a slew of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Stuff like getting an avatar here by the pool or by the bar, and the lake, on the street, shoutouts every stream, and much, much more. What are you waiting for? While you're considering becoming a galactic patron, remember there's other ways to donate to the stream, help keep it alive. YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, PayPal are ways that you can help in making sure that the galactic content keeps it coming. Alright, chat, don't forget to like and also subscribe to the stream. And enjoy this space break. Hydrate, snack, I'll be right back. What is the drink? The drink is space champagne, of course. Keeping it classy. Okay, I am back. You know what that means. Time for the final half of the show. Get back to those seed space fams. Otherwise, you're gonna miss that galactic content. Okay. What are we starting with today? Oh, we got a little space news to talk about. Some unfortunate stuff if you're a fan of non-corporatized space. NASA will be delaying its own mission once again. According to this CBS Evening News piece from yesterday.
NASA's planned return to the moon has been delayed once again. The Artemis program aims to send astronauts back to the moon for the first time in more than 50 years. NASA says the spacecraft intended for the lunar voyage suffered damage to its heat shield during a previous mission and is going to need more testing. That means astronauts won't be doing any moonwalking until 2027 at the earliest.
Space is demanding, and we and our industry and international partners.
You're contractually obligated to say that you like corporate space? Okay. I see that. You wouldn't want to break contract.
Demanding, and we and our industry and international partners need this time to make sure that the Orion capsule is ready to safely deliver our astronauts to deep space and back to Earth. We are planning for Artemis II to launch in April of 26.
This guy creeps me out, honestly. and part of this, at one part during this conversation, he starts going on and on about China and China's space mission and how we have to be better than them and all this other stuff, and it gets weird.
And we're going to do all in our power with our commercial partners to launch earlier. After learning from the Artemis II crewed test flight, then we're going to make adjustments that are necessary, and we plan to launch Artemis III, the first landing on the moon in over a half century.
Alrighty. Well, maybe the first in a half century, but we are delaying it by multiple years. Alright, now on to the Earth news. And you know how we started off this stream with a horrifying video of police brutality? Well, be glad you're not in Brazil. I think we can all, to some degree, be glad because of things like this. And this thing has taken the internet to some degree by storm. Yeah, and the video is disturbing. I would point that out. So you can see that this officer has taken someone's bike. This guy here in the blue. It's a passerby who was recording it from a distance. But you can see that, I mean, this guy just tosses him off the bridge. Like he's a piece of human trash. Shockingly, he survived and was rescued by people who saw what happened. But this is, I mean, holy fuck. So he's in the hospital right now. I don't know how tall it was, but I mean, it's just fucking disgusting. The fact is, you know, Brazil's police have kind of a bad reputation, and before Lula got into power, I mean, Bolsonaro was using them to, I mean, the crackdowns he was doing were horrifying, and I know that many of those same officers are still in, you know, in their posts. So seemingly some of that sort of attitude has certainly stuck around till now. Oh shit, I gotta change something. Please hold. How will actually Okay, so sorry. I'm back, chat. Didn't mean to leave you hanging. Very unfair.
How rude.
I'll make up for it. I swear. Maybe not immediately. But, at least I'll make up for it with content for now. How's that sound? Let's, talk about the EU and a recent trade agreement there. Actually, there's a number of different sort of political and economic stories to talk about in the EU today. Start off with this, as a trade agreement was finalized earlier today by EU countries, which essentially aims to open up a, you know, an agreement with Brazil, and Argentina, and I think 3 other countries in South America. Now, there's a number of groups who are very upset about this.
The European Union and Mercosur create one of the largest trade and investment partnership the world has ever seen. We're taking barriers down and we are allowing investment in. We are forming a market of over 700 million consumers. And this partnership will strengthen entire value chains. It will develop strategic industries. It will support innovation. And it will create jobs and values on both sides of the Atlantic. And to our farmers, we have heard you, listened to your concerns, and we are acting on them. This agreement includes robust safeguards to protect your livelihoods.
Okay, so aside from, I just got a list of these countries in front of me now, finally. So aside from Brazil and Argentina, it's Uruguay, Paraguay, and Guyana. So, this is essentially getting rid of tariffs that existed, EU tariffs on these 5 countries that just listed. Who is this? This is, oh shit, you just broke me. Oh no. Not von der Leyen. What's her name? Oh my god. Oh, why? Oh, is it? Oh god. Why don't I can't think of her name? Oh, it is von der Leyen. Okay, no, okay, it is. I'm unbroken. I'm unbroken now. I was right. Okay. Oh, that's much better. Oh, wait, we're not done with this deal. AP. Same thing.
The European Union and South America's Mercosur bloc struck an agreement for a free trade deal on Friday. But they still face a potentially difficult battle for approval in Europe given French opposition. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen called the long-delayed deal a political necessity at a press conference in Uruguay.
This agreement is a win for Europe. 60,000 companies are exporting today to Mercosur, 30,000 of them small and medium enterprises. They benefit from reduced tariffs, simpler custom procedures, and preferential access to some critical raw materials. This will create huge business opportunities.
The agreement faces strong opposition from both France and EU farmers. French Trade Minister Sophie Primas pledged to resist its next stages and cited concerns over environmental and agricultural effects. European farmers also fear the deal could lead to cheap imports of South American commodities, notably beef, that do not meet the EU's green and food safety standards. European green groups also broadly oppose the accord, with Friends of the Earth calling it climate wrecking. But a group of EU...
Now that particular argument I do understand. You know, rather than getting food and other things from at home, where the shipping costs and in terms of the shipping cost to the environment, right? Like all the sort of fossil fuels used to do that are much less than shipping it across the ocean and then transporting it through the EU. That much is for sure. And so yeah, that part of it is definitely problematic, as well as the deforestation of the Amazon for beef, like they were just talking about. They didn't actually talk about it specifically, but they were talking about the beef. But like, for instance, there has been a huge amount of deforestation to feed cattle in these countries named. So there is that. Yeah. But as for reducing tariffs, I don't think tariffs are really a great thing. So it's sort of, in my opinion, it's a mixed bag. I'm not a huge fan of this, but also I think half of it's a good idea. But I don't know, in terms of like the actual implications, what they will be. I think to some degree it'll make things more affordable. It will help with inflation in the EU, but it will also be bad for the planet. Oh god, why can't the planet and humans' interests always just align all the time? That'd be great. That would be super good. I'd like that. Unfortunately, I don't have any space solutions for you all right now. Sadly, even though that's really kind of my job. But I haven't come up with any yet. I will let you know, though. So far, I have mall communes and earth ships. And ending fossil fuels. Alright, let's go now quickly talk about fossil fuel prices in Europe. As with the winter coming, It's not only a very important sort of topic, but also a difficult one, as natural gas prices are increasing for multiple reasons.
Europe's struggling industries are bracing for a new gas price shock over the coming winter months. Colder weather is depleting stocks, and competition with Asia for liquefied natural gas has intensified. The prospect of reduced Russian supplies is also looming. Since the energy crisis of 2022, when gas prices peaked at nearly €350 per megawatt per hour, dozens of firms across Europe have closed factories and cut activity. Many are maintaining reduced demand and lower manufacturing activity, with negative implications for Europe's sluggish growth. EU gas demand is 17% below the 5-year average observed during pre-pandemic years. At the same time, gas prices are at their highest level in over a year, and analysts predict they will rise further.
Yeah, and they've been rising, not just because, you know, not just, well, I don't know, I'm saying it like that. They've been rising, much because of the desire for people to keep doing AI and crypto stuff. All of the server farms necessary for AI and crypto have been... we talked about this actually earlier this year, how they were... the demand for natural gas was going up because of those two things. And it's insane that people are having to pay higher prices to stay warm during the winter, because we want you know, dog memes and sort of crypto techno oligarchy. All right. What we're going to talk about next is mostly politics in Europe. Let's start in France, where they've been having a historically tough time, if you will. It is, if you're not aware, somehow, talked about it a lot on this channel, but over the last 6 months, France has been having a real tough time. Partially it's due to Emmanuel Macron's decision to call a snap election back in the summer, which he then lost to a leftist coalition. That leftist coalition then presented a prime minister choice, which they thought would be a reasonable nomination, which is something that the winning party usually does. Emmanuel Macron said, "No, I do not like this choice," and picked his own choice. After that happened, the government went along for 2.5 or so months until it all came to a crashing halt in the last week. Essentially, I think it might be even less time than that. When did the no confidence vote come down? I think it was Tuesday. It was like Tuesday or Wednesday. Since then, Emmanuel Macron's prime minister choice for the Assembly, Barnier, he has resigned, leaving Emmanuel Macron and France without a functional government. Let's go to Democracy Now! To talk about this a little bit.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. As we turn now to France, where it is in political turmoil after leftists...
Did I cover the Tennessee politician that was arrested for DUI and pissed himself on camera? No, we did not. That sounds like a Sunday Funday video if I've ever heard it. You should throw that in the Discord as a stream suggestion. That's a fantastic Sunday Funday video.
Where is in political turmoil after leftists and far-right lawmakers united to oust Prime Minister Michel Barnier in a no-confidence vote Wednesday. The vote came amidst intense opposition to Barnier's budget proposal and its roughly $60 billion in spending cuts and tax increases, the first time France's government has fallen to a no-confidence vote since 1962. On Thursday, the French President Emmanuel Macron rejected calls to resign, said he'll soon name a new prime minister.
We cannot allow ourselves to be divided or to do nothing. That's why I will name a prime minister in the coming days. I will ask them to form a government in the general interest, representing all the political parties who can participate in it, or at least who agree not to bring it down.
We're joined now from Marseille, France, by Cole Stangler, journalist covering politics.
It's a weird sentiment from Emmanuel, especially because he's the one who kind of brought it down in the first place. He called for a snap election of the entire assembly. Like, it feels like he's projecting. It's like, you're the one who brought down your own government, and now, after, pouting for months and putting in your own puppet prime minister, you're upset that people have no confidence in him. It just, it's a weird vibe.
And labor issues in France, his most recent book, Paris is Not Dead, Surviving Hyper-Gentrification in the City of Life, in the City of Light. Thank you so much, Cole, for being with us. Talk about what's taken place. This is historic.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Like you said, it's the first time that we've had a government fall to a motion of no confidence since 1962. This is the shortest-lived government, really, in the history of the Fifth Republic. And we're in this unprecedented situation of turmoil. And I think, we could look back for deeper reasons to try to understand the political crisis that France is in. But if you want to look at it a little bit more simply, this comes down to really two big factors here. One is we have to go back to President Macron's decision to dissolve the National Assembly this summer, a move that might go down as probably one of the greatest own goals, let's say, in French political history.
Self-own.
So Macron, when he dissolved the National Assembly, what that meant is we went to new elections, and in those new elections, the National Rally, the far-right National Rally, increased its share. Macron's party decreased its share, and so it left a situation in which we had basically three main blocks in the National Assembly, none of which was able to form a majority of their own. So Macron self-inflicted wound, lost his relative majority in the National Assembly by calling for those elections. And then secondly, again, to get back to Macron's responsibility here, secondly, the crisis has its roots in the way that Macron responded to those elections. So like I said, after those elections, we had three blocks in the National Assembly, the left bloc, the New Popular Front, with a slight lead on the rest, but basically three evenly split blocks. And instead of turning to the parties that, instead of turning to what the voters expressed at the polls, which was support for the center and for the left, Macron decided to name a prime minister on the right.
That's exactly what I was saying.
Did not actually reflect what voters.
That's exactly what I was saying.
So it's really those two big issues to simplify. So
not today, but recently, in the light of all of this. That's exactly what he did. He just spat in their faces and said, "You know what? I'm gonna go and pick someone who might as well have been from Marine Le Pen's own sort of inner circle."
To call those elections in the first place, which backfired, decreased his party share in the National Assembly. And secondly, the fact that this government here that's fallen did not reflect what voters actually expressed at the polls earlier this summer.
So Barnier is a former EU official. He's been forced to step down as prime minister. The president says he's going to name a new prime minister. Can you talk about who exactly he's talking to? You have everyone from Marine Le Pen on the far right to Mathilde Panot, leader of the left-wing France Unbowed Party. Marine Le Pen, who now faces a verdict in a criminal embezzlement case in the next months, which could potentially make her her ineligible to run for office for years. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right, and that also might be part of the reason why there's calls to move to a presidential election in certain parts of the far right. But the key issue here is we still have the same mathematical problem that we had after the elections this summer, which is how do you find a prime minister that's able to get enough support in the National Assembly, or that's able to at least withstand a motion of no confidence. So you have to get someone who cannot have 289 members of the National Assembly vote against them. That's really the goal here. And the question is Macron going to basically try to do the same thing that he did this summer, which is to say, I'm going to turn to the right and de facto let the national...
Yeah. Or, here's an idea. He could go back to the party that won the election and say, my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Can we talk again about Lucie Castet? Because to me, that would be the most democratic thing to do. Because, I mean, that's who the person that the NFP had originally, or at least, I think, actually, they actually recommended someone first. I can't remember who he was. But she was their last pick, essentially, if I recall correctly. And it would be Mr. Macron, to perhaps engage the party that won the election, instead of being a crybaby, because neoliberalism lost. All right, now let's talk to a place. Let's go to a place and talk about another election. This time a presidential election, which has run amok and is actually apparently going to be completely redone, even though they had gone through the entire first round of voting. You may know what country I'm talking about. That country is Romania. This situation is going on now since, I think, the weekend, so like the last week. Let's go here to BBC News 15 hours ago. Romanian court orders rerun of presidential election. First round.
Now to Romania, where the top constitutional court has cancelled the presidential election, annulling the result of the first round, which was held 2 weeks ago. The announcement comes just days after security services revealed details of what appears to have been a major attempt to interfere in the country's presidential election using the social media platform TikTok, with a series of cyber attacks as well. Well, the results of that first round saw Călin Georgescu, an almost unknown far-right NATO skeptic who had vowed to end aid to Ukraine if he won with most votes. Now, the court said it made the move to ensure the correctness and the legality of the electoral process. But let's talk more about it with our correspondent Sarah Rainsford, who can join us right now from Romania. Sarah, just explain why you think this Constitutional Court has made this decision and what the reaction has been.
Well, it's something of a political bombshell here in Romania after a couple of weeks of complete turmoil in politics. You know, it's very hard to predict what's going to happen here from 1 minute to the next, because it was 2 weeks ago now that a total unknown, essentially a very little known character from the far right of Romanian politics emerged, only campaigning on TikTok, to win the first round of the presidential election. Now, after that, there was a lot of concern about how fair that vote had been, how he had managed to surge to the top as an essentially unknown character, particularly because his politics were from the far right, because he was very sympathetic to Russia, very skeptical about NATO. Now, what we had this week was an unprecedented release of intelligence documents by the authorities here, which suggested that his meteoric rise had actually been down to an influence campaign that was conducted and coordinated from outside of this country. That was the allegation.
So, I don't know exactly how many people are on TikTok in Romania. I trying to look it up, but it's hard to get the information on this, unfortunately. So it's not clear whether or not it makes any sense for this to be happening. It's yeah, sort of at a loss on it. It would make sense if, in fact, there's not a lot of users on TikTok, right?
And now this latest move, the Constitutional Court, judges there voting that the entire presidential election has to be cancelled and started again from scratch. So we're in utterly uncharted territory, and the reaction...
Everyone is online. Trump campaign was online too, and it scares you. Well, I can understand that. I can understand that. And in that way, it does make it hard sometimes to know what's going on in some communities. You know, like, for instance, like, you know, 8chan, 4chan, some of these other sorts of right-wing places, you know, Rumble. I don't spend any time there, and have on occasion shown up just to look at what it is, and it's never really been the place I wanted to be. But the fact that, you know, we aren't, I think most leftists aren't in these sort of spaces, and it does make me wonder what is going on, and you know, it can be concerning. The fact is, the social fabric has been kind of upended by social media, right, and by sort of all of our technologies, and we're trying to find new ways to adapt to them.
Been extraordinary. The second round vote was meant to take place on Sunday, with Călin Georgescu, that frontrunner, facing a candidate called Elena Lasconi. Now, she's come out and she's condemned the court, saying that their move was actually illegal and immoral. She said it's a threat to democracy. The vote should have gone ahead. We haven't heard...
Well, they're claiming that it's a affront to democracy and that they legitimately won it. And so, I mean, it's clearly a very contentious situation. We've been trying to keep up with it. We're going to keep trying to keep up with it. The last one of this. Is it Saturday already?
The ongoing presidential election in Romania was annulled by the country's top court on Friday after accusations of Russian meddling. The court said the election, due to conclude on Sunday and with voting already underway in polling stations abroad, would have to be rerun. It would have pitted Călin Georgescu, a far-right pro-Russian candidate, against pro-EU centrist leader Elena Lasconi. Before the first-round vote in November, Georgescu scored single-digit numbers in opinion polls. He then surged to a first-place finish that raised questions over...
So that's the thing to me of all of this, right? Like the TikTok stuff, I don't quite get how to gauge that. But on an opinion poll, like, in my estimation, having single digits in an opinion poll and then winning an election in a landslide does say something fucking weird happened.
Result.
Decizia Curții Constituționale de astăzi.
On Friday, he called the decision a coup.
Condamn cu tărie ceea ce s-a întâmplat.
It's a coup.
Illegal.
Never heard that before. Oh, okay, that's enough in Romania. We're gonna quickly hit up Ukraine. Whoopsies. Did not mean to do that. Totally clicked the wrong thing. God damn it. All right. Yeah, we're going to quickly go to Ukraine. Then we'll be talking Israel for a while. Yeah, but there has been a bunch more strikes. I mean, this last month has been insane in terms of the number of strikes going, I mean, not just to Ukraine, but also just back and forth. Because Ukraine has also done quite a number of strikes, more than normal after getting the green light. But yeah, this is aftermath of strike in Zaporizhia, where Ukrainian firefighters raced to put out the blaze. Yeesh. Seems like that building is completely done. Okay. Now, we talked real quickly last stream about the recent declaration by Amnesty International. Of course, if you're not familiar, Amnesty International is a humanitarian aid organization that serves all sorts of countries worldwide, hence the name. Israel's, of course, very upset about them saying this. Let's go here. This is the first report on all this a day ago. Oh, what just happened? Yeah, there we go.
The human rights group Amnesty International accused Israel of committing genocide in the Gaza Strip during its war with Hamas, saying it has deliberately tried to destroy Palestinians by mounting deadly attacks, destroying vital infrastructure, and preventing the delivery of food and aid. The group said such actions could not be justified by Hamas's attack into Israel in October 2023, which ignited the war, or by the presence of militants in civilian areas.
Israel's actions have wiped out entire multi-generational families. Illegal. They have destroyed Palestinian homes and livelihood. Illegal. Wreaked a dreadful havoc on their infrastructure and on their ties to the land. Illegal. All of that comes on top of years of apartheid, dispossession, unlawful military occupation.
Amnesty also said that the U.S. and other allies of Israel could be complicit in genocide and called on them to halt arms shipments. The Biden administration says it believes the report's accusations are unfounded. Israel has adamantly rejected genocide allegations against it as anti-Semitic blood libel.
Oh, yeah.
It is challenging such allegations at the International Court of Justice.
That shit is insane. I cannot believe that they're doing this. I mean, the fact is we had actual anti-Semitism in this chat earlier today. When we were talking about the amazing mall commune story, somebody came in to complain about how H&M was owned by the Jews and how, you know, this was some sort of a Jewish mall conspiracy or something. And yet, you know, they're not concerned about those people. They're just concerned about criticism of a country. Of their country, to be fair. But still, their own country is, I mean, this is wrong, right? I mean, this is completely wrong. To refer to it as, like, you know, like, because, like, the blood libel stuff goes back so far, and to refer to that as this, to make that sort of comparison is just utterly disgusting, okay? And, you know, it makes that kind of stuff, like I was just talking about, people in here talking, you know, insane, you know, basically just Jewish space laser theories, normalizes that kind of shit because it obfuscates what actually anti-Semitism is. wake you up when this nightmare we call modern politics is over, I'll let you know. Do you have a phone number for your cryotube? Just kidding. Don't put your phone number in chat. That's not good. All right. Now, before we talk more about the specifically, like, this declaration by Amnesty International, I figured we'd look at this, what would, I guess, to my estimation, be evidence for this very thing we're talking about. This was the France 24 Observer. This is a strange YouTube channel. They rarely post videos, but when they do, not all the time, but oftentimes they are quite interesting and well researched to some degree, and they get not nearly enough views. But this is a video they posted 4 days ago that tracks the devastation in Gaza, specifically northern Gaza, from the beginning of the war to now.
This video was filmed by a UN team that had rare access to the north of the Gaza Strip. It shows the once vibrant seafront after a year of Israeli bombing, now in ruins, emptied of its population. Before the war, northern Gaza had a population of 500,000 people. A year later, the UN estimates there are just 70,000. Northern Gaza was the first part of the territory that Israel bombed after Hamas's surprise attack on October 7th, 2023. Israel resumed its...
I just want to go back to that photo. I mean, look at it. It's completely different. And there's a few tents here, sure. I mean, the same thing happens in the United States. Outside of Los Angeles and outside of San Francisco, even in the cities in some cases. Maybe not to this extent. But of course, there's been a refugee crisis, I mean, in Gaza since the beginning. But now all of this is either rubble or tents now.
500,000 people. A year later, the UN estimates there are just 70,000. Northern Gaza was the first part of the territory that Israel bombed after Hamas's surprise attack on October 7th, 2023. Israel resumed its attacks on the north this October, ordering thousands of residents to flee the densely populated Jabalia camp. The Israeli army has been besieging the camp ever since. A collective of local journalists sent France 24 interviews with residents forced to flee the camp.
From 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., the firing doesn't stop. We were trapped with 5 children in a single room. It was terrifying. In the morning, they dropped flyers telling us to leave for the west of Gaza.
Illegal.
These zones are considered to be dangerous combat zones. Wait. Warning, these zones are considered to be... This is the whole north of Gaza. What is this nonsense? This is the whole territory. Insanity.
قبل يومين راح قريبنا على الحارة لقى بيوتنا الستة مهدومة 6 بيوت احنا 47 نفر 5 أسر 6 أسر كل أسرة عندها بيت كامل مكمل.
The Israeli army says the evacuations in Gaza are intended for the safety of the territory's residents while military operations are underway. But the NGO Human Rights Watch says that in many cases the evacuations are intended to be permanent and amount to mass forcible transfers, which are banned by the Geneva Conventions. By the end of October, Israel had destroyed or damaged nearly 70% of the buildings in northern Gaza, according to researchers in the US. The destruction is visible, entire neighborhoods flattened, here in the city of Beit Lahia, near the border with Israel.
Wow.
Or in Jabalia.
Wow.
Here in the city of Beit Lahia, near the border with Israel.
Oh my God.
Entire neighborhoods flattened, here in the city of Beit Lahia, near the border with Israel. Or in Jabalia during the Israeli offensive in October. Satellite images show the army is building a road across northern Gaza. Some analysts saying it might become a new buffer zone in the Gaza Strip. In its report, Human Rights Watch documented the creation of such buffer zones across Gaza, saying the Israeli army systematically razed land and buildings along the roads they have built to enter Gaza, including the access road to the Jabalia camp. Other analysts, like Brian Carter, say the Israeli military will be under pressure to explain the level of destruction once the fighting ends.
That's going to...
Yes, and let's talk more about that. And about different accusation, because that was Human Rights Watch's accusation. Now let's talk more about Amnesty International's accusation of genocide. Oh, wait, play. Please play. Don't do this to me. Come on. Ah, it's screwing me because there's a content warning on it. Hold on. Please hold. I have to fix this. Yes, I understand. It's troubling. All of this is troubling.
In a landmark report released Thursday, Amnesty International has accused Israel of committing genocide against Palestinians in Gaza. It's the first time a major human rights organization's labeled Israel's actions in Gaza following the October 7th attacks of 2023 as genocide. This is a video released by Amnesty International to accompany its new report. You feel like you are subhuman. Israel's genocide against Palestinians in Gaza is the name of this video. It features Amnesty International Secretary General Agnes Kalamard and their Israel-Palestine researcher, Budur Hassan. It begins with a clip of former Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant.
We are laying complete siege on Gaza. No electricity, no food, no water, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals, and we act accordingly.
For over a year, we've witnessed utter carnage unfolding right before our eyes in the occupied Gaza Strip with no end in sight. Many have described this carnage as the first live-streamed genocide, day after day. What has your government done to prevent this genocide? What have your political leaders done? What are they doing now?
You feel like you are subhuman. Israel's genocide against Palestinians in Gaza.
Israel has been waging an ongoing and devastating offensive on the occupied Gaza Strip. More than 43,000 Palestinians have been killed and tens of thousands injured, nearly 2 million displaced, neighborhoods flattened, aid and life-saving supplies restricted, all sparking an unprecedented humanitarian catastrophe. The term genocide has increasingly been used to describe Israel's conduct in Gaza, but how can we assess whether what is happening is actually genocide? The first treaty to explicitly define and criminalize genocide in international law was adopted by the United Nations in 1948 in response to the atrocities of World War II. To prove genocide has taken place, you need to show that one or more acts prohibited by the Genocide Convention was carried out and that it was committed with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial or religious group, in this case, Palestinians.
As part of Amnesty International's research, we have documented Israel's
Yeah, well, that cut is fast. I mean, they've seemingly met practically all the definitions of genocide, and it's horrifying that they keep, you know, they keep claiming the opposite, and then also using all of this stuff, like all this Holocaust talk and stuff. It really is breaking me inside. You know, Israel is just, oh. I thought this was going to end. I don't know who here all right now is watching that was watching at the beginning of all this, but early on, right after I started streaming, you know, within like a month or so, Biden called for ceasefire. Remember that? Remember that all happening 9 months ago? What happened to that ceasefire? I genuinely thought at the time, naively, but I did believe that we would get an end to this, and now we're talking about it like it's never gonna end. I mean, granted, thankfully, Hamas and Israel have supposedly re-entered ceasefire talks, but at this point, my level of optimism for those talks is somewhere around 1 or 2% optimism, I would say.
Palestinians.
As part of Amnesty International's research, we have documented Israel's perpetration of 3 out of the 5 prohibited acts under the Genocide Convention since the 7th of October. These include killing members of the group, causing them serious mental or bodily harm, and inflicting conditions of life calculated to bring about their physical destruction. For example, this would include the destruction of essential infrastructure, including homes, agricultural land, water and sanitation infrastructure, and infrastructure indispensable to the civilian population. They also include the mass repeated displacement under inhumane and unsanitary conditions, and they also include the deliberate obstruction of entry of life-saving supplies and aid.
It is clear the Israel authorities have deliberately inflicted these conditions and knew they would inevitably result in a deadly mix of hunger and disease, which brings us to the other important component of the crime, the intent to destroy.
3, 2, 1.
Illegal. It's an entire nation out there that is responsible. It's not true. This rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved, it's absolutely not true.
These racist, dehumanizing, and genocidal statements call for the annihilation of Palestinians in Gaza and making Gaza unlivable. They provide evidence for Israel's intent to physically destroy Palestinians. As part of Amnesty International's research, we reviewed over 100 statements made by Israeli officials, and these statements clearly were echoed by Israeli soldiers on the ground.
Whoever returns here, if they return here after, will find scorched earth. No houses, no agriculture, nothing. They have no future.
Specific genocidal intent should be assessed through analyzing the most recent conflict, while taking into account a system of apartheid, a brutal occupation, and the 70...
When you put all this together into one place, into one documentary, it makes this inarguable. It's indefensible. You cannot say that anything else is happening. And it's just it's so frustrating as a person who has had to watch these videos day in, day out, and to hear Israel claim it's not happening, and then to have people out there take the time to compile it all into one thing, and then be able to look at it in sort of in context, all sort of one after another, all the genocidal statements made, all the, all the carnage, the demolitions of civilian infrastructure, literal demolitions getting cheered, all of these different war crimes, just all in one tiny little package.
Unlawful blockade of Gaza, a history of systematic human rights violations built on the continuous dehumanization of Palestinians.
We have documented an unprecedented scale, speed, and seriousness of inhumane acts in Gaza. Palestinians are facing overwhelming trauma and pain. We have interviewed parents digging up the remains of their children with their own hands. And we have documented the mixture of hunger and disease that has ravaged Gaza, all while the healthcare sector has collapsed completely.
This must stop. And for genocide to end, Governments around the world must come together and they must take action, resolute action. You must ask that they stop transferring weapons that are murdering children in their thousands and decimating entire Palestinian families. You must demand that justice be delivered, that all those responsible for the genocide be held to account. Perpetrators benefit from the inaction and the complicity of too many of our political leaders. No war criminals should ever be allowed to walk free, undisturbed, fearless. Let's put all our instruments into action. National tribunals, universal jurisdiction, international criminal court. Governments must do everything in their power to end Israel's genocide.
That's Amnesty International Secretary General.
Woof, that is a rough 6.5 minutes. Holy cow. Yeah, they also do an interview with one of the people that's in that documentary. We may watch some of that later. I just gotta keep up with my schedule here and hit all the points we got. Holy shit. It is insanely late. We're gonna make it through, though. We're gonna do it. I'm pretty sure. Let's go to Zateo. I got a clip here of Prem Thakur, who is their correspondent, White House correspondent. This was at the U.S. State Department. Oh, here we go. Vedant Patel, once again, here to answer questions. I'm sure this will go good.
So we've seen the targeting of thousands of journalists, medical staff, humanitarian workers, infrastructure workers, the total decimation of agriculture, religious sites, homes, residential blocks, the destruction of neighborhoods, memories, bloodlines.
Sounds indiscriminate.
Gaza is ethnically cleansed to a great extent. Doctors, including from America, say that they've seen kids deliberately sniped. How many acts of genocide does it take to make a genocide?
So, look, I appreciate what you're trying to do with the way that you phrase that.
Well, Vedant, he appreciates it.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Vedant appreciates the question and the way that it's phrased. So much so he's gonna, prevaricate for a while, sort of, avoid talking about the number. It's like, there's a particular reference that it reminds me of.
Look, I appreciate what you're trying to do with the way that you phrase that question, but let me just say again unequivocally that the allegations of genocide we find to be unfounded. That being said, a number of areas continue to be of deep concern to the United States. Most notably so, we continue to be concerned about the impact on civilians and the ways...
So far, he's really struggling to figure out just how many crimes it takes to get to a genocide.
Some of these military operations are being conducted. We continue to be concerned about the humanitarian situation in Gaza, and we're continuing to have very serious conversations about what other levers can be utilized to address the humanitarian situation, and that's what we'll continue to do.
I mean, the question really is about the founding laws. For instance, today, several patients and medical workers at Gamal Adwan Hospital in northern Gaza, one of the last remaining medical facilities, was attacked by Israeli drones. There's this harrowing image of a teenage boy in a wheelchair who was killed. This is after a week of Israeli forces killing a Save the Children staffer, 3 World Central Kitchen workers, a head chef of the Gaza Soup Kitchen, an ICU director shooting a 10-year-old girl. And that's in a matter of days. And how do attacks like these that apparently are not an aberration, considering we've seen these over and over again, have anything to do
It's like a pattern,
They
if you will.
certainly are an aberration. When we have seen civilians...
Wait, it is an aberration?
We have seen places that would be consistent with civilian infrastructure, like hospitals or or schools when they have become sites for kinetic activity. Those are things that have become great concern to us and are things that we raise directly with our partners in Israel. I will use the hospital that you mentioned as an example. We have been incredibly clear that fighting in
Yeah, so we've been apparently really, really upset and disgusted by all these things that Israel's doing, but not disgusted enough to do anything but say, hey, you're doing stuff we don't like.
Around hospitals, it should not happen, and that parties are called on to respect the protected status of these kinds of facilities, and that's something that we'll continue to stress additionally. The point, Prem, is that these things are not mutually exclusive. These things we can continue to have
first name
these
basis
areas of deep concern and continue to stress and their importance and stress how there needs to be better decision making. There needs to be additional steps taken.
Who needs to make
on civilian?
Who needs to make those better decisions? I would like to know. Because is it Israel? Israel needs to make better decisions? Is that what it sounds like that's what he's suggesting. He's unwilling to name the specific party that needs to be making these supposed better decisions, though.
Humanitarian situation that does not equate to allegations of genocide being accurate or founded. And
so Amnesty actually made the same point in the report that they had said that one stated goal of attacking does not preclude.
When he heard Amnesty, he was like, "Oh, wait, another one?" He looked so disappointed when he heard that. God, all these NGOs are making my life so hard. Jeez.
Allegations of genocide being accurate or founded. And
so Amnesty actually made the same point in the report that they had said that one stated goal of attacking Hamas, for instance, does not preclude the possibility of committing war crimes or committing acts of genocide. And so I think that argument kind of goes both ways. And you had said that these attacks are an aberration and that you have been making it clear to Israel that fighting in and around hospitals is not acceptable. Why is this hospital one of the last remaining hospitals in northern Gaza then?
I will let the IDF speak to their
Jesus Christ
operations frame. That's not.
Well, if you've heard the IDF, if you listen to anything the IDF said recently, it's all been, we're doing a great job and we should keep doing what we've been doing. And we've made no mistakes. Thank you. Nothing to see here.
For me to speak to, but we have stressed not only the fact that these kinds.
Yeah. Never willing to speak to anything. Unless it's Russia. And then we're willing to say concretely and without any sort of, beating around the bush. Russia's doing all the crimes. Thank you.
Illegal.
In fact, Russia stole my little sister's bike last week. They didn't give it back. And then, when I went over there to tell them about it, they kicked me in the shins. Alright, let's go to Syria, where things are continuing to get, what's the word? Cooier? Is that a word? Cooier? Things are, let's just say, escalating in the country of Syria. Syrian rebels are making a great deal of, I guess you would say, progress into the rest of the country. They were previously relegated to a tiny section on the west and are now making their way essentially into the center of the country, and in many cases seemingly almost unopposed by the Syrian army. Not entirely. Of course, we've seen a number of strikes done by Syria and by Russia. on rebel forces. But basically, we're in a second Syrian civil war at this point.
Fighters of the Syrian National Army, the SNA, guard the entrance of Minna military air base in Tel Rifat. They're holding what they call a vital position after capturing it from the Syrian Kurdish fighter group, the YPG. Minna village, next to the airbase, bears the scars of war. Once crucial, the heavily damaged base still remains strategically important. The advance follows the opposition's December 27th offensive, which they are calling deterrence of aggression, led by Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. The operation has secured Idlib and Aleppo, and fighters are now close to Hama.
These fighters have spent over 10 days on the front lines. They are preparing for getting Manbij, Hama and other places across Syria. We dedicate this victory to the free Syrian people and all martyrs. This marks freedom from Bashar, the tyrant backed by Russia and sectarian militias, a monumental, indescribable triumph for all Syrians.
Foreign diplomats talk of compromise, but these fighters are vowing not to stop until they drive Bashar al-Assad out. Behind me are the villages of Aleppo province. These places are so close, yet for years people here have felt their worlds apart, divided by war and conflict in their own country. Now there's a glimmer of hope. In many parts of Syria,
Okay. Of course, Syria has a very complicated history. I find myself struggling sometimes to talk about it without misspeaking. I'll try my best to get through this. But there is a lot to it. One thing that I worry about is, what will happen once Bashar al-Assad is overthrown, which is the express intent of the Syrian rebels. We will talk about that shortly, but let's look more at some of the sort of advancements they've been making inside of the country.
Hello, welcome to the programme, and we begin with the latest developments in Syria. And these dramatic pictures just in show Islamist rebels making another breakthrough in their surprise offensive in Syria, this time entering the strategic city of Hama, apparently unopposed. You can see the rebels riding into the city on near empty streets and being welcomed by cheering local people. Well, in these pictures, the rebels turn the cameras round and film themselves celebrating. The Syrian army says it has now withdrawn its forces from Hama, effectively ceding control there to the rebel forces.
Okay, we already watched some of these yesterday. I just wanted to catch people up who maybe missed yesterday's stream. I'm sneaky like that.
Concerning those 3 U.S. soldiers who are being evaluated for the potential TBI, where were they when that impact happened? What raised the concern of potential?
Yeah, again, this is all, in the vicinity of MSS Euphrates in that region down there.
Inside the wire or outside the wire?
That's as detailed as I'm going to get.
On Tuesday, I asked you whether the U.S. provided support for SDF forces attack on the 7 villages where the SAA is located. They have positions there, and you referred me to the SDF. I'm asking you as a spokesperson for the Pentagon, did your forces provide any support for the SDF in that operation?
Look, our forces are in Syria to conduct a counter-ISIS operation, right? The enduring...
Well, there we go. U.S. forces are in Syria engaging in this war. We're calling it something else. We're calling it fighting ISIS. But no, we're trying to help a specific group of people, specifically former Al-Qaeda and ISIS. It's complicated. But let's talk more, because with this, it made me think, who else? What other armies are in Syria that aren't Syria's army? Reuters might have the answer.
The resurgence of fighting in Syria has brought into focus the role of foreign powers in the country, with many having deployed troops since 2011. Who are the foreign armies involved in Syria? Turkey has deployed troops across northwestern Syria in support of the 2011 rebel uprising against President Bashar al-Assad. Turkey wants to weaken Syrian Kurdish armed groups which carved out autonomous enclaves along the Turkish border during the civil war. Ankara views the groups as an extension of the Kurdish Workers' Party, which it deems a terrorist group and has been waging an insurgency in Turkey since 1984. It also wants a return home for some 3 million Syrians who have fled to Turkey during the war. Turkey has mounted multiple operations in Syria involving thousands of troops since 2016. Iran deployed its Revolutionary Guards to Syria as early as 2012 to help Assad. Lebanon's Hezbollah, which is backed by Iran, played a big part. For Iran, Assad is a crucial ally, part of its axis of resistance.
I don't think maybe there is some tiny element of Hezbollah in Syria, but they're basically, if anything, they're just refugees from, the only thing I can think of is they're being refugees from Lebanon, from the current fighting in Lebanon. And there might be, I don't know, 1 or 2 Hezbollah guys in there. But mostly Hezbollah sticks to Lebanon, mostly, to my understanding.
Israel and US influence in the Middle East. Other Tehran-backed Shiite Islamist groups from Afghanistan and Iraq have also played a vital combat role. Iran's presence in Syria has been a big point of concern for Israel, prompting it to carry out frequent airstrikes. Russian forces have had a presence militarily in Syria since the Cold War, but intervened on Assad's side in 2015. Coordinating with Iran, they operated from an airbase in Latakia province, with Russian air power decisively tilting the conflict Assad's way. On the ground, Russian troops are involved in government-held areas, with military police deployed during attempts to de-escalate fighting. US military intervention in Syria began in 2014 against the Islamic State jihadist group that had declared its rule over a third of Syria and Iraq. Working with the Syrian Democratic Forces, they fought to drive Islamic State from areas it had captured.
Now, wait, hold on.
Syria's north and east. Declaring the battle with Islamic State almost won, President Donald Trump announced in 2018 he wanted to pull out US troops, but the plan was...
So they completely skirted over the fact that after we funded the SDF originally, they just became Al-Qaeda, basically. Well, not became Al-Qaeda, but they were already Al-Qaeda and then just rejoined Al-Qaeda. And so that was it did not go good. Specifically the stuff that started in 2014, especially. Not that any of the stuff since then has been any, but you know what I'm saying. The stated goals of 2014 were never achieved, and if anything, it just wound up funding Al-Qaeda some more. And now the media's super stoked about this. All, I guess, coming to fruition 10 years later. So, yeah, I guess. Yay. Whatever that means. Let's go now on to this. Here's an effect of what's happening right now in Aleppo. People are suffering from shortages of essential needs due to the fact that the government is no longer in control.
Essentials like bread were in short supply in Aleppo in the days after Islamist rebels took control of the northwestern Syrian city from government forces. Reuters visited Aleppo Wednesday and spoke to locals lining up for food and fuel. While a week on, some services are back, including some set up by the rebels. Ahmed Hamdan said some people were not able to get bread at all.
In terms of the bread situation, this is a very, very big crisis. People in their hundreds are at the bakeries. Some people can get bread, and others not at this time. The bread situation, some good people gave us bread. Getting bread has become a struggle.
The insurgents, led by the group Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, are trying to show Syrians and the West that they are a viable alternative to President Bashar al-Assad. They've set up several services like traffic control and lifted a curfew. However, gas remains in short supply. One motorist complained prices were too high. It's profit.
Okay. Keep this going. Now, we're talking about Al-Qaeda and how SDF is basically Al-Qaeda. But they're claiming they're not Al-Qaeda anymore. And that they've actually turned a corner. And actually, the leader of the SDF has done an interview with CNN. This was 19 hours ago.
Syrian rebel forces have now taken over Hama. That is the second major city they've captured since launching a surprise offensive last week. Syria's military says its troops had to withdraw from Hama after rebels entered several parts of the city in another blow to President Bashar al-Assad. Now, rebel fighters also freed hundreds of prisoners, saying they were all wrongfully detained. Some residents in Hama are now celebrating the rebel takeover.
Thank God, we've been waiting for this day for a long time, and we're all coming out on the street. This is the happiest day for us. We were afraid to go out at night. We've been waiting for this.
Feelings that can't be described. It's been 50 years we've been suffering injustice and crime and oppression. This is a historic moment, a priceless moment.
Priceless moment. Now, rebels are vowing to push further south to Homs. That is the next major city on the road to the capital, Damascus. CNN's Jemana Karatse sat down for an exclusive interview with the main rebel leader, Abu Muhammad al-Jolani.
Now, I find this graph, the way that this is labeled, to be fascinating. Because the way they call it the Syrian rebels, I mean, technically, if you're living in here you're a rebel, you're a Syrian rebel. But the only people who are Syrian on this entire list here, aside from the regime, are this one group of rebels. Now, technically, the Islamic State fighters are also Syrian. So were the Kurds, even though they don't want to be, really, technically. They're stateless. They've wanted a state for a long time. They just never got it. Now, actually, I take it back. There's one group of people here that are definitely not Syrian, and that's the U.S., That is undoubtedly the least Syrian of all of the groups here. Even the Turkish-backed forces have more claim to being Syrian than the U.S. ones. That much is actually, I hate to say, but it is historically accurate. Not saying that Erdogan is necessarily doing anything good here. Because really, he also objects to the Kurds existing too. It's all, like I said, it's very complicated, but just remember, everyone's Syrian aside from the U.S.
On the road to the capital, Damascus. CNN's Jemana Karatse sat down for an exclusive interview with the main rebel leader, Abu Muhammad al-Jolani. He says
Although I guess in a way, I'm simplifying that too much. But like, I just hated the way they labeled it. Right, it was just annoying to me. Because I feel like it is, in a way, I think CNN trying to paint the picture that only the SDF are, in fact, righteous in this moment. Because, of course, you don't use the word regime to describe anybody that you like, right? So, and of course, Islamic State bad, right?
Capital,
Damascus. And let's be real. People in the United States have no idea what a Kurd is. 9.5 out of 10 people don't know what a Kurd is.
Jemana Karatse sat down for an exclusive interview with the main rebel leader, Abu Muhammad al-Jolani. He says the Assad regime is, in his words, dead, and explains how his forces have been able to sweep through Syria.
Taking Hama, after taking Aleppo, I mean, how
significant is this for you right now?
From a military perspective, what comes after Hama will not be the same as what came before. However, I prefer not to be overly optimistic during the battle. I like to remain cautious and vigilant to avoid complacency and ensure we don't suffer losses while believing we are safe.
What comes after this? What's after Hama?
The course of the battle, as for the secrets of the battle, let's leave them to the unfolding events. You will witness them in reality, which is better than discussing them now.
In a matter of days, you have taken major cities. What's changed? How are you able to do this now?
In recent years, there has been a unification of internal opinions and the establishment of institutional structures within the liberated areas of Syria. This institutionalization included the restructuring within military factions. They entered unified training camps and developed a sense of discipline. This discipline allowed them, with God's guidance, to engage in a battle in an organized manner. The progress and execution of plans have been swift, with clear communication and adherence to commands. They stop where they should stop and withdraw where they should withdraw. The revolution has transitioned from chaos and randomness to a state of order, both in civil and institutional matters and in military operations alike.
Some believe this is happening because the allies of the Assad regime, the Russians, Hezbollah.
Hold on, I'm gonna move past this.
But you faced more of a resistance in Hama than you did in Aleppo. What do you think happened? Why did the regime withdraw like it did?
The seeds of the regime's defeat have always been within it. It has been effectively dead since that time. However, the Iranians attempted to revive the regime, buying it time, and later the Russians also tried to prop it up. But the truth remains.
Hold on, this is... When does she ask this question?
The Arab countries' evaluation of the situation was mistaken. Some Arab countries try to separate the regime from
Sorry,
Iran's
there's a
project.
specific question.
This is
That's why I keep pausing it and like trying to find it. There's a... how far does this go? God damn it.
Possible. Even if the regime wanted this, it can't implement it. It's a subservient relationship. Iran can disengage from the regime, but the regime can't. To describe the regime as victorious is deeply unjust.
In the past, you have talked about strict Islamic rule. Is that still the plan?
People who fear Islamic governance either have seen incorrect implementations of it or do not understand it properly. We are talking about something that aligns with the traditions and nature of the region. The most important thing is to build institutions. We are not talking about rule by individuals or personal whims. It's about institutional governance. Syria deserves a governing system that is institutional, not one where a single ruler makes arbitrary decisions.
Many Syrians are happy and will be happy.
So she just skates over that. I love that. This dude's talking about a theocracy. It's like, but it's like it's gonna be a theocracy, but people just don't understand. This is gonna be a chill theocracy, okay? All right. I don't see why. What's the problem with that? But then she just completely goes past. She's like, oh yeah, no big deal, no big deal. All right, that's the part that I wanted to watch. So I mean, these guys are, like we said, they're Al Qaeda. They want a theocracy in this country. It's gonna have institutions, okay, but it's still gonna be, you know, a theocracy based on Islam, and I object to that just as much as I would object to a theocracy in Israel or the United States. I don't know why the U.S. is feeling it so much. Why they think that's a good idea. Alright, let's go look at more footage now. Enough of that interview.
Now, tens of thousands of people are fleeing the Syrian city of Homs as rebel Islamist fighters close in, and the speed at which the armed opposition is advancing across the country has astonished everyone, with the Syrian army loyal to President Assad simply falling away. Well, the civil war began in 2011, but the rebels with links to Al-Qaeda were forced into retreat 5 years later. Now they're back, and in just 10 days have taken the whole of Syria's second city, largest city of Aleppo. Another major city, Hama, that fell yesterday. And now in their sights, they're looking at Homs. Success there could see the main road from the capital, Damascus, cut to the Syrian coast, the stronghold of President Assad. He's seen all this lightning loss of territory because backers like Russia, Iran and Hezbollah are currently fighting other conflicts. Well, with the very latest from the Turkey-Syria border, here's Hugo Bachega.
The rebels' advance has been swift and astonishing. Yesterday, they captured Hama, almost unopposed. There were celebrations as they entered the city. I can't describe my joy, this man says. We wish that every honorable Syrian can experience these happy moments. The rebels said they wouldn't stop there, and they didn't. Today, they continue to make progress towards Homs. They still haven't taken the city as the military tries to slow their progress. The civil war in Syria started in 2011, when President Bashar al-Assad crushed protests against his regime. A rebel stronghold, Homs was under siege for 3 years, and the last opposition forces left the city in 2015 under a deal brokered by the UN.
Yep. There's basically been some semblance of peace, or at least an... yeah, kind of, since then. Not counting the strikes that Turkey or Israel has done recently, or other things like that. Or US being in the country to fight ISIS, things of that nature might not count as peace. But, certainly the most fighting that's been seen in a decade.
This video is said to show a Russian strike on a bridge that Syrian rebels would use to get to Homs. A Syrian army officer told Reuters it was bombed to prevent the rebels using it. While various social media videos, verified by Reuters, showed the rebels taking over a string of towns en route to the city. Homs is a crossroads on a key road between the capital Damascus and the coastal heartland of President Bashar al-Assad. The rebels' approach is part of a lightning advance since they burst out of their northwestern Idlib bastion. The territorial gains of the past week are the fastest since the civil war erupted 13 years ago, following street protests against Assad. The rebels captured the key city of Hama on Thursday, following their seizure of Syria's second city, Aleppo. Other footage purported to show them in Rastan, also in Homs province. Thousands of people fled Homs overnight, a war monitoring group and residents said on Friday. The advance, led by a former al-Qaeda affiliate known as Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, is the biggest challenge for years to Assad's rule. In Hama, crowds toppled this statue of Assad's father. Assad regained control of most of Syria in 2016 after his key allies, Russia, Iran and Lebanon's Hezbollah group, came to his aid. But they've...
Doesn't seem like anybody's talking about Syrian democracy at this time. It's just either theocracy or dictatorship. It's not a great vibe, not gonna lie. You know, because I mean, yeah, like Assad's family has been in charge for like 60 years. There's been no real democracy to be seen. But now we're talking about replacing it with the US-backed theocracy. It's insane. I just don't. I don't know. This just doesn't seem good. And of course, civilians will pay the toll. Always. It's horrifying. I have no idea what they're saying. I don't speak Arabic, but this whole video I watched it. It's just people injured, crying, bleeding. Some in hospital beds, some not. All right, let's see what Erdogan, president of Turkey, had to say about the rebel advancement.
Tabii İdlib,
Hama,
ve Humus, hedef
Homs,
tabii Şam.
And now the target is Damascus. The advance of the opposition is continuing. And we monitor it with our intelligence and media. I would say we hope for this advance to continue without any issues.
Kazasız, belasız bir şekilde Suriye'deki bu yürüyüş.
Well, there you go. Turkey, hoping maybe this will mean a little shake-up. Maybe they'll get a little extra land. At least that's what I assume Erdogan is hoping for. I don't think he really cares all that much about Assad, personally. Although, actually, I take it back. They do kind of have a feud. But he also wants the land. And I think he's hoping this will be some sort of a redrawing of Syria. So he's all about these rebels going down and ousting Assad, creating a power vacuum. I wonder if the Kurds will get a state this time. Alright, let's look some more at the civilian toll of all of this, as thousands of people are fleeing right now from all of the fighting.
Now, tens of thousands of people are fleeing the Syrian city of Homs as rebel Islamist fighters close in. And the speed at which the armed opposition is advancing across the country has astonished everyone, with the Syrian army, loyal to President Assad, simply falling away. The civil war began in 2011, but the rebels with links to Al-Qaeda were forced into retreat 5 years later. Now they're back, and in just 10 days have taken the whole of Syria's second largest city of Aleppo. Another major city, Hama, fell yesterday. And now in their sights is Homs. Success there could see the main road from the capital Damascus to the Syrian coast cut, dividing the stronghold of President Assad. His lightning loss of territory due to his backers, including Russia, Iran and Hezbollah, currently fighting in other conflicts. Well, with all the latest from the Turkey-Syria border, here's Hugo Bachega.
Syrian rebels on their way to Homs. Their offensive has been swift and astonishing. Here they celebrate as they capture another town without facing any resistance. They also had no opposition in Hama. Chanting "God is greatest," crowds gathered to welcome the fighters. They also seized this army base, a symbolic win as the military struggles to counter their progress. The civil war in Syria started in 2011 when President Bashar al-Assad crushed protests against his regime. Homs, a rebel stronghold, was under siege for 3 years. Opposition fighters only left under a deal brokered by the UN in 2015, and government forces reclaimed it.
If the rebels take Homs, Damascus, the capital, would be quite an easier target. The Syrian army has folded. that the state capacity has been degraded a great deal.
The Kurds are one of the largest stateless nations. They certainly are. Your list is quite extensive there.
The writing on the wall.
Frozen for years, the front lines in Syria are changing fast. This is an insurgency led by Islamist rebels from a group known as HTS. They have their roots in Al-Qaeda, but are trying to rebrand themselves as a nationalist force. From their base in Idlib, they launched a surprise campaign last week. They took Aleppo, the country's second largest city, and continued to push south.
I love that.
Second largest city.
I love how the billboard, the first image is a picture of Assad, and then the second one beneath it is also another picture of Assad. I wonder what the third one is. Oh God. It's probably a picture of Assad's dad. Syria is a fucked up place. I'm not gonna lie. And this is not intended to, belittle anybody who does live in Syria. I'm sure, it's for them perhaps an enjoyable place. I don't know, but I would hate to live there. It seems like it sucks if you like democracy and it not being like constantly surrounded by war or actively a part of it. Because let's not forget, every time that Syria's wars and sort of things sort of come to a calm, something else pops up in the Middle East, it would seem. It's like whenever one situation comes to a close, we gotta come up with another one. Excuse me, according to the Council on Foreign Relations. Yeah. I wasn't contesting the list. It was just impressive. I'm not even mad. Was the dad the first in the current leadership? Like, in terms of their bloodline, yeah. I think there's like a longer line of succession that technically happened. I think I did. Honestly, it's one of these. I lack a certain amount of understanding of Syria and its complexities. But no, I think there was, I think of the party, I think it goes back further. I think there's one other guy at least. I think it goes all the way back to like the 50s. I could be wrong on that. Please don't quote me on that. I'm guessing right now. I don't have any information on it. I'm just trying to answer your questions on the fly. All right, let's now go to some more footage of all of this. This is from 9 hours ago. They have captured the center of Hama, and this is the footage to prove it. Hey, real quick hint. I would not recommend posting Discord handles on YouTube. It's almost like posting a personal piece of information. It's not quite. It's kind of a gray area, but that's just my personal opinion. What are the painted things? Wait, what are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. How about Talking about the tires? These? I'm confused. This is, I believe, a Syrian army airport. Essentially, as you can see, there's a number of aircrafts and things here with the Syrian flag on it, which would lead one to believe all this, especially with this title on it. Are they monuments? I don't think these are monuments. I think this is an actively used military airport. I mean, some of this stuff might be old, but Syria doesn't have the biggest budget. I assume that this thing flies. Oh, you were confused why the plane was so vibrantly colored. Oh, it was fun. It was a fun coloring. You're right. It was fun. They got to go with the desert camo rather than, your average sort of, they got to switch it up here in Syria. Are we competing for space in chat right now? Don't make me put you all on a timer. Don't make me put you on slow chat. Just kidding. I would never do that. That's horrible. Horrifying. I would never slow chat you people. I love you too much. Oh my god, we're about to cross over 6 hours. It's about to happen. Well, it seems like these guys have managed to find the keys to some tanks along the way here. They seem to be getting armed up by way of these sort of abandoned military bases. I guess they didn't find the keys to this other one, so they're pushing it? Okay. Interesting. Interesting plan. I gotta say, of all the beards in the Middle East, I think the Syrian beards might be the most impressive and bushy of all of them. Of course, this is completely anecdotal and just from my personal viewing of these videos, but my god, some of these beards are intense in Syria. Okay. So yeah, as you can see from that footage on the ground, Hama is now completely occupied and taken by the SDF forces. Alright, I think that's our last video on Syria. So we're going to move on now to the rest of Asia. Hold on, I gotta do this. Been trying my best to do it. Hasn't been working tonight for whatever reason. But, okay. How was I doing? Yes. Let's talk about some things happening in the rest of Asia. And technically, Georgia is a place in Asia to the east of Syria by some margin. As protests there are still going on, and protesters are claiming they will not be leaving until their government concedes. You've gone too far east. You've gone too far east. Not Atlanta, Georgia. The other Georgia. The one in Central Asia, south of Russia. Used to be part of the USSR at one point. Wow, with the TI reference, I get it. Okay, I get it. It's very funny.
It has been like 8th day for the protest, and I have been here for like each and single night. Like everyone who is here for the idea, Georgia to be independent, to be in European Union, and to be free. And that's why people are finding strength in themselves, and they are still coming out. And despite the brutal and violent acts of the government, we are still here, and we will be here until we achieve our goals, which is European Union and free Georgia.
We want better connection with Europe, with the United States, and we don't need Russia. This is the main reason why young people are standing here. But me personally, I am standing here and protesting many things in this country. And of course I have right to do so.
Yeah, that is one thing I sort of just choose to ignore. The fact that Georgia's flag is literally the flag of the Crusades. It is, you know, it's interesting. I was holding a microphone, so they were fully aware of who I was. This is a deliberate attack against me. I was told it's a miracle that I can move my hands and talk. It was clear that they were deliberately attacking journalists. Have you seen the video of attack on Garam Rogava? Sit down and I will answer. The investigation about the possible excessive use of force is the competence of other entities. Oh, it's somebody else's responsibility. I see. That makes sense.
So they
Good
started
answer.
beating me up prematurely as soon as they made sure that there were no cameras around. The people around them saying the fun times are going to begin as soon as you guys get into the car. We're going to shove police batons up your ass. You guys are going to get raped. You guys are the types who like those things, right? And those sorts of questions and threats. But without a doubt, my dedication to getting Russia out of this country has not softened.
Yeesh. Seems like journalists aren't really very safe these days. I gotta say, seems like most places, like it feels like less places than more at this point. Like a majority. All right, I'm going too far, but my God. How many places have we seen over the last year where journalists are not being respected in the ways that they should, where they're being attacked physically or repressed, like Al Jazeera being kicked out of Israel, or, you know, like, I mean, how many examples of this have there been? All right, now while we're in Asia, I figured we would go to China, talk a little bit about some stuff going on there with some business stuff, AI, EVs. Let's go to Reuters from yesterday.
Apple appears to be facing trouble with AI in China. Tech publication The Information says it's struggling to adapt Baidu's artificial intelligence models for its phones. The report says there are problems with the model's understanding of prompts and its accuracy in responding to common scenarios.
Who could have guessed that AI would have problems adapting to certain things? I mean, my God, how many more examples do we need of AI not doing what it's reported to do for the big money, all the, you know, big companies to get off this bandwagon and just go back to doing things with normal intelligence?
Elsewhere in the world, Apple uses tech from ChatGPT maker OpenAI. But AI systems from US firms are unavailable in China, leaving the market to local companies. Neither firm commented on the report. But if confirmed, it would be bad news for Apple in a very tough market. Recent figures showed its phone sales slipping 0.3% in China in the third quarter, while local rival Huawei posted a 42% surge.
It's only going to keep getting more advanced. No worry. Yeah, okay. How is it going to get more advanced? We talked about that recently, if you recall. One way they're attempting to get more advanced is by using slave labor, or near slave labor. Kenyans being paid $1 an hour to do the old AI learning for it. I thought it was supposed to learn on itself. Was artificial, I thought, always meant that humans weren't going to get involved. It's very confusing to me. But did you watch that one, Donald? Oh my God. Oh my God. And I'm not like saying that you're like, I assume that's kind of a sarcastic comment, but I guess like, did you see that? It was insane. It was fucking insane. There's an entire industry right now of wage slaves in Africa training AI models. Probably because, you know, people have been complaining about AI companies just using them without their permission. So now they're just They're going to the next best option. Oh, God. All right. So you know how EU and America have been proposing tariffs on Chinese EVs? Well, not even proposing. There's already existing ones. Some of which have been put in place just this year. Especially the ones in the EU. Guess what? China is innovating. China is innovating. Don't like our EVs? Guess what, baby? We got more.
Chinese automakers have ramped up exports of hybrid vehicles to Europe, and they plan on sending more models to the key market. The move exposes the limits of the European Union's electric vehicle tariff scheme. It aims to protect its auto industry from cheap Chinese imports.
This is partly why I think tariffs are freaking idiotic. Aside from the fact that they create manufactured inflation, they also don't often do what they purport to. The same way sanctions don't often do what they're purported to do. In theory, they sound great oftentimes, but they just don't really come up with the solutions that they're supposed to. And this is just hilarious to me that China was like, oh, you don't like EVs? How about hybrids? Does that count? Does that fall under your little tariff?
Tariffs don't apply to hybrid cars. Analysts say they could see major brands like China's top EV maker BYD continue expansion in the region. Some manufacturers are also shifting production and assembly to Europe to lower costs around tariffs. One leading analyst expects China's hybrid exports to Europe to grow by a fifth in 2024 and even faster next year. EU tariffs of up to 45.3% on Chinese EV imports came into effect in late October. The bloc wants to counter what the European Commission calls unfair subsidies that helped create spare production capacity in China.
You know what's great about this solution is that it's worse for the environment and for the earth. Instead of just having allowed the EVs in the first place, now there's just going to be more cars with petrol gas engines in them, and yeah, well, I feel like it's a net negative for humanity. Oh, that blue car? Oh yeah, no, I mean that is pretty. Don't get me wrong. I think this is a gorgeous looking car. Honestly, when I first looked at it, it kind of reminded me of the, like, have you seen the Ford GT? That's what this reminds me of. Big time. Sort of a combination between that and like a Koenigsegg. It might be just the color though that's really doing it, and sort of the front end a little bit. Alright, enough car talk. Let's talk a different Asian nation. Russia. And we're going to be talking about this. We might actually do a stream. Not May. Well, we're definitely going to do a stream on Saturday. But we might do like a Saturn day stream, if you will. Like so. But specifically for this one reason. Because of the existence of this interview, which I did not have time to watch yet. But holy fuck. No one should be shocked by this. But guess what? Tucker Carlson, formerly of Fox News, now of the Tucker Carlson podcast, has decided to make another little take a little vacay out there in the world, and he picked what apparently seems to be his favorite country. And this whole video / interview posted on the Kremlin YouTube channel. I had no idea they had a YouTube channel. I already subscribed. Very excited about the content that's going to come out of there. But he met with Sergei Lavrov, Russia's foreign minister, I think. Either way, he's one of the head Kremlin officials. Tucker got in there. Super excited for this interview. Here's a sneak peek of what we're probably going to do tomorrow.
If they are following the logic, which some Westerners have been pronouncing lately, that, well, don't believe that Russia has red lines, they announce their red lines, these red lines are being moved again and again and again, this is a very serious mistake. So the message which we wanted to sell by testing in real action this hypersonic system is that we will be
tested it. You tested it on real human beings. It's less of a test and like a real world application.
Is that we will be ready to do anything to defend our legitimate interest. We hate even to think about war with the United States, which will take, nuclear character. The United States and the...
Oh, that's great. I love how he says that in such a finite way. It will take a nuclear character. Undoubtedly.
The allies of the United States who also provide this long-range weapons to the Kiev regime, they must understand that we would be ready to use any means not to allow them to succeed in what they call strategic defeat of Russia.
Boy, I can't wait to watch that whole thing. It's an hour and a half long, by the way. So buckle up for tomorrow, I guess. All right, don't pre-buckle up. That's too much. I'm going too far.
That's too much, man.
Should be a fascinating interview. I didn't hear any Tucker Carlson, so I guess we're going to be left wondering what it is Tucker had to say to all of this. Nuclear war talk. I'm sure he's incredibly disturbed by all of it. Jerry is back. How good to see you, Jerry. I see you. Okay. Now let's talk South Korea as the last of our stories here. With this whole martial law situation that's been going on over there. Of course, it only lasted 6 hours, but the repercussions of it have lasted many days now. I think at least 4? Or is it 3? It's like 3 or 4 days now, at least. This has been going on. Protests, then a government action, then a bringing of an impeachment vote. So let's talk about some of that. This is South Korea's opposition leader speaking 17 hours ago to reporters.
A
more dangerous part of the martial law case is the state of mind of the president who decided to do something that no one understands, rather than the fact that he did it.
내리는 대통령의 정신 상태에 있습니다.
후진해서 딴 데로 나간대. 어이구.
안보 문제.
There was a high possibility that he could do totally incomprehensible things on security, defense, economy, and foreign affairs issues.
납득할 수 없는 일들을 벌여나갈 가능성이 매우 높습니다.
노동조합에서 준비해 주셨습니다. 국민 여러분 함께 함성으로 감사의
It is necessary to mobilize all available means and capabilities to suspend the duties of the president as quickly as possible, and also deprive him of his formal positional authority.
박탈하는 것이 필요합니다.
They were very serious about that. They took an impeachment vote, but let's talk first about some of the other scandals that have surrounded this president, Yoon Suk-yeol.
북한 공산 세력의 위협으로부터
Yoon Suk-yeol faces an impeachment vote on Saturday.
But the South Korean president was already dogged by scandals before his botched attempt to impose martial law. One of his main controversies involves South Korea's First Lady. Yoon's wife, Kim Kun-hee, has been embroiled in a number of allegations. They include that she accepted a Christian Dior handbag from a pastor and that she manipulated stocks in South Korean BMW dealer Deutsche Motors. Yoon denied the accusations but apologized for causing public concern. The unpopular First Lady is cited as a major reason for Yoon's dismal ratings and a crushing defeat for his People Power Party in April. In November, Yoon vetoed a bill which seeks a special counsel investigation into the allegations about his wife. The pair have also been accused of meddling in the ruling party's candidate nomination process. The mishandling of a Marine's death further hit Yoon's public trust. A Marine was swept away last year while conducting a search and rescue operation without a life jacket. There were allegations that military officials and the presidential office interfered in the investigations, but Yoon vetoed a bill mandating a special counsel probe into the allegations. In 2022, Yoon was caught cursing on a microphone after a meeting with U.S. President Joe Biden in New York. Opposition lawmakers accused Yoon of insulting the U.S. Congress. Media reported Yoon had said Biden would be embarrassed if it did not pass a bill on funding a health initiative. The presidential office denied the allegations, saying he was referring to the South Korean parliament. Yoon also had an expensive office move, estimated to cost $40 million.
Jesus Christ! Why do you need a $40 million office? What in the fuck? That is a lot of money. And they're talking US dollars, people. Okay, let's go here now.
The moment Ahn Gui-ryong confronted soldiers outside South Korea's parliament went viral. But the woman, who grabbed a soldier's gun in protest against martial law, told Reuters on Thursday she just had to stop them.
The Bill and Hillary of South Korea. Boom.
Of President Yoon Suk-yeol's attempt to impose military
Well played.
rule.
I like that one.
It's
a pretty good reference.
Ahn has become a symbol of the public's rejection of President Yoon Suk-yeol's attempt to impose military rule. The spokesperson for the opposition Democratic Party was among those to block troops entering the main hall of the National Assembly.
I didn't grab the gun first. While blocking the martial law troops, we got into a scuffle. I think someone grabbed my arm.
Yeah, she didn't even seem to care about the gun initially, and this isn't even the whole footage. You can see on the different footage that we watched, it was either yesterday, I think it was yesterday we watched it, where she just basically was like pushing this guy around, like she was practically punching him, and then he like pointed his gun at her, and she's like, "Fuck you and your gun." It's pretty badass, not gonna lie, very badass. Maybe one of the most badass photos of 2024.
So while trying to block the martial law troops, I didn't consciously grab the gun. My only thought was that I just needed to stop them. I pushed them away, shook them off, and did everything I could.
Yoon's declaration of martial law this week sought to
support
consolidate power, ban political activity, and censor the media.
Okay, we got a couple more videos left. Oh god, we are on our second to last video, people. Oh, the night is coming to a close. But you do get this consolation prize for your efforts. A sweet, sweet galactic round of applause. Alright. Let's go here. This is on the ruling party, which of course Yoon Suk-yeol is a part of, and their opposition to the impeachment vote, which is happening right now.
South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol is now set to face an impeachment vote in parliament this weekend. On Tuesday, Yoon made a botched attempt to implement martial law, with parliament lifting the order only hours later. But that wasn't before a chaotic night that saw armed troops deploying in the National Assembly and clash with lawmakers. On Thursday, the country's opposition Democratic Party said they'll put up a vote Saturday evening over whether to impeach Yoon. The opposition needs at least 8 ruling party votes to pass the bill. His ruling party is divided, but has said it will oppose impeachment. If the bill passes, South Korea's constitutional court will decide on impeachment in up to 180 days. Also on Thursday, Yoon accepted the resignation of Defense Minister Kim Yong-hyun.
Yes, he did. Now that vote, apparently, has been postponed until essentially, well, right fucking now. Let's go there, to South Korea's parliament. Look at that. History's happening in front of our eyes right now, people. It's pretty crazy.
김정재 의원, 김종양 의원, 김태후
Damn, no
의원,
captions though.
김형동 의원,
I have no idea what they're saying.
비상계엄 해제 요구 결의안에 참석.
세계가 역사가 어떻게 볼 것이라고 생각합니까? 역사의 평가가 두렵지 않습니까? 국민의 평가가 두렵지 않습니까? 세계의 평가가 두렵지 않습니까? 이렇게 해서 수습을 하지 못하는 대한민국, 허약한 대한민국의 민주주의 모습을 보임으로 해서 세계의 평가가 훼손된다면 그것을 책임질 수 있습니까? 정말 혼신의 힘을 다해서 국민의힘 국회의원 여러분께 호소합니다. 투표에 동참하십시오.
I can't be sure, but the way in which this guy is talking, it seems like this is him announcing the vote, perhaps. It seems he's taking it very, very, very seriously. He seems honestly almost upset about all this. I assume he must be, considering he's the chair of, I would assume he's part of the ruling party. I could be wrong. This is huge right now. I think there's deliberations going on, essentially, and they still have not yet voted. At least from what I was looking at just now, I was Googling it, trying to figure out if the vote had even happened yet. It doesn't appear to have happened, so we're just going to leave it here. I'm not going to wait for them to vote. I will try and keep you up to date. As I do all of the things, both galactically and earthly. Well, made it through another stream. Both long and difficult. As always, thankfully, we had each other. But that's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goddogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Gnarl by Nature, Inner Planet Janet, Techno Apoc, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Cali Braiding, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Noah, Nadia, Choky, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That is right, all these people here help produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month. Wow, that's a lot of ones in the chat there. The list is long. We still need more patrons to help continue the work of the Galactic News Network. Without them, we would have nothing. Do consider becoming a patron yourself. Link is in chat and in my bio. And I'm just going to get right into the afterstream. I'm not even going to type it because there's so many damn ones in the chat already. Can't even... It's not even a secret anymore. It's the very well-known late night afterstream. That's where we're at, people. What can I say? People know me. Us. People know it. The thing. That being the late night, after hour, super secret, no longer secret, galactic stream. Chill stream, yes. Whatever it's called. Look at that. All the mods have gone to bed. But the Modices are here to keep us in line, thankfully. Music.